number one spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it.
You fool. I won't be nearly as easy to defeat as my little brother. I go first.
You're a third-rate org with a fourth-rate academy roster.
My turn. Draw. Perfect. Now that it's been one turn, Contracts returns to my side of the field, but he's not alone. He stole your blue buff, which allows me to skill Jojo Pyun's Rise directly to the mid-game. Now activate my face-down card, Proper Scouting. This allows me to add Shoryu and Mystic Quest directly to my hand. I summon them to the field, and having acquired my entire team, I've entered the team fight stage.
Not so fast, Dingus. You've activated my trap card. By moving to the teamfight phase, I activate late season roster swap, removing Ryoma from the field, allowing me to summon Demonte directly from the bench. It's Tanner time.
What? You can't do that. You started the season with Ryoma.
Screw the rules. I have merch money. Demonte, obliterate!
Evil geniuses, attack!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LCS Proving Grounds presented by Verizon. It is day 2 of our wonderful finals weekend. I don't know if I should be introducing Yugi and Kaiba or Joshi and Kangas. Either way, I'm so happy to have you fellas here. Kangas, you look a little different than just moments ago.
Yeah, I decided to make some, changes to the look going into the broadcast. I was also supposed to have a mustache, but there's some miscommunication about that. So you're getting clean-shaven Kangas for once. Soak it in while you can, everybody.
Whew, a whole fresh view of you here for the Proving Grounds broadcast. Happy to have Joshi here as well, and we'll get your thoughts on everything we have coming in just a moment. Because, hey, if you tuned in yesterday, the heart of the cards might not have been there for No Org versus Cloud9 Academy. But Kangas, I do want to know, what are your thoughts on that series?
Well, that series did not go how I expected to start off. I thought No Org was going to win that one going into the day, but Cloud9 Academy, though it started off looking promising for No Org, they did turn it around and closed it out, and they're showing that they still do look like the best team in all of Academy right now. It's crazy. This is our 3rd year in a row saying that. The consistency of this organization is absolutely insane, but I still think that was a preview of the finals. I have faith that No Org will make it back into there, even though some naysayers are saying, no, EGA or 100 Thieves Academy have their chances. I still feel like we'll get that rematch later on.
I think a lot of people vibe with you on that prediction. We do have Joshi here joining us as well. I don't know if you have that merch money on hand to be throwing in front of your cam, but I want to get your thoughts too on the week thus far for Proving Grounds and what you made of the series yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting watching yesterday because we actually got to highlight one of the players that we don't necessarily get to highlight as much with all the stars that we have on Cloud9 Academy. Copy had his opportunity. We look at Fire on No Org, who has been the 2-time back-to-back champion for amateur. He's been able to win pretty much everything, and now Copy, who was one of the people that was looking to kind of rival him, is saying, hey, I'm the new king in the mid lane here. I'm going to take it down. I was at Scouting Grounds last year, and not only is he solo killing Fire multiple times in the lane, but he's also having this opportunity to basically end the game off of a single shockwave, and it's so cool to watch this new member of Cloud9 Academy do well when we have so many veteran players alongside him.
I think that Fire's got a lot more competition this time around. Copy's really stepped up. Jojo Pyun is another mid laner that's come in. Demonte's now here in Academy, so Fire definitely needs to step up his game and show that he is still the king of amateur/academy now that there's this bleed over if he wants to keep that 3P dream alive.
It was a great opportunity
one last
to
spot
get to
for
see
him.
them.
Yeah, this is one last spot for Fire. At the beginning of the tournament of Proving Grounds, he said this was just winning Academy and Amateur with extra steps. We'll see if he can actually do what it takes in order to get back to the finals.
And the finals will be coming up on Sunday. And after Cloud9 Academy's victory yesterday, they have locked in their place for that exact match. But today, Evil Geniuses Academy and 100 Thieves Academy are battling it out for their lower bracket lives, with No Org awaiting the victor in tomorrow's series. So as you all know, the Proving Grounds action continues. And before we dive into the business on the Rift today, Joshi, I know there's some business that has been weighing heavily on your heart. Tell us, what's in a name?
All right, Gabby, this is a big thing that we've been seeing throughout Proving Grounds. A lot of players have pretty easy names to look at. Obviously, this is Joshi, right? It's not Joshi, Joshi. It's going to come around, but some players find that this is an important thing. We get their names right or wrong, but Mystiques, as you might all know him, actually took the time to record how to say his name for us, put it up on Leaguepedia. So let's see what the man himself has to say.
Mystiques.
Man, I'd like to just start by issuing a formal apology to my Academy play-by-play caster brother Desirux, who in their last series, EGA versus TSMA, was saying Mystic Quest correctly, and I joined it on Twitch chat saying, isn't it Mystiques? Doesn't it go by Mystiques, not Mystic Quest? So I'm sorry, Desirux. I'm sorry, Mystic Quest. I was wrong as well, but I think going forward, production's got it down correctly. Probably won't stop Twitch chat from blaming us, though.
I'm so glad that we have this piece of information, though. How many times do we really have the player themselves recording it at the quality you would find on a YouTube Google search and providing it for us here on the broadcast? I love it. And speaking of big names in the bot lane like Mystiques, as we now know, this series does feature a showdown between two very impressive ADCs in the bot lane as well, and that's going to be Luger and Shoryu.
Yeah, this bot lane matchup is very exciting for me. Luger is a newer player to the scene. Shoryu's been around in the Academy system for quite a while, but you look at their stats, the teams utilize them in very similar ways. And I would say confidently that these are two of the top 80 carries in all of Proving Grounds. I mean, King's obviously up there at the top, but I think that Luger and Shoryu are making arguments that they're next in line. And Joshi, we actually had a fun draft show where we hypothetically drafted 11th and 12th LCS teams out of just the remaining players from Academy and Amateur. And you're in agreement. You actually had Luger as your substitute and Shoryu as your first pick 80 carry. So I think that just shows how good these two actually are.
Yeah, I think it's really important to highlight that these two players, while the stats that they show up aren't necessarily the most impressive thing, they aren't necessarily the players that are getting a whole lot of attention early on in the game, right? We look at both Luger and Shoryu as these big players who are going to be consistent threats later on in team fights. And it's why, you said it before, I put Luger in as a substitute and actually picked Shoryu over some of the other big names like King, like Prismo, like Gorka that have had some fantastic times in the Proving Ground circuit simply because of how strong of a role player he is. You know that it doesn't matter what happens in the bottom lane. He is always going to be a big damage threat later on in team fights. He's going to stay alive, and because of that, even though if he's coming out slightly behind, that's just a small difference. He's still going to have all of his items when it comes down to it.
Sounds like you had a pretty sick draft there, even with your bench being pretty strong in the bot lane category. Props to you, Joshi. I'll have to go back and check the VOD of that. But we're going to move from the bottom all the way to the top. Let's talk about 100 Thieves Tenacity taking on Evil Genius's Tony Top. And guess what? It's the top lane.
Yeah, and going back to the draft, this is actually another spot that we did where my other drafter, Cubby, who you'll see a little bit later on this week, picked up Tony Top as his choice for the top lane, and it's really important to know why he does that. It's a strong side top lane. He's been playing a lot of Jace and Renekton. He's had a lot of opportunities to really strut his stuff because he has so much attention paid up to his lane. And Kangas, you were talking to their coach Peter Dunn a little bit earlier, and he was saying that Tony Top is one of these players that is going to be their big win condition today, simply because the rest of the map, both Luger and Shoryu, relatively stable. Top lane, anything but.
Yeah, the top half of the map is what's going to decide the series, is Peter Dunn's words. He thinks of the top jungle synergy, and that's what we saw last time these two teams faced. I mean, it was Contracts getting the Nidalee 2 games in a row and absolutely putting on a clinic against Kenvi, but also Tony Top having an incredible series against Tenacity. But I will say Tenacity has grown a lot as a player. I want to highlight him as well here because when we remember him from the 100 Thieves Next program back when he was still an amateur, always known as a carry top laner. He likes resources. He likes to put pressure on the map and carry through his top lane. But now coming to Academy, he's shown that he is versatile as a player. He can play weak side. He can play the tanks. So I think it's really cool to see just the breadth. I mean, he's played a lot of the Volibear lately, and I'm going to say I'm still not convinced that the Coal Rush into a Turbo Chem Tank Blank Cleaver is the correct build, Tenacity. But you know what? It did get you like one win in the Arena of Legends, so maybe I'm wrong. But regardless, he plays a lot, right? He shows that he has a breadth in champion pool. We see carries like Aatrox and Renekton, but we also see the tanks like the Gragas and the Scion come out.
We've seen what that kind of flexibility in a top laner can do for a team if they can play something in the carry position or on weak side. But when you're talking about players like these, you have to mention the junglers, especially with the history between some of these in the 2v2. So let's go ahead and move on to it. The tale of two junglers. We've got Kenvi on one side, who did join Academy from 100 Thieves next, the same exact one as Tenacity, facing off against the World's Qualifier Contracts, who has been continuously making a stir for himself over the years.
This is one of the bigger, I think, just experience disparity matchups that we're going to have today here. Like you said, Contracts, he's been to Worlds. This is a jungler that's been around the scene for a very long time. And just last time we saw these two go up against each other, Contracts absolutely destroyed Kenvi in the jungle. And this is going to be a big challenge for Kenvi now. So how do you bounce back from that? Because he performs incredibly well against other amateur to academy junglers, some of the younger talent, but he has shown that he can struggle against veteran junglers that really understand certain matchups and understand where to put pressure on the map.
I really want to jump off of that, Kingus, because we do have to point out a couple of these big things from the way that Contracts likes to play, right? He has really high kill participation, nearly 75% as the jungler. And when you're winning, that number is really hard to come by because you just start getting solo kills off on the side. You're not necessarily participating in everything, but he's there. And the other big one is the 50% first blood rate. Like, that's great. In half of games that he's playing, he is getting first blood. That's crazy. Like, normally you expect your entire team to be getting first blood in half of games. He alone as a single player is driving so much of the early action for Evil Geniuses. If he can do it on the top side, as Peter Dunn said, I think he'll be able to set them up for a lot of success today as well.
It's a very promising matchup for the fans between the trail that Kenvi has been blazing and then Contracts, who, speaking of his time Academy, even in times past, the growth that he shows during those periods of time. So we're talking about these players, their development thus far, and I think it's obvious that there are some superstars that are going into this matchup between these two teams, which really brings us to the question, and I'm going to go over to Kangas first. I mean, which players do you think really could be ready to make their way into the LCS?
That's a great question. I'm going to start over on the 100 Thieves side here. The player that really stands out to me as somebody that I want to see in the LCS is their bot laner Luger. This guy he's newer to the scene, so we'll do a quick history recap for anybody who's not aware. He played in the Turkish league on amateur and academy teams. You might know him from Fenerbahce Academy before he actually went into the TCL and played for Galacticos and got second in the regular season. So actually had a very strong finish in his first split. Then came right into the NA amateur scene or LCS academy scene and was undefeated in his first 8 games that he played. He came into a 100 Thieves Academy that were kind of middle of the pack, struggling to find their footing, and then won out the rest of the season to close out a 3rd place finish. Then they went into the Arena of Legends tournament, which was an academy only tournament before this show, and they did very well in there as well. I think that sometimes he trolls a little bit in his games. If he can learn to CS a little bit better throughout his games, get a little more resources in his pocket, I think he's going to be a S tier AD carry. But the fact that he doesn't always have that many resources, but still can consistently carry in the later stages of the game, this is absolutely somebody that I want to see going into LCS.
We got to contrast that to what we're seeing on the other side in Evil Geniuses. You talked about the experience difference between Contracts and Kenvi, and man, I got to say, guys, this guy still got it. Can I remind everyone that in his first year of LCS, he made it to Worlds quarterfinals with Cloud9, and here in the Proving Grounds circuit and Proving Grounds itself, we've typically been highlighting Viper on NoOrg as this big MVP for his team, but Contracts is not far behind. This guy has still got it. He's able to be really aggressive, and if you look at a lot of the other players that are coming up through amateur, yeah, they're really good, but none of them are necessarily at the spot where they're ready to jump up to the top, and Contracts, he's had that experience. He knows what's going on, and he's really been showing it throughout this entire thing. So I can't wait to see how well he's going to be carrying the rest of the Evil Geniuses through this series.
He's been consistently out jungling every other rookie jungler, if we want to call them rookie junglers in the academy scene, right? Like the Potlucks, the Kenvis that have come up here from the amateur circuit. And yeah, Contracts is still showing that he is heads and shoulders above them in terms of the jungle role.
Even when we saw him in the LCS last year, admittedly, there were roster changes, so it was for a brief time, but he showed promise and gave a lot of people reason to keep following his journey, and will continue to do so in the series today. But if we're talking about the players we think are ready to go into the LCS, what about players in this series that you believe will be the next superstars here in Academy?
Yesterday, during the interview, Darshan talked about how one of the biggest things he looks for in newer players is how coachable they are. And I think Tenacity has made leaps and bounds in that in regards to the last year that he was on 100 Thieves Next, now to 100 Thieves Academy. Before, he needed to be the strong side top laner. He demanded a lot of resources, but as he's learning to play, things like the Scion, the Gragas, as well as the Volibear that don't need as much attention, he's showing that he's willing to work with coaching staff. He's showing that as he matures, he is being able to listen to other people and not demand everything. And this adaptability, this willingness to change your playstyle is not something you see very often. And he's already been able to hang with a lot of the really strong top laners that have been showing up throughout the Proving Ground circuit.
And I got to highlight on the other side. First of all, I agree with you, Joshi. I think that Tenacity absolutely for 100 Thieves Academy, but I got to highlight somebody that has stood out for me since the Academy season began, but also surprised me that he was even picked up, and that's Jojo Pyun, the mid laner for EGA. I've been following the amateur and academy scene for a couple years now, and he kind of came out of nowhere for me. I did not expect to see this player starting on an academy roster. He played in Risen, he played in UPL, but didn't really have great finishes with the rosters that he were on. But I was talking with Peter Dunn from Evil Geniuses earlier before the show, and he said their scouting showed that he was one of their top prospects from the solo queue ladder. So they were looking at solo queue performance over what he was doing in the amateur scene. And I mean, he's 16 years old. He plays aggressive. He's a very moldable player, and I think it's completely understandable that Org would want to pick up somebody so young and so good at the game, because Peter Dunn said it reminds him of a young humanoid. He was like, this guy is somebody that makes things happen for himself and will actually, sometimes he ends, but at least you have somebody that's aggressive and then scale it back. I think that we need a lot more of that in North America. Talent that is aggressive, talent that will go in and make plays happen for themselves, because then you can teach them, hey, this is how you scale back that aggression rather than this is how to be aggressive.
Another player that's been showing a lot of promise, and it's great to get your predictions on who you think will be rising to the top in the next seasons to come. And in a few moments, I am going to get your predictions on the series itself. But before we do, a quick reminder of how this face-off between the two teams came to be.
Yeah, I just want to catch everybody up on 100 Thieves Academy's kind of circuit to get to this point. They had a couple shaky series against Immortals Academy and Golden Guardians Academy. I wasn't fully convinced that they were going to make the trek this far based on their performances recently, but I mean, that just kind of comes down to the team. You never know what 100 Thieves Academy is going to show up on the day. In their series against EGP, Evil Genius Prodigies, their amateur roster, they showed up, right? They made quick work of that, but now they're up against the big brothers in Evil Geniuses Academy, and I think that they're going to be a much harder opponent.
And I think we have to remember, King, is that it's not just all smooth sailing for them, right? It was a tough road for 100 Thieves to get here, but we have to remember who even put them in the lower bracket in the first place, and that was Evil Geniuses Academy. We alluded to it earlier, but that series was not close. So I'm excited to see what version of 100 Thieves we're going to be seeing on the Rift today.
But that series is complete. We've got a new, fresh one here today. Joshi, who takes it at the end of this best of 5?
It's going to really depend on what version of 100 Thieves actually show up, and that means that I'm going to be going with Evil Geniuses Academy 3-1 on the day, simply because they've been showing that they are a bit more consistent throughout the entire series. I believe that Tony Top, he really had Tenacity's number last time, and if Contracts has a similar performance to what he had up against Kenby before, we'll really get to see what the experience of being an LCS player, having gone to Worlds, is going to be doing today. I think we're going to get a lot of 1v9 El Contracto action coming out from the jungle today.
All right, Kangas.
All right. You have a little more faith in 100 Thieves than I do. I'm going 3-0 for Evil Geniuses. I think that based on the last series, they absolutely stomped 3 different roles: top lane, jungle, and mid. Yes, we did see Tenacity start to play more weak side since then in the series that they've started to win and make their comeback, but I still see a very big discrepancy. Jojo Pyun was solo killing Demonte last time around. Contracts was absolutely out jungling Kenby, and I think that those two alone, I mean, Peter Dunn said it was going to be the top half of the map. I agree, but I also think that you got to look at that mid jungle, and I heavily favor Evil Geniuses there. So at least we both agree Evil Geniuses, but I'm a little more confident.
A heavily favored evil genius desk that we have here, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty of fans out there on the 100 Thieves side filling up the chat right now with all of their praise. I think that one thing that we have to consider, Joshi, you brought up the fact that this relies so much on contracts being able to pop off. Do you think there's anything that 100 Thieves can do besides trying to be on their best game to try and shut him down in this specific match?
And we saw yesterday going up against Evil Genius's Prodigies how effective 100 Thieves Academy were at developing early game plans. We saw how effectively they were at diving aspect. They constantly got him behind. And we keep looking at players like Jojo to be really big impacts. And if they're just starting the game 0-3, it doesn't matter if contracts can go to the other side of the jungle, bring him back a blue buff. He will never scale into the mid game and ever have an opportunity to be that threat that we typically look at him to be.
Don't give contracts in Italy. That's all I have to say. Just ban Italy and you're fine.
All right.
It's that easy.
Well, only one way to find out if the Nidalee is banned or not. We've got our boys Pastry Time and Raz ready to get us into the action. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you, Tigers, and hello everybody at home. I am Pastry Time, joined today by my pal Raz, and we have two of the strongest Academy Orgs going head-to-head. This is the last time they're going to play all Proving Grounds, Raz.
Yeah, and I love the fact that this is a run back, and the winner goes into the losers finals. There's so much on the line, and there's a lot of odds for both of these teams to look back on and say, okay, what did we mess up last time? How much have we changed since then? So it's going to be an exciting one as we're getting into the champion select.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. EG over on the blue to kick things off. 100 over on the red side. Tom can't get him out of there. Got to turn off the potential center Tom Kent's power. Certainly something Luga and Pum would be happy to have. Syndra banned, Renekton banned. Syndra seems like a pretty good target ban against a player like Demonte, also just very good with all the control mages that are running around these days.
Yeah, exactly. I know that people have been focusing on the jungle matchups because, as you could tell, Udyr and Hecarim are both available, so expect that to be traded here. But yes, the mid lane pool has been something that has been a topic. Demonte has been in a previous interview talking about how really the two S tier mages in Orianna and Victor, if this get targeted, he goes towards the Syndra. So I think that's EG, taking a nod to that. And I want to see what the mid lane pool is going to look like. Oh!
Ooh, I like that ban. That's going to mix it up a lot. Hecarim on blue side.
There we go!
Going to force out the Udyr ban from 100 Thieves Academy. Also banned Lucian away primarily from Jojo, actually, who has played a number of different champions. I think certainly known for his rise, but has been playing Renekton, Lucian, all the other mages as well that are in the mix. So very versatile as a player that is rapidly developing here in the Proving Grounds. But they did say not to give contracts in Italy on the desk, and there's a reason why, because last time they played it was a 2-0, and both those games did feature in Italy.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Kangas mentioned it. Just don't give him. He literally, that was his final words, man. As he sent it to us, they're like, just don't give him Nidalee. 100 Thieves Academy thought that they did enough to be able to ban the Renekton. The Renekton-Nidalee combo, which was the most damning one. The last time they faced off against each other, it was a Renekton mid lane from Jojo, who has an insanely large pool, actually. And so it was a flex pick for them. They wanted to take that off the board, and they thought it would make it easier now to deal with the Nidalee. In this case, 100 Thieves has the pick of the litter in terms of jungle. Kenvi does have a large jungle pool as well, so I want to see what his counter pick is going to be.
Yeah, not as many strong junglers potentially, but certainly if you want to get versatile, Kenvi is the kind of player that can do it. Kai'Sa selected also maybe something like Rel on the table here for 100 Thieves Academy, another pretty hotly contested pick, but so many options here for the Thieves as they run down the clock, and it is going to be Nocturne. So we talked about that diversity. That is one of the champions Kenvi played last time they did battle.
Yeah, it can be flexed to 3 roles, mid, jungle, and top. I think it's going to be Kenvi picking it up himself. I think right now, if you're an EG Academy, you should take the Rel away. Rel Nocturne is an obnoxious combination.
Not that one.
You don't want to deal with it. And especially like versus such a squishy backline, specifically the Nidalee, you're going to get popped. So seems like they're thinking about giving it away. Stop trolling us. I don't even want to see that pick. Don't remind me that it exists. So yeah, take away the Rel. Fantastic. And now I think you should lock in Alistar. Either Alistar, Gragas, something like that, because you don't want to go into 4-5. You just don't want to go into 4-5 with your support getting picked away from you. So now we're just looking for mid lane. We already talked about it. EG banned the Syndra, so they should just take away the very easy picks of like Victor and Orianna and make it harder now for Demonte, and he would have to go into his champion pool a little harder for that.
Yeah, both teams actually in the hunt for solo laners here because it's been bottom lane and jungle taken away. We were expecting at least on the 100 Thieves side, and absolutely that's what's happening on the EGA side. So Jace banned away from Tony top. We have things like Orianna, like the Victor that you mentioned. We have something maybe like Jax for Tony top as well. That is, of course, very well known for. Aurelia, though, going to be the ban here. So kind of a blocker to Gnar, which is maybe why you want to take that. But you don't have first pick out of this phase. So very curious to see what EG do with their phase 2 bans here.
That's interesting, right? You're right. They're trying to make the Gnar pick a lot easier. So it might be them saying that they're confident with their champion pool. Tony top, once again, has been given a lot of resources in the sense that like he's been having an insane amount of forward percentage. I think looking back at this, the highest forward percentage of top laners is 47%. So he does get the ability to push forward. So it's going to be the Victor. They're okay giving away the Orianna to 100 Thieves. So it's going to be, I think, a trade between Orianna and Gnar between both these teams. And both these teams should be confident, with the trade.
Yeah, it seems fine to me. I do like the Silas ban as well. A champion that's definitely has stock rising. Joji Poon again, exceptionally good on that champion. But I think you're right. It's kind of the reason EG navigated the draft the way they did is they're expecting Damonte to want Orianna here right out of phase 2. So probably going to be Gnar and then whatever Joji Poon wants to play as a counterpick into Ori. Not expecting anything flashy.
Maybe Zoe, like, just taking a look at what their composition tries to accomplish. If they want to go team fight, I'm trying to figure out what that team fight mid lane pick would look like. But if they look, they see they have a Nidalee. They have decent engage with the Gnar on split. They could go Twisted Fate if they want to. So it's something like either a Twisted Fate or Zoe that I think are safe picks here that punish the range of Orianna.
What happens here?
Oh, it's not gonna happen. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna even think about it.
Yeah, it's a team with a little bit of flair, perhaps. Having some fun here, so we'll have the picks rotated through, but EGA will decide on their mid laner here. Again, it's not going to be a super volatile one.
I love that.
Mid lane. Orianna is very stable, but it is going to be set, which is a bit different here in mid lane.
I love that. Jojo Pyun has played the set before, and it's just if you don't have access to the Renekton stun to set up the Nidalee, this is the guaranteed one for you now. So if you're Damonte, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be a flash forward. Stun you into a minion, and then it's going to be Nidalee just chucking a spear full distance. So mid lane's going to be the lane that EG Academy wants to play through. And with the lock-in of Malphite, that is a great ball delivery system and a very chunky front line. Alistar, Malphite, and of course Orianna is going to be there to either facilitate the Malphite engage or the Nocturne engage. It's a great front-to-back team fight.
Yeah, I like it. Even the little things like turning out the lads with Nocturne and ulting people on Malphite, much harder to flash away from in that instance. And I think so much room for Lugia here on the Kai'Sa, who even in lane maybe hasn't been all that potent. He's so consistent at farming, and his positioning in teamfights is exceptional. And Kai'Sa is the kind of champion that you can get away with a lot in any sort of hectic team fights. So I think 100 Thieves have set themselves up well. They are going to need to, given that the pressure from EGA is going to be pretty swift here. And they've kind of thrown down the gauntlet, I feel like, given a lot of comfort over, given the Nidalee over to Evil Genius's Academy. And, if you kick off the series getting smashed around by Contract's Nidalee again, maybe then you go back to the drawing board and decide that plan isn't the one you want to go for.
Yeah, definitely. This time you have much more room, a full best of 5. You'd love to see it. And even if you're thinking about the comfort picks, like Alistar's been played 5 times by Poom. It's his, I guess, the one he plays the most of all supports. For Luger, this is now his 7th game in all of Proving Grounds on the Kai'Sa. I know these are obviously the most picked AD carries out there. Orianna, once again, most picked for Damonte. So if we're just talking about comfort from this respect, both teams are going to be comfortable. And I think it's a good way to start out this first game.
Speaking of starting out well, Contract's already on target. Damonte's health bar, thankfully, it's very early on. He can still afford to recall here because that's actually a massive amount of health loss just from one spear. Very efficient trade of Contract's amount for Damonte's health. And the continuing here. Another one is going to hit. And now Damonte just getting bullied as he tries to recall here.
Yeah, and he's going to get stopped once more. So, this is the most annoying thing. If he just gets stopped here, ridiculous. So he's going to be coming back onto the map late, and it's going to be first push here from Jojo Pyun. But please just go back, Damonte. Just give him the respect, please. He's asking for respect.
The best part is that Poom was like in the area and like was kind of thinking about blocking, but just like couldn't be bothered to figure out like the right spot to stand. It's like, oh, it's fine. He's probably not still there. And then Contracts throws yet another spear. So Damonte's actually TPing level 1 to mid lane.
If he wants to contest the wave here, it has to be a teleport. And what a level 1. I know we're so conditioned to level 1 invades being, hey, now you'll lose your buff, maybe it's a kill or something, but this is just Damonte having a really awful start. And so Jojo Pyon's going to be able to get a shove on this one, and he has teleport advantage. So pretty incredible start from Contracts.
Yeah, going to start off taking this red as well. And Kenvy's actually starting blue side and going into Gromp, so might get 3 buffed here. We'll have to keep track of the early jungle piping. But Jojo Pyun already given the thumbs up, level 2, starting to really throw around the early advantage he generated. Because, I mean, set, you know, melee into range, typically you're expecting to get kind of harassed out in the early levels. He was like literally at the wave when the TP came in as Luga looking low, gets ignited there, as Shoyu's looking to throw the damage in, but no all in for the rest of the health bar there, as level 2 will be hit by Luga and Poom.
Yeah, but what you just said is exactly correct, right? It's going to be a 3 buff. There's not going to be an opportunity for Kenby to invade on this, or he will get collapsed on because Tony Top is pushing up. So Kenby has to be creative, and it looks like that's going to be the case. He's looking for a top lane gank as Tony Top is trying to shove this one in. So let's see if it works out here.
Definitely a good player to try and gank early on. Tony Top loves to be forward in the lane. Wave is massive, though. Tenacity can't really do a whole lot here, and I think that wave's too big. Yeah, Kenby has to leave. Does spell shield the boomerang there, but Tony Top pushes a massive wave in, even to get some tower damage done as well. And Kenby just there visiting, really, making sure nothing else was happening.
Yeah, and the experience advantage is going to get larger. In fact, Contracts wants to be on the Scuttle Crab as it spawns, so he's just denying, effectively, a side of the map. And he's looking for a gank first.
Oh, they're going for it already. It's Renekton nearly all over again. Damonte will be forced to flash, but it was a trade for Jojo Pyun's flash tower in mid. Still that pressure continuing to mount. Jojo Pyun's going to pull this wave just so slightly, try and get an edge here in the lane positioning. And level 4 shouldn't be too far away for set either. So Damonte's current experience advantage isn't going to last very long. And look at this, just getting almost completely zoned off the wave is Orianna here.
Yeah, it's a freeze, and there's nothing he can do about it. Both him and Kenby on a really rough spot, and this is spanning from literally the level 1 from Damonte, and he's just going to get killed, potentially. Let's see.
No, Kenby here, thankfully, but they're still going for it. Contract's now going to get attacked. Kenby throws the fear down as the support's rooming in, but going to be A-OK as Contracts. I wonder why Damonte was running as much as he was, but the answer was, of course, Contracts was in hot pursuit once again. And continuing to just show all this early presence here as Contracts is going to go ahead and grab this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and honestly, Jojo Pyun and Contracts can make that chase for however long they want to. It's going to be Damonte that's losing waves as the wave is pushing away from him. So this is just a pretty dire beginning of the game. Once Orianna comes back, they have to kind of think tank how him and Nocturne are going to come back in. One thing I didn't make a mention of, I didn't even see it until now. This is a flashless Renekton. Not Renekton. Nocturne. It is an Exhaust Smite Nocturne jungle.
Oh, wow.
So he came in with the risk that if there's ever a fight, which is starting now.
I mean, Damonte's just getting harassed by Contracts every single time he walks back into the lane. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what target you want to be exhausting. I guess it's Nidalee. Just trying to make sure if a 1v1 breaks out, you're a little bit more okay, because that's really the only champion other than Set that's going to be diving in, and Set typically is going to be building much tankier.
It's very much just, if there is ever going to be an early skirmish and it's going to be the Nidalee that jumps in, the Nocturne is just going to win. The lethal tempo that he has, the fear that he has, like the idea from it makes sense. It's just very risky. If you're falling behind, obviously you don't plan to fall behind, but if it just so happens like this game, you're going to get punished. And so now just think of it. The next objective that comes up, be it Dragon if they want to fight for it, the Nocturne in the Orianna are the targets. If it's going to be, 3 minutes from now when the Rift Herald come up, it's very easy for Evil Genius Academy to target them and get an easy engage from the set. So as we're saying that, Kenby is looking for another opportunity. I think he's just going to actually let Malphite push in and make it so he's not a target of a gank. So I doubt the idea is to stay long enough. Okay.
Yeah, Tenacity was level 6, but Tony Top also dinging over, does get the shove back, needed to do that, but now Tenacity moving in, but doesn't, did pop the ulti, excuse me. Good flash from Tony Top, barely caught Tenacity channeling that one there, but Tony Top does survive the eventual 2v1.
Yeah, I just didn't think that gank was going to be, optional. I thought Tony Top was just going to let the wave come in. But speaking of that, bot lane is also a target, but they're playing respectfully here. Luger and Poom do not want to be caught in a 4v2 dive.
So they will indeed back away. Contracts continuing to steal camps away there as a result. There was a moment where the farm had evened out a little bit more, but that was mostly because of all the attention Contracts was paying mid lane. Now that he's backed off and gone back to clear the rest of the camps in both the enemy and his own jungle. As you can see, Contracts massively far ahead in farm. It's going to hit 6 pretty shortly as well, which is really where Kenvi wants to be, you know? Contracts hitting 6 and Kenvi's like, where's my level 6? That's where I'm supposed to be the good champion.
Yeah, and honestly, like, even a little bit of the experience that Kenvi does have comes from leeching experience top lane in that whole engage, and that whole time he was, coming through lane. So that's to be expected a little bit, but it's nice to see, and this is a good kind of time to talk about Contracts throughout the tournament, because throughout Academy itself, it wasn't looking good. For Evil Genius's Academy as a whole, this is why they are the 11th seeded team in the Proving Ground tournament, but they've turned it around immensely. Contracts looks like, just from the eye test from the entire spanning Proving Grounds, as the best jungler. He's consistently played insanely well on the picks like Nidalee, Taliyah, and he's only, of course, making it more impactful through this game. So it looks like another dive is the target here. Oh man, I don't think Luger can get away from this.
So dead. 5v1 dive. JoJoPyoon's got ulti, Luger's got flash, but where do you go? You go nowhere. You get first blooded by Contracts is the answer.
No way you can get out of that one. That one, the moment you see TP channeling, you're like, all right, hands up, just take me with you.
Yep.
Not only are they taking his life, but that's going to be a dragon to start. And it's usually 100 Thieves that takes dragons. They're the team that stacks dragons right from the beginning of the game. But for the foreseeable future, they should be conceding objectives. In this case, they're actually trading. So I love this. They knew that bot lane was going to be traded away. So 8 minutes, they'll go for a Rift Herald instead.
Yeah, credit to Luger. Didn't use either summoners, much like Under Oath could indeed see the writing on the wall. But it is still very nice for EG in the early games to watch this one again. I mean, you literally can't do anything. You're so dead.
Yeah, if you just don't read this play happening, it's just going to be over. And you don't have control of the wave, one, and you don't have any vision of the bot side river. That's just not going to be an access to you. So every single time Set dips into Fog of War, you're just going to have to guess and respect that he's coming to you. At some point, you have to make the call to walk up to the wave. He did so, and that was his death sentence.
Yeah, unfortunately, 18 CS now up for Shoyu. He's feeling very comfy on the Xayah here with how well his jungler and mid lane have done in this early game. Tony Top also doing quite nicely individually, continuing to play up an aggressive bit down on CS, and Tenacity will actually create a decently sized gap if he gets all of these, but still Tony is applying pressure.
Yeah.
Malphite's just kind of weathering the storm, and the ganks as well. I mean, this is the second time Kenvi's been here. Now the exhaust is going to help commit to the gank. The fear is down, the ulti's good, and Tenacity finds the conversion. Now mid lane 3v1. JoJoPyoon flashes out, but he had Shockwave back in, and that should be a kill. Indeed it is. It's Luger that collects it.
Finally, 100 Thieves gets something on the map, and that's 2 plays being made at the same time. 2 check marks. Love to see it from them. So we didn't get to see the setup of the mid lane, but that was really well done from Kenvi, making a return play towards the top side. You said 2 ganks, I counted 3. Tony Top has been receiving so much pressure, and it finally pays off because they took his flash down earlier on, and Kenvi was taking notes.
All right, let's just one again. This time it's the mid lane. Nocturne turns the lights out, and JoJoPyoon just running back to lane, but didn't spot Luger or Poom.
Oh, it was during the Nocturne ultimate. So even though Alistar came out of the bush, he ain't gonna see that. So the play top lane literally trickled down to the play mid lane because of Nocturne's impact on the map.
Beautiful. Not often that the that part of the paranoia is that effective, but Kenvi with some real nice timing there is going to give Damonte that kill over. Yeah. Still, the gold is in the hands of the places you expect it to be. It is Shoyu farming up very nicely, and Contracts, of course, with the early advantages he's generated. In fact, Luger's looking like he's going to lose his tower here alongside Poom in just a moment because Contracts is back in business. Mining wave running out, but here's another 4v2. And Poom going to be forced to run away.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. They thinned out the wave. They have Kenvi here, so it's going to have to be EG Academy honestly sticking around a little bit longer to the point where it's just not efficient for Kenvi to be here anymore. You're already seeing him go back to his camp, so... Oh, no, wait a minute.
Good old Jojo Pyun pulls him in. Contract's here as well. That's so rude. Contract still chasing him, but Jojo Pyun almost on his own is going to grab that kill.
You should have expected that. I mean, he probably just thought that he had the damage to take down Jojo Pyun in his own, but no Nocturne ultimate there, so there was not going to be, it was always going to be a 1v1, and Nidalee was on the way. So just, you know, just a disrespect there from Damonte, and it's going to cost him.
Yeah, some plate gold over. Bottom lane has to be close. I think Shoryu and Mr. Quest are trying to get the wave pushed in ASAP.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure they'll be able to take the tower down. Still, the damage has been done with all the pressure Contracts has applied, and as I say it, it is indeed that first tower gold over to the bottom side of EG. As I watch this one again, Damonte just thought he had him here.
Yeah, he did. He thought he had something. He thought he knew that Nocturne was there, and it was probably either a miscommunication or him just not knowing that Nocturne didn't have ultimate. It was really close until it was up. I think around 10 seconds from that point. So it's one of those things where you think you have a great play and you have a really good amount of damage put on him, and you just pull the trigger.
Unfortunately, not enough burst, and Contracts adding all that damage in. Just flying through the air, following the set ult with the Nidalee W. Looks kind of funny, but very effective here, as it is Night Harvester first completed for Contracts. It's the first mythic item for their side, as Tenacity has finished off the Frostfire Gauntlet on the other.
Yeah, it's the two mythics on the side of Evil Genius Academy, where you only really see the one from 100 Thieves. That's just been the name of the game here, as, you know, Shoryu, who we haven't been talking, I mean, he's been receiving a lot of dives, sure, but he's been silently really netting a large advantage. So it's just going to be, honestly, it's whenever a bot lane, just the 2v2 has such a large lead, that's just the one thing that's the hardest thing to deal with. Because that then means that the Rel, in this case, Mysticus, will have the ability to roam far more frequently with Contracts. Set up for plays now that he's post 6 to be able to say, hey, you know, we see Kenby, he doesn't have flash, I'll jump on him, you land spear, and that's an instant kill. So the Kenby has to respect every time they have pushed through mid, and EG Academy has pushed through mid. So he's like, okay, I can't be in my jungle anymore if they're looking to go for top lane turret next.
Yeah, I think even just looking at like this bottom lane interaction, look, I mean, Jojo Pyun is like fine just pushing this wave out and forcing Damonte back. And if you're just in a side lane as Orianna, catching waves at towers, that's like the worst outpost ever. You have no influence as Orianna wanting to run around, use your ultimate and help your team. Whereas this set's just like power walking through the jungle, waiting for someone to body slam. As Contracts gonna go ahead and start up this second dragon.
We've been through these games like before, games where it feels so lost early game for, you know, the opposite side that you're just trying your hardest to freeze a wave for your carry, in this case Orianna. She's not even going to be allowed that, as this wave is going to crash almost surely. And you're just conceding every objective. You're conceding the dragons, you're conceding, you know, the blue side jungle if they were there. But I don't want 100 Thieves to be in the mentality where they're giving up everything. You have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. A control ward, let's say near Raptors, if, you know, next Rift Herald is going to be the play. So if they try and clear that control ward, then you have to pull a fight, right? You have to then say, as a team, we're not allowing this to happen. So that's something I want to see from 100 Thieves. I know they have faith in their scaling, in their team fighting, right? And if that's the case, then get there, but don't throw everything away to do it.
Yeah, don't want to be, you know, 8k behind by the time you get there. Maybe 3 is okay. His ulti there from Kenby onto Contracts is going to force him back. Here's Poom again. Flash pole, headbutt. Gets them all in there. And Jojo Pyun's going to be dead to rights as well. Contracts running around but killed by Kenby. And there's the Dunkaroonie, but Tenacity going to keep on chasing. And it's 4 Thieves versus 1 EGA player. And it is indeed going to be a kill over to Damonte.
You love to see it. It's Poom and it's Tenacity that are there for the play. And maybe Tony Top could have done something and TP'd, but remember, this was all during Nocturne Ultimate. There's nothing he could TP to during that time. So it was 100 Thieves that projected this play that was going to happen. That TP during the Nocturne Ultimate, so they didn't even know what the numbers advantage was going to look like. And so while the play finally, the veil lifts from Nocturne Ultimate, it's already over. 100 Thieves just win the fight.
Yeah, really well played again. It's been some nice counterplay here from the Thieves. That's 2 different ultimates from Kenby that have borne some very delicious fruit and kept the gold a bit more even. They're about a little under 1,000 gold behind at this stage. Still down 2 dragons and that first tower. So a lot still to play for here for EGA. They'll be happy with the early game lead they've gotten, but 100 Thieves at least are kind of doing what you said, Raz, just cutting that lead down a little bit and not letting them take everything without any sort of contest.
Yeah, and this gives me faith. This gives me confidence, honestly, in a team like this, that if they are falling behind, that they don't give everything away, like I said earlier. That they knew they had the ability to take that fight, and they called it instantly. So that was really well done, and it's honestly calling for a competitive series, something that we hope for. It looks like it's bearing fruit. Something that I've always wanted to talk about was like Nocturne's effectiveness. People have questioned Nocturne in the meta, like how good is he really in the top lane and in the jungle. But then when you finally see teams that are, you know, actually abusing the vision loss in his ultimate, like 100 Thieves Academy have done this game, you start to see the value. And I think that's something viewers don't get the chance to really think about. Because when you have true vision across the map between both teams, you don't really think about all these things of like, oh, well, they just literally didn't see the TP, or Tony Top didn't have the opportunity to TP in that moment. So that was a great example of it. And now makes it, regardless of the, you know, what happens this game, does Nocturne priority rise up in the series? Does it become a ban? Do they even want to deal with it, especially when Contracts loves playing Talia Nidalee that gets vulnerable to that?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Also think Stride Break is a pretty good item, so any champion that can build it, I think Set included, who's a champion we don't see nearly enough of these days, certainly not in the mid lane, at least recently, as Kenvy's going to go ahead and steal the blue buff. I feel like that's the first time he's been in Contracts' jungle all game, but still a good thing to steal away regardless, as looks like teams are checking for that second Rift Herald. First one did go to 100 Thieves Academy, but didn't do too much there in the mid lane, and EG right on cue, going to go ahead and take the second one for themselves.
Yeah, this one isn't too effective. You know, turret plates are all down. Really, you can play for the next fight. So with this Rift Herald, it's going to be on 100 Thieves to kind of project where they're going to place it and how they're going to take that fight if they can back it up. And right now, Damonte, no mana, farming up side lanes. His objective is to just get back into the game. And with 164 minions underneath him, especially with how bad that early game is, he's doing a great job at doing that. I think if he bases here, he gets his mythic. There he goes, Leandri's. So he's, you know, coming back into the game, and it's now easier for 100 Thieves to take these fights that they've been wanting.
Yeah, and I think, you know, how much, you know, how ready are the 100 Thieves, I guess, is going to be a question answered at this upcoming Dragon fight. 30 seconds until the Mountain Dragon will spawn it. That will, of course, be the Rift and the soul of this game. So, EG, will they be the team to keep snowballing those objectives on the bottom side of the map like they've been doing? Or is there going to be a bit more contest? Right now, Damonte is top lane, but he does have TP. Tenacity without his is going to be mid lane here, so yeah. I like the assignments, although this Rift Tower is going to take out this mid tower, which is very nice if you're looking to get aggressive onto this Dragon, but the whole team is here to try and reinforce. Oh! It's just enough!
Not allowed. You're not allowed to take a turret here, and at least the objective of getting priority on the river was sort of accomplished from EG Genius Academy, but yeah, 100 Thieves were able to just completely take that away. Now I don't know how Evil Geniuses can walk in without dealing with the engage of Malphite and Alistar.
Yeah, it looks like a big money Malphite ulti coming up here for Tenacity, especially around the choke points here as teams are trying to funnel out the jungle. 100 Thieves have already started. The Dragon Rel in, back with a Magnet Storm, finds two, but Canby turns out the lights. And now Poom kind of under attack, but the rest of the Thieves looking to reinforce. Massive shockwave out of Damonte. Luger over the top with the Killer Instinct, and it's 2 dead already on EGA's side. There's the ulti out of Jojo Poom, but Tenacity's going to make it 3. Contract's going to be chased down for the 4th, and Shoyu is going to head for the hills over the wall with the Gale Forces. Contract is going to flash to live, but it's Thieves that win the fight and claim the Dragon at the end.
Woo! That was really well executed from the side of 100 Thieves there. And it should just be a free Dragon. Contracts will try to go for a steal. He doesn't have flash, so if he goes in, it's a one-way trip.
Oh,
wait a minute!
Kill. Wants to keep going for it, though. He's going to die to Damonte. He's going to call Worth on that play, but the Dragon still goes to 100 Thieves as they'll trade off the kills.
I didn't even know he did that much damage, honestly. I thought the Alistar was going to survive that one. Unfortunate. But yeah, like, the setup for the entire play was just so well done from under the... Like, from EG's side, even during the fight, they didn't want to fully commit. They knew that they needed to find a better angle, that Alistar was just going to take that entire, you know, the DPS they were throwing at him. beautiful Orianna ultimate to get those 3 members, stacked up with the Malphite ultimate, and Luger got an advantageous position to deal damage to the backline. That was just picture perfect, and it showcases how strong their team fighting is. I don't know about that one, EG.
Yeah, I was like, this is the wildest two-man Baron I've ever seen. We'll think about it a bit later, perhaps. We'll watch this one again. I mean, EG, like you said, tried to find the angle, but 100 Thieves knew exactly what they were doing here.
There was just no follow-up. There could be a follow-up. Xayah and Nidalee were 10 miles away, so Damonte was in a safe position. And the fact that they were able to get this kind of combo out that kills Tony Top instantly is just lights out. EG had to back away. They were already in a pretty bad position, and they were preying on 100 Thieves to make a mistake, and it just didn't happen.
All right, well, as we know, Contracts did indeed trade his life out for Pooms at the end of that play, but is 100 Thieves now up in the gold lead, a little over 1,000 gold ahead, still actually trying to take down their first tower of the game, so there's lots of standing gold on the map for them to take as well. That TP is coming in somewhere. Top looks like he wants to go top side. KMV going to absorb the Nidalee Q, and 100 Thieves going to walk away.
Yeah, rather ambitious, and Malphite is losing. It's not even Malphite actually. You know, Tony Top was losing a lot. They were just losing a lot of minion wave spot lane during this entire thing. But it kind of goes to show everyone's concerned about Baron vision. They don't want to just lose Baron instantly, especially when EG's lost control of this game. First time that 100 Thieves have gotten the gold lead in this game, and it really feels difficult to take them in a fight. So if 100 Thieves just take full vision, they can just start Baron, so they don't want that at all.
Yeah, gonna lose his tower as well. This is a good extension of the work they did earlier. As EG, I think, are just trying to continue to keep the tempo very high here. Not wanting to give 100 Thieves room to set up and maybe take down towers of their own, because even though both teams are concerned about Baron right now, very, very challenging to get anywhere near Baron when you still have all these outer towers up. So 100 Thieves are like trying to get the work done, right? Like, they're up ahead in gold, they've got their items, they're staying more as a pack now, but the longer and scrappier EG want to keep them off their towers, the better. I just don't think it's going to last for too long. And as I say that, 100 Thieves are going to indeed trade off the mid lane outers.
Yeah, and what EG Academy did right there is a concept called overloading, where you're just sending more members and you're going to sack a wave or something like that on the side lane, just so you can get an objective. In this case, they got vision on around Baron, and they pushed 100 Thieves off of it, and they got mid lane turret, but they lost so much because of that. That is a lot of minion waves on side lane. Tony Top, who was doing quite well earlier on in this game, is now just, you know, getting out CS'd and everything by the Malphite, who's looking pretty damn strong right now.
This Malphite's going off. I mean, talk about, you know, anti-AD picks here. Set.
Oh, no.
Building more tanky, but, like, Tenacity's just ready for the 1v1. Luger's here. He missed the W, but it's just not going to matter. Luger moving in to collect it. Georgia Peel with the Donkaroni. Is he going to get the turnaround kill? It's close, but Luger is going to get the kill in the end.
I was sweating there. I was like, wait a second. Are you going to let the AD carry die like that? Had to expend his ultimate, but Luger comes out alive on that one at least. Didn't have to use a summoner, but there's a little scrap happening here. Nidalee just wants the Krug camp.
I mean, take Nocturne's life too if it's going to be offered, because Tony Top is going to clear out the top outer as well. So it's EG with the first 3 towers being knocked off, but this game is getting scrappy here as the teams are trading engagements back and forth. About to really open up the rift. Gonna have Dragon coming up again for the 4th time this game in 50 seconds. And going to have another big fight on the cards here. And I think 100 Thieves, that's where they feel most comfortable. They've done a good job of counter-attacking and kind of keeping the game close. But when it comes to these objectives, it's just 5v5 Kingdom here. Damonte's getting assassinated. See you later. Oh, Shockwave? Nope, doesn't matter. Shut down there for Nidalee.
Yeah, there we go. Great shutdown gold there. The only thing that can stop that from happening is having connecting wards there. Poom caught in transition now.
Yeah, gonna die, I think. The ulti's gonna keep him alive for quite a bit longer, but follow-up is all they really need, and it's Show You with the Gale Force plus the last few autos as the feathers get put in the back, and it just keeps going. Rail flashes in unmounted, gets the massive CC 10. Jojo Poon adds to it. Tenacity's out of there, and Contracts is in there, baby. That's a shutdown.
I feel like I've seen this before. 100 Thieves Academy is like, when they get into the mid game, there's just a blip right there. There'll be a part of the game where they just die like dominoes, just fall down. And now it's a great opportunity for EG Academy, get back into the game. That's going to be barren to them. And 100 Thieves are going to try and get their second dragon, but that's just them trying to get scraps here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the concession prize. Pretty crappy one at that.
Yeah.
will be Baron over to EG. And it's funny you say that. It's almost like, you know, you ask them about it after the game, like, I don't remember that happening, right? It's kind of like a gap in the memory because everything was going so well. And now the Baron buff's over to EG, and it's maybe going to get worse.
Yeah, I've seen this happen now maybe 2 other times, I feel like, in Proving Grounds, where everything is looking great. But here's the thing, mistakes happen. Like Orianna dying initially, that kind of thing happens where it's like, okay, we didn't have the proper ward down, so it's easier for Damonte to get from top lane to mid lane. Okay, that happens. But then why is Poom in a position like this? And then why are, like, we're just trying so hard to, you know, salvage what we can't take. We knew there were 4 people on the map here. Why are we sending 2 more? So these are issues here where I think 100 Thieves Academy, when they fall behind, there's not a clear voice or clear confidence in what they should be doing next.
All right, well, it's 3 kills on the Baron here. Almost 2,000 gold up for Evil Geniuses Academy, and as I said, it could definitely get worse here as the minutes roll on. You can see the gold graph has been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah.
EG needs to convert this Baron into more gold here, which should be some of these side lanes. I'm sure this tier 2 is dead here in bottom lane. Nothing to stop this push from coming in. Although 100 Thieves are going to make a go of it here in mid lane. All 5 trying to counter push mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to trade here, but what are you trading for? And like, inhibitor is going to be threatened, so you do need to be there on time. And even if you are there to save the inhibitor, an open inhibitor anyways on the opposite side of Baron is always going to be a problem.
Also a little bit worried for Luger here, though. I think he is going to make it out safely. If he gets spotted by JoJoPyun, though, could be lights out there, but EG just going to back away. Luger does indeed go through the middle of the map, although EG are going to head there now anyway to try and siege down the tier 2 here in mid. And it's going to be 3 towers at least with a minute left on the Baron. Could be more, certainly.
Yeah.
As it looks like Shoryu's going to work on the inhib pressure down towards bottom lane. Tenacity going to fish for an ulti, though.
He should. Nocturne doesn't have much mana, so even though he can use an ultimate, he can't really do much other than just be a meat shield. So yeah, he's getting mana back, actually, so they can go for a fight here if they want to.
But the Skeletor crab he's on, we've got a lot left, but this tower's dead, so apparently 100 Thieves weren't interested in contesting that one.
The concern here is that now all the vision that Evil Genius Academy have put in the blue side jungle, they should want to maintain that. 2 minutes until next dragon, that'll be their 3rd. Like, these are the type of things where you're like, great, now they can't fight into us. We can just be chucking Nidalee spears. Okay, what?
Boom, that's a play. Ulti flash there, Magnet Storm to counter play, and now Luger over the top gets a shutdown. Into the backward killer instinct, but the counter pressure is there. Luger going to go down into stasis you go, but still dead there as Contract's going to kill Poom. Luger ignited and alive, I might add, as Tenacity is going to head them off at the pass and make sure the AD stays up and alive, but now run to the backside there is EG. Still getting a bit low. Kenvi low on health. Contract's also trying to battle this Malphite that's Ray bossing everyone as Damonte takes down the support. Now Tony top throwing the boomerangs out, but they don't have any follow-up left. It's JoJoPyun that can maybe go over the wall with the flash, but everyone else from 100 Thieves is out of there.
That's a dub. That's a 1 for 2 there. The fact that 100 Thieves were able to find a play like that when EG are making bases there, that was crazy. They were playing on a tightrope there, and it works out. Poom with an insane engage, and Luger comes in to finish it off. I want to see that again, because that was beauty.
Yeah, you know, I was sad to hear the Gambit lost her League of Legends squad today, officially saying that, you know, after, I think, 8 years in the scene, there will be no Gambit League of Legends squad. And for me personally, that Alistar move behind the what was then the Wraith Bush, now, of course, the Raptor Brush, into mid lane has definitely been something that Edward from Gambit showed us. And Poom showing that off, you know, almost 10 years later.
That's true. I love that callback. And it's that kind of attitude that you love to see in teams that feel like they're falling behind, but they ain't calling it quits. So even with a thing like this, I thought it was over. It felt bad. I thought these were 2 easy kills there that Evil Geniuses Academy can answer back, and they still had great control towards the dragon. But then the second wave of engage that Tenacity has in the back line, I thought was great, and Mystique's had no way of getting out of there. So really well done from 100 Thieves. Not only strategically to start it off, but mechanically to get the hell out of there right after that. Wait a minute.
And we're going again. Whoa, JoJoPyun Dunkaroonie in the backside. Kenvi already dove in with the strike breaker. Sure, you're going to be forced to ulti up. And now the rest of EG peeling off Kenby. Kenby gonna die here, but it's a trade as Jojo Pyun did die as well. But Contracts still running in there. Dashes on top of Tenacity, who's quite low here as the Spears will continue to fly towards the Thieves. It's 4v4 now around the Dragon, but Kenby dead for 35 more seconds. Contracts, oh, we wanted it so bad. Luger was tagged up, but Contracts could not get the extension after flashing there. Instead, they'll back away and EG will take the Dragon instead.
Yeah, and I didn't see any Malphite ultis there. I don't know what you guys are talking about, Chad. That didn't happen. Definitely wasn't the case, but that's going to be Dragon now. Third Dragon over to Evil Geniuses Academy off after all of that. Sure, Set ended up throwing himself in that one for the engage, but that's, you know, Nidalee being up, Nocturne being down, and far more healthier targets from Evil Geniuses Academy when 100 Thieves just didn't have Alistar ulti, so he's at that point paper. So good decision there from 100 Thieves, but man, what a wild back and forth game this is.
Yeah, hopefully the rest of the series is like this, to be honest. After EG toured them last time and felt like the confidence was high for EG, which certainly can't blame them. 100 Thieves certainly putting up a fight here. Game's still very close here. It's soul point now for EGA. Only 1,000 gold up for them as that Baron didn't quite get them into the inhib in the bottom side of the map. So that pressure not really there as the Baron has now respawned and the teams will look to play for it once again. Not to mention that Dragon Soul on offer for EGA. And of course for 100 Thieves, one Dragon after that in 4 minutes time. So a lot to play for here. And I think 100 Thieves, if they are going to be leaning on more of their scaling this game, they can pretty successfully say they've gotten to the point where they are scaled.
Yeah.
But EG have certainly shown that they can navigate fights, especially this Nidalee. I mean, 400 gold bounty, 5-2-1, 3 damage items, 6 stacks from the Dark Seal. Contracts is not messing around here.
Yeah, and honestly, Contracts has done a great job this game of bridging on towards the carries that will scale, right? I feel like both teams have heroes. On 100 Thieves side, the Orianna should do a lot of damage at this point. She is the one that started the game incredibly far behind, but now she has her items. She should be able to rip apart the front line, absolutely. Meanwhile, Evil Genius Academy, Shoryu has his LDR, his Essence Reaver. He's going towards his Infinity Edge. Like, he is going to destroy Kenvi or Tenacity that comes in front of him. So here we go. Baron is the target.
This might be very spicy. Poom off to the flank, though, lights off. Jojo Pyun already in the front line, though, and Poom's actually taking damage in the ulti. Can be a little low, but now it's the front side that's in trouble. Massive bounce around there as Demonte's going to take out one, but it's a trade back as Shoryu. He still managed to find the rest of the kills. A double kill, though, for Demonte, as Nidalee's going to find the shutdown finally on the Ori, and it's the carries left alive here for EG as Shoryu looking to chase down Luger, gets him in the front side of the ulti, and that's the ace for Contracts.
There it is. Shoryu throughout that entire fight, untouched, Mr. Untouchable. They were going in, it felt like a scramble, but he was the most comfortable person on the map, and that's going to be an easy Baron pickup for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, plenty of damage here. No need for a tank, and I like the threat for 100 Thieves. It's so easy for them to tank Baron up with this Malphite and threaten it here, but this positioning, as you said, let's watch it again from Shoryu.
Yeah, I thought that Tony Top had a really good plan here. Jojo Pyun wasting 4 people's time doing his job there. But just take a look at Shoryu. Man pulls up a seat. Says, no one's touching me. I'm just going to do my job. And I think he played that one perfectly. Even when Luger was left alone there with Tenacity, they were like, wait, we can't touch him at this point. Still has ultimate and flash up too. Wasn't even forced to use either of his defensive tools. So I thought that Evil Geniuses, Shoryu for sure, knew that they would win that fight.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't realize how absurd it was that the front side of the Xayah ulti killing the Kai'Sa was until you point out that, like, yeah, that means he didn't use it before.
Yeah.
As the EG are going to roll in and take the Baron as a result, up 4K and looking to really smash down some of these structures now. That bottom lane inhib is, you can say goodbye to it now, chat. It's not going to be around for a few more minutes as Mr. Case in the backside, looking for Poom, but not going to find it.
All right,
Monte
but not
also
gonna be
keeping them
punished.
at bay.
You just have your boys right next to you. It's okay. Does not matter. You're just challenging them. Say, touch me. I dare you. if you even try to engage on me, that's where my team is ready to come. So 1 minute until Soul and 100 Thieves have to throw everything to fight this one.
Poom is in there. Tenacity finds 2, but what a beautiful ulti out of Shoryu And now Kenvi going to look to chase in. Tenacity, they're also there on top. Georgia Pune, they're getting on to Kenvi. Luga, though, footing the chase in. But Tenacity's just been kited to high heaven. It's the first kill over there to Rel. Tenacity's going to fall, and now Kenvi going to be chased up by the Rel as well, making a double there for the Rel as EG streaming in with a 5v3. Shockwave finds Contracts. Contracts zips on out of there. Jojo Pune double grab there after the flash. And Tony Top's going to get one. That's going to be 4. And EG just keep fighting. Team fight wins. They're going to charge through mid lane and try and end the game.
Yeah, there we go. That's another W. Team fight win and your first game in the series. Evil geniuses, man. Like, Contracts was already in the mid lane too. Get in the wave prep. Knew his team was going to finish it off without him. And that's going to be a back and forth, but a great way to notch that first victory.
Looking good here. The Nexus will fall. It's Evil Genius Academy right where they left off against 100 Thieves last time. Up 1-0, but in a best of 5 this time.
Man, that one is definitely a highlight game for Shoryu, I think. That one was beautiful.
Put that one on the resume.
Exactly. And a lot of people will be clowning on 100 Thieves in the final fight, but think of the position you're in, right? Soul is the target. You're going to lose team fights. You just have to find any engage and hope that the enemy team makes an error. Not going to happen if Shoryu is playing on his game, and that was what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like, as you said, kind of perfectly, Contracts was just a bridge that let Shoryu, cross to the end of the game and into the enemy Nexus right at the end of it there. It's just EG looking very good in the 5v5s, which is where we thought 100 Thieves might have a bit of an advantage. But even with, Stridebreaker, Nocturne, Malphite, Kai'Sa, right, can Killer Instinct into any position if there's an assassination to be had on a backliner, and just Shoryu survived everything.
Yeah, and honestly, 100 Thieves, if they look back at this game with the limited time between game 1 and game 2, they should just recognize there are a lot of good things that happen in this game. And the one thing we cannot mess up again is, like, if one person dies on a side lane, like Orianna did to the Nidalee, we don't have to throw ourselves in like lemmings. Like, recognize that we are playing defensively. You got to know when to fold them. And that one was when they literally could have played back, looked to defend Baron, but that's when 3 people died and they lost control of the game. So they were in a good position there for a little bit, and they should be confident going into the next one that they can rectify those errors.
Yeah, certainly adjustments to be made, but Evil Genius is looking pretty good as they take the first game in this series. And though it is time for us to step away, we'll be breaking down there when the analyst test when we return. We'll catch you there.
Welcome back to LCS Proving Grounds, presented by Verizon. We are only one game deep into our series between Evil Geniuses Academy and 100 Thieves Academy, and it is EGA that came out on top. But for anybody that may have missed the action, we got you covered here on the most important bits. And Kangas, there is something specific that you called out that might appear in this series that we did get to witness.
First pick, we saw it come out. The Nidalee 100 Thieves were not respecting it. Maybe didn't remember what it did to them last time around, but regardless, they leave it up and Contracts locks that in immediately. And I mean, we saw why throughout that game. Contracts loves this pick, and in particular, he can really take advantage of it against Kenvi, who really struggles in this jungle matchup. But then we can just highlight the rest of the drafts too, because 100 Thieves really double down on this dive composition, right? They lock in immediately the Kaisa, the Nocturne, the Alistair. This is already signaling a composition that wants to go in. So I love this response here from Evil Geniuses Academy saying, okay, well, Nidalee's already not looking as good now, so let's lock in the Xyl, let's lock in the Rel, something that can peel back a little bit more and not get dove on. And then they see the Orianna, so they say, okay, screw this, we're giving Jojo Pyun the set. We're not locking in control mages mid, we're locking in things that can answer the dive, which then again 100 Thieves really tripled down on with that Malphite. So what this shows, 100 Thieves Academy want to group up, they want to fight, they want to take out members, blow them up, which really contracts that big member, whereas then you look at Evil Geniuses, they got to make picks, they got to get a kill, and then look for that team fight, because it's really hard to win these 5v5s if you just get bursted down immediately.
Let's talk more about Contracts and what he did with that first pick, though, because Joshi, right off the bat, we saw what kind of control he can have over the game.
Starting from level 1, man, he was just in Damonte's face the entire time. We're actually going to get a really cool zoom out so we can track exactly what he does, because this is not a standard path for junglers, right? He goes in, he does red Raptors while Kenvi is on the opposite side of the map, and then Contracts will go over to his own side, just walk through mid lane, taking another red Raptors, and like as he watches, he's playing with the priority that he has in both of his side lanes. He's able to pick this up. He knows that as his opponents are backing away in the bottom lane, Mystique West is able to walk up. He's able to get a lot more pressure. Tony Top is pushed really far forward, and after Kenvi has a bit of a failed gank, Contracts able to take advantage of the fact that he is still on the map. He still has things to do, but because Kenvi doesn't, it puts Damonte and Kenvi in a really awkward spot. And being able to watch how he takes these non-standard paths, how he's constantly adapting to not only his own lanes, but the opposing side of the map, ends up giving him a huge lead. He gets both crabs, and notably, still has his entire jungle to farm. So the jungle advantage that you saw on the screen of about a camp actually was a lot closer to 4 or 5.
And we didn't even mention the fact that he got teleport out of Damonte to start all that out, just bullying him with those spears level 1, and then gets a flash out of him too. So yeah, very, very strong early game coming out from Contracts.
And that's exactly what, I mean, Joshi, for instance, you called out the fact that they would need Contracts to have a very effective series for them to be able to go away with it. We're also trying to nail down exactly where that action would kick off, being one of the assumptions by those out there. But it was a play from the top laner, Joshi, that really made the difference early.
Yeah, it was interesting because it wasn't a huge play that a lot of people think of. One, I mean, it's hard to predict the fact that this is Tenacity's first ever Malphite game. I don't blame them for not really planning around it, but just noting that as he was getting about to be aggressed on by Kenvi, as the Nocturne was coming top lane with level 6, Tony Top knows he can't be the play. He can't give anything back as Luger is getting dove. So what does he do? He teleports out of his lane. He's suddenly no longer in danger, and while he doesn't get anything, he ends up rewarding his team by not giving anything back at the same time. So I really liked that play. Not what you were expecting, but way more ramifications than we might have initially expected.
And speaking of what not to expect, I do want to note some of the things on 100 Thieves side that did bring them back into the fight in the mid game. Kangas Poom really making some moves quite literally across the map.
Yeah, Poom was really keeping 100 Thieves in this game with these roams that he was going for. It's looking really rough. They were down like 2k golds. Evil Geniuses had a very strong early game. This play in particular didn't amount for much. I'm still shocked he made it out alive right here. Just like, hey, oh, sorry, don't mind me. But look at the vision he gets down. You know, they're tracking the jungle. And then this is the big one here where this is his second time doing the exact same ward pathing, and he's not spotted either time. This time, though, they get a huge play for it. And this is what you love to see from a support like Poom. He's still very relatively new to League of Legends as a whole compared to a lot of these other players that have been playing this game for years. But I love to see that he's just got this mindset of get out of lane, start making plays happen, get around the map, get this vision down. And this is what 100 Thieves needed to stay in this game, because that got them a lot of gold in their pockets, and then they were able to actually get to the teamfight stage that they needed to without too big of a gold deficit.
Yeah, I want to highlight a couple things. Firstly, Poom, he does these first set of roams without any vision on the rest of his team. EGA don't know where 100 Thieves are, and that allows him to bluff that they're with him because you don't know better. That was a big difference that he got a little bit punished for later on. But after Poom brings it back, we see Contract say, nah, I'm taking this right back. We're going to get back to the Chaos style that I love to play. Finds a solo kill onto Contracts, and this just leads into a number of picks for Evil Geniuses that will eventually reward them with the Baron. They get some chaos back into the game. They tear apart the battle lines that we know that 100 Thieves want to be playing with, and it ends up resulting in them taking a couple of close team fights, but ones that they were able to definitively win in the end.
Yeah, it was those key moments, as you said, Joshi, leading to the winning victory for EGA. This is a series, though, after all, which means 100 Thieves Academy have elected to go over to blue side. No substitutions. Kangas, what would you like to see come differently from 100 Thieves A?
I mean, right off the bat, can we just respect the Nidalee? I know I said it already, ban it out, and maybe you're thinking it's not that high of a priority jungler, right? You know, there's things like the Hecarim, like the Udyr that you need to ban out first, but Contracts on this pick, this is his comfort. He loves this one, and this is now 3 games in a row that you've got trounced by him on this pick. So I think that just getting him off of that, getting Kenvi in a better jungle matchup should absolutely be their top priority.
I think it took a heroic effort just to prevent this game from being a snowball caused by Contracts, right? Poom had these really big plays that brought the game right on back to even. But Mystiquez, he's talked about himself being this huge player in these best of series. He really prides himself on his adaptability. And the question is, if Mystiquez is able to respond to some of these roams that Poom has been going for and prevents those from taking place, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves will have what it takes to bring themselves back from the brink after such a disastrous early game.
Well, with Mystiquez considering himself very much a series player, I am sure he is satisfied to be walking away with the victory in game number 1. This is a best of 5, so there's more action to come here on LCS Proving Grounds. We will see you on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds presented by Verizon. I'm Pastry, this is Raz, and it's 3-0 now for Evil Geniuses Academy as they're looking to beat up 100 Thieves as many times as possible here in the Proving Grounds here as they look to make their way into the losers finals. But only up one game, Raz, in the best of 5, so still plenty of room for 100 Thieves to come back.
Yeah, you know what's happening here? 100 Thieves Academy is just compiling data throughout the series.
Downloading.
It is strategic inting, but like honestly, the game itself was fun. It was a really fun back and forth, and even when they were behind during the game, I thought that Poom specifically, I thought was a stud. Had great ways to come back on his Alistar. There was one that happened mid lane, another one that happened bot lane. Nocturne might be on the ban list just because it was really annoying from the side of EGA. I didn't feel like they felt comfortable playing around that with an advantage, so that's something to look forward to in game 2.
Also curious, if the jungle pool changes at all. Like, we definitely kind of accept that Udu Hecarim are like the junglers and they get traded a lot, but they were both banned in the other game, and EG kind of forced 100 Thieves' hand by banning one of them. It's like, well, we have to ban the other one or you're going to get it, and I'm going to be left in a world of pain. So instead, it's 100 Thieves on the blue side, and Italy is already out of there.
There it is. Blue side actually feels so good for the team that's, planning ahead and what their first 3 picks are, because A, you have the freedom to take away the Nidalee, where in red side you're trying to take away anything that you feel like is demonic as a first pick. And then what you saw what EG Academy did last game, where they banned the Hecarim and forced Evil Geniuses Academy to trade bans so they can get it away. And it made it so EG Academy have to ban that, or at least 100 Thieves Academy that last game, in game 1. The red side had to ban it or deal with it immediately. This case, EG Academy is just starting with an Udyr ban. So I wonder if the Hecarim is also going to be the 3rd ban, or if they're more willing to play against that.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Tom Kench is continuing to be banned in this series, so I'm expecting that to be a mainstay here. Probably don't want to give that and Senna TK specifically away to 100 Thieves Academy's bottom lane. But other than that, Solution and Renekton once again here for 100 Thieves Academy. So basically the same ban strategy. They changed one ban to take Nidalee out of the last game. They're going to first pick Rel here, kind of taking the best pick available here on blue side. And I just think I like the plan they had in the last game. I just feel like it's way more effective on blue side.
Yeah, and I feel like 100 Thieves are going to feel robbed last game because of how bad the early game started for them. It didn't really feel like they got a chance to play out their strategy, so they're just going to do this. And honestly, last time 100 Thieves Academy played EG, they literally had the same first pick. So this is just something that they just value. Rel is a great engage tool that works with so many picks, like the Nocturne that they had last game. So it just feels something that Poom, their playmaker, is just definitely going to want regardless.
Yep, gonna steal the Kai'Sa here as well. Perhaps already have the Alistar taken away there, and indeed it will be Kai'Sa here for sure. Xayah looked great last game, but Kai'Sa may be the best marksman on this patch, hard to say, but certainly up there, and champion you can output a lot of damage with and also outplay your opponents with, kind of like Shoyu was doing on Xayah in the last game. So gonna be a tough target to pin down, which is kind of where you want your AD to be.
Yeah.
100 Thieves Academy though, we'll see how they respond here.
And with no Thresh and with Tom Kench banned, it just means that Xayah is likely going to be the pick. Oh, Tristana as well. Tristana is very good. Also a flex to mid lane. So I like that, actually. I like the fact that we're changing to that. But yeah, just for people, if you want to see more diversity, like the Jinxes, Aphelios, and all that, Thresh and Tom Kench make it much more easier to go for those picks. In fact, otherwise it just feels so hard with how much engage tools there are in this game. But yeah, 100 Thieves Academy will go into Tristana, Nocturne, and Rel, which is another great engage style composition.
Yeah, it looks like Olaf here as well for contracts. Interesting. So not something that's, as high on the tier list, but certainly very playable. And I think contracts just wants to be on the aggressive end of any of these jungle matchups. So anytime he can pick something and try and bully Kenvi around in the early game here while he's looking to farm up to 6, he's going to take those opportunities. Would love to do it on Italy. Obviously, he's not going to get that champion again probably in the series, so going to take Olaf here instead, as Tenacity is going to lose his volley bear here.
I like the Olaf versus Rel and Nocturne effect, right off the bat. Just because that idea of stunning, like if you're trying to fight the jungle in an early skirmish, I mean, just pop 6, you have a Olaf ultimate. And if you're in a team fight, Nocturne should get, he feels really useless if he is not able to make use of his tether, of his sphere. So that's one way it looks like Contracts is going to try and play around that with the team fight comp that they have. And talking about like mid laners is going to be something that both teams would want to look towards. I expect that to be a Tristana bot lane versus the Kai'Sa. So Victor, Orianna, they're all up. I think Ori is a godlike pick for EG Academy with the comp that they have, so it's a great ban from EG. I don't think this should be a Victor early pick. I think I would love for EG Academy to pick top here and save, because if they just go for an early Victor pick or something like that, I think it's too easy to counter.
Yeah, we'll see. It would make sense given the bans that have happened to kind of take that pick away here, but I think giving counter pick to Jojo Pyun, who's been really good so far this tournament, and even in just the games we've seen so far in this series. So it is indeed going to be on over to Tony Top. Something he's maybe not as well known for, but I think if you want to give, a player that's not as used to playing tanks and weak side, a champion, On's pretty good. Yeah. I also think Nara is good for that reason, right? If you're a more aggressive player, but you have to play something a little bit more tank and team oriented, I think Nara is the kind of pick that you should be going for. So I also like that 100 Thieves Academy kind of banning that one and just forcing him to change things up. It is Victor though. For Demonte, it's kind of expected, so it is going to be Aatrox now for Tenacity, finally going to be given a little bit more room to play something a bit more aggressive. Because again, this was a player that was very good on, the more aggressive, the more carry-style champions. Aatrox, in his, pool so far this tournament, or this year, let's say, has been kind of the most aggressive pick he's pulled out.
Yeah, he's had some great Aatrox games. It's a good pick if you know what you're going into. I think a lot of times Aatrox gets a bad rep because it's blind picked. So he doesn't really get a chance to play the game. And there we go. Jojo Pyun on a Sylas. And when we don't have an image for Jojo Pyun to put on a graphic or anything, we use Sylas instead because it's just a pick that he's so damn good on. So I love the fact that he gets the opportunity to play it. He has Nocturne ultimate. He has the Rel ultimate. So this one is not as juicy as, Sylas games in the past, but he's just way too good. And it makes it easier now for Olaf to play through mid lane. Victor's going to have a tough time dealing with Olaf and Sylas.
Yeah, and the side lanes too will have the same problem if that spills over. Sylas is just so good when he roams out of lane as well. It tends to be where you get a lot of your leads, but I think with the way Contracts and Jojo Pyun play together, there is a lot of threat here in the 2v2 around mid, which is will be something fun to watch. And just Sylas scaling is kind of absurd. The fact that his ulti basically gives you additional AP ratios on ultimates you're already stealing that have pretty good ratios a lot of the time. Tristana, when you have 4 or 5 items, is absolutely ridiculous.
That's true.
As Sylas. Not a skill you'd think that would do too much damage, but if you've played since Season 1, you may remember the terror of mid lane Trist and her ultimate. So Sylas can kind of recreate some of that, I guess, nightmare for you.
Yeah, without the AP ratio on the jump. That one was a doozy.
Yeah, look. It's some of the old champions were... It was different. It was a different time.
It was a different time. There's a lot of things we want to expel off our mind from those times. That's for sure. AP Scion with the pointing click stun. That one that one was pure hatred. Anytime you have to face that. But yeah, I think it's interesting when we talk about scaling because that side that the Sylas, Ornn, specifically Sylas and Kai'Sa, very short range versus the Victor and Tristana. Overall, if you're looking at from a front to back perspective, if we're just having a gentleman's handshake, I like what 100 Thieves Academy has. But we don't get that. The games are scrappy, a little bit chaotic, and Sylas is going to be on side lane forcing the Victor to match him. So this is going to be a game where it's Commander Silas. Like, everything Silas says. On his move timers, okay, Captain, we're fighting. Like, if he has a flank, okay, Captain, you say when we go. For me, Jojo Pyun has a lot on his shoulders in this specific game. As the game goes on, if he has an advantage, of course, then it's based off of what ultimate he has that they're going to fight. It's based off of where he's in, if he's in a flank position or if he has on side lane, that they're going to fight around. So I love the fact that they have a lot of confidence in this young player.
All right, well, looks like
Oh,
some
no.
spicy level 1s are brewing as well. This is one of the other things Silas gives you. Luger going to get chained up. And Schroeder's going to chase him. Luger going to skill jump and jump away. Very disciplined skilling there from the Trist. And does get out nice and easily, even though he does have to commit a skill point to the W early.
What has the scrims like been for EG Academy that it feels like 2 games in a row? The strategy is, of course, they want to burn a flash off someone, but certainly put him back to base late. It's like, at least Luger will come back and he won't be in a bad position. But that was a really smart level 1. We've seen that a few times with Silas's in the past. Really well done.
Yeah, we'll be slightly late here. Although if he's leashing anyway, might not matter. Looks like he's going to go ahead and help Kenvi. It's going to be the same, though, for Olaf here. It's kind of like, it's funny, it's kind of like 2 different sides of the same story where Contracts just wants help so we can, you know, outspeed Kenvi, and Kenvi wants help to try and keep pace with Olaf, as Jojo Pyun is already walking in and warding. Poom's going to spot that and sweep it away, but that's going to give some information there. Now they have to know Kenvi's on red.
Yeah, good overall decision to do that. They know that Kenvi was on red true. They just don't know the timing on it. If he's going from red Raptors to top side, but in this case, he's doing a full clear of the bot side jungle. So the timing is going to be a little, you know, you just don't know what his goal is going to be, which is nice that Poom has done that to kind of cover for his jungle.
Yeah, a little bit of information denial as well, and also some XP. And some gold goes over, so Poom happy to commit the sweeper there. Luger and Poom, they're also going to look to be aggressive here. They were kind of on the defensive end of the 2v2 in the last game, going to be on the aggressive end this time around. I think we are going to expect to see Rel dictate a lot of the kind of action in these matchups. But of course, hitting level 2 first dictates as well.
It depends, because I would actually give the nod to Shoryu and Mystiques because, like, oh my god, wait a second.
Yeah, Contract's already here. Axe is going to have to be flashed, and Jojo Pyun is at it again.
Yeah, Damonte didn't know if that was going to hit. If it was going to hit, it was going to be on the tip of the hitbox. But in this case, he did a respect flash. But take a look at this now. He needs to get out of there.
Yeah, that sweeper did actually give him a little bit of early info. Kenvi looking for the fear is going to be forcing the flash on the other side. So now it's a mid laner and a jungler on 2 different teams without their flash. And Kenvi looking to invade. Contracts insta-smites the big raptor. And then it's going to chase Kenvi out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that was really close. Remember, Kenvi does have exhaust there, so that was a good early flash from Contract.
Oh my goodness, he's such a beast. Jojo Pyun's in there, he's gonna get first blood. That's a solo kill at the end of it all.
Didn't even need him. I don't need you, Contracts. You're just the insurance policy.
Just the vision. There's a ward to the left of the river, making sure Kenvi doesn't get involved. TP back for Damonte. Poom's here as well, but Jojo Pyun, the heist is over. He's completed it.
Oh,
So what's this
man.
one again? So beautiful.
Just didn't have any way to get out of that. Remember, flash blown from Damonte. Last tick of his auto attack is able to finish off. Jojo Pyun, we said that this was going to be him being the captain of the ship. And it's already starting out really well.
Yeah, this play's pretty good. Huh. His counter pick working out well so far. Damonte gonna have no TP and no flash now, but to be fair, Jojo Pyun's not gonna have either as well. Kenvi continuing to clear through the jungle, gonna be a little bit behind the Olaf as expected, but will ding 4 here as he takes out the Grump, and Contracts hasn't had nearly the same amount of influence on both sides of the jungle this go around. It is once again Commander Silas here for Jojo Pyun, causing those problems early.
And these lanes have been working out, as they should. Where, in this case, I wanted to mention, Shoryu and Mystiques should be confident with how they play out their bot lane, just because you don't want to fight into a Hail of Blades Kai'Sa really early on. Along with the Plasma stacks, it's just difficult to fight into that. Also has exhaust, just to point that out there. So, Mystiques has just found the Rel.
Yeah, actually now been found out. All the CC chains in. The exhaust is down as well. Poom now going to have to be forced to flash, but he can't flash anywhere. So Contracts just collects one.
All right. Wrong place, wrong time. He wanted to get a defensive ward down. This would be the timing that Contracts would want to take first Dragon. Remember, he pathed bot to top. So this was his timer to go bot, take Dragon, and then path right back topside. But he found a Rel in his stead. And Silas with the great presence of mind to come in, abscond, abduct, easy kill.
Yeah, and now Jojipyun holding this wave. Just going to get slowly pushing back. He's down, you know, about a wave of CS, but going to cut that down pretty rapidly here as Damonte does not want to step forward in this 1v1. As already knows that Jojipyun is willing to flash on him at a moment's notice and doesn't even have flash right now. That's how scary it is. But Damonte just going to have to play patient here. Really is at the whim of how Silas wants to control this lane as Jojipyun's going to get it pushing back now.
Is this a dragon being done by 100 Thieves? Feels like a bit of a gambit here.
Ooh. Poom also going to get aggressive. Ignites on the contracts though. Damage is good, but he's dead. So that's a good start there. Now Mr. Quest is onto Luga. Luga's going to have to jump out and does get out, but Tony tops here. Not level 6 though, and isn't going to get the knock up there. Not quite the distance he needed onto that wall. So 100 Thieves going to get 1 kill, but they won't get the dragon they started initially.
Yeah, that actually does work out so much better for 100 Thieves. I was worried for them because BG does contest as a team. They should be able to win that fight. But look at the overreaction there. Tony Top teleporting towards the bot side in an already really bad wave state. 49 minions to 28, and it's only getting worse. He tried to help the team, and it's only he's going to pay for it.
Yeah, and if he's level 6, different story, right? Easiest on ulti of his life, maybe gets 2 or 3 kills for the team. Well worth the investment of the teleport. As it stands, though, yeah, I agree with you. Not looking good there. Down 20 CS and counting here is going to be very vulnerable to Kenvy's gank. Level 5 here for the Nocturne. Doesn't need the 6 given this positioning.
Yeah.
Although he's maybe going to be close enough to it as well. So Tony going to have to be very careful right now.
Yeah, the fact that he also used this flash throughout the entire ordeal too. If you commit your top's teleport, you're doing everything you can so you can make it worthwhile with a kill or something. And they didn't get anything. So this is just punishment central. Thank God Contracts comes in just to help him out so he can push this wave, and otherwise it's just demoralizing.
Yeah, and doesn't even move into maybe breaky here, but at least enough coverage for Tony to know that probably nothing bad's happening. It's mid lane where the action is once again. Jojipyun's going to find the stun, but Gravity Well is going to find the second. But it is Alistar in hot pursuit. Jojipyun's going to steal the ulti. Chaos Storm out though, and this is a level 3 Alistar in a lot of trouble. Now level 4, very conveniently timed. Does get out safely as Rebel's looking to counter-engage in mid lane.
So close, just outside the reach of the headbutt pulverize combo, right? So it was a good attempt overall, and it's only making it clearer that Damonte, he was going to be a target before the game started. But especially with how this lane has been going, it's not going to stop. They wanted to get a flash, I would suppose, but he's still going to hold on to his flash. Damonte going back mid lane, and Contracts.
Oh, Contracts is in there. It's a 1v3, but it just doesn't matter. Kenvy can't stun him, can't do anything, can't fight the Olaf. And Contracts just takes out the kill and's going to grab the red buff as a bonus.
All right. I mean, second in command, Juan. Wait, Contracts is getting teleported on.
Oh,
he's just going forward.
He's committed. It doesn't matter. Damonte flashing into the blast. Go Contracts over the wall. He's going to be A-OK for now, but Aatrox there to finish it off. And Tenacity will get the kill. It is going to be Mr. Quest in trouble in a 1v4. Nowhere to go. And Luga is going to collect that kill.
All right. There is life now in this game. Tenacity was the beneficiary of all of what was happening around Dragon. And now he pays it forward. Great TP collapsed. And now we have ourselves a pretty damn fed Aatrox.
And again, I mean, this one I like, right? Kenvy just can't do anything. It's a 1v3 and Olaf's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
You're right. And here's the thing, though. It comes back. When you look back at this play, the team will likely, after this game, even though it looks fantastic, you get the kill on Kenvy. Like, remember, that's a TP advantage from the Aatrox. They will always be able to pull the trigger and collapse here. So an invade like this, very risky. You have to feel confident that you're ahead as a team. And in this case, it was just a bad call.
It's a good point. And 100 Thieves with maximum punish there just about. Getting a couple kills there in the jungle. Feeding gold over to Luga. Tenacity is now an absolute monster. Level 8 to level 7, so keeping the XP lead as well. He's up 33 CS there in the top lane. That's a huge amount. And even though On is probably not expected to do too well in the 1v1, teleporting away while getting smashed obviously is not going to help. So Contracts back in mid. That's the only place he knows. Apparently Ragnarok popped. See you later. And now the follow-up there from Alistar. That's going to be Poom dead as well. Indeed, it will be as doubles come in for Olaf, both the buffs and the kills.
All right, it's an official. It's a snowball. Like this game. This game is relentless. If at first you don't succeed, all right, go back to Plan A. And it's definitely with Victor getting pummeled. This is going to be a dragon that they take very easily.
All right, well, Dragon over, not as early as it could have been, but still happy to take it here once again. Contracts is at the top of the charts as far as gold goes, 4,400 gold almost there. Jojo Pune, the one next in line, he's about 500 gold ahead of his mid laner, who's also doing very well. And Alistar is going to go ahead back home. Kenby at least going to try and trade off here and get the Rift Herald. This happened last game as well after that first dragon, but we'll see if Kenby can get a little bit more damage done here with the Herald, or at least get some plates for a teammate here. I'm definitely eyeing top lane here. Tenacity's already done such a good job, and he's even going to come down to help.
Yeah, you were right when you said that it reminds you of last game. There's a lot about this game that reminds me of last game. Damonte and Kenby behind early. Yep, you got a check mark for that. Early dragons being taken, as you had mentioned, for Contracts, who is phenomenally ahead. Check mark on that one as well. And at least with this one, Tenacity has a huge lead, so they can play towards him and on his timers. But that's a must now. And I think 100 Thieves do have engaged tools like you saw in the first dragon, or at least like the first attempt at it, where Rel, Nocturne, and Tristana can pick off people who are just off on their own. So that's a playmaking tool that they can do to get back into the game on their own. But it's going to be tough. Jojo Pune and Contracts are just so monstrously ahead right now.
Yeah, and I think it's only going to get worse. Stridebreaker finished there for Contracts. Goredrinker, though, done for Tenacity. So it is the two players that are most ahead for their teams. First, the mythic items kind of makes sense, as 2v2 has been going actually really well for both sides. Show you even in CS here up against Luga and Poom. It just feels like it's been a lot of back and forth here. In fact, there's 10 plates still down here in the bottom side of the map. So kind of unlike the attention that spilled over from level 1 before into the bottom side, that hasn't happened here yet, at least. It has certainly been very centralized in this game.
It's generally really hard to look for a play bot lane, because there's always going to at least be defensive wards, or if your team is stacking a wave and you see them, enemy team, like ducking out of Fog of War mid lane, you can see the play coming from a mile away, and the jungler will be there to defend. So in this case, they're like, all right, we're both just happy with the champions that we have, and we're going to be using our supports on whenever we're trying to get vision with our jungler. Like, you know, in this case, you see Poom getting an idea that Contracts was invading there, so they have eyes on that. So but both AD carries are just going to be farming. It reminds me of yesterday, game between C9 Academy and Norg. It felt like the game was decided everywhere outside of bot lane.
Right.
Yeah.
And then bot lane scooped in for the kills whenever the team fights broke in one way.
Typical.
As top side, yeah, I mean, you know what? That's the life of the bot lane sometimes. Feels bad, man. Top side, Rift Herald dropped right on time, actually, for Kenby. Was running low on timer there, but more than enough time to get these plates, and Tenacity has done a little bit of groundwork here on this tower.
Get that gold!
Gonna grab that gold indeed. No gank, though, forthcoming. In fact, Kenby's just left. That's all he needed to do there, was deliver the Herald to the top side. Tony Top collects the 25 gold out of Shelly, and Contracts is very unsurprisingly here in mid lane. Just
all
go.
right.
Yeah,
well,
Stridebreaker on him. Yeah, Ragnarok! Jojo Pune, oh, he stole the ulti. He's trying to Chaos Storm. He's not going to get it. Pune, they're over the top. Luca with the punish. Very well played by 100 Thieves. Finally, catch a move extending.
Yeah, that's the part of the VOD you don't look back on. That one, we are so off the same page. That was a delay and a half. Where Contracts is like, actually, I can just kill him. He just noticed how much, he knew how much damage he did, and he was checking him. Maybe if remember, Jojo Pune has flash. He could look for the play. But at the end of the day, I think that's just too cheap. You don't want to do that. Damonte can play around it. I think he had flash at the time. I'd have to look back at it. But it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, you don't look for it, and at the very least, let your mid laner know.
Yeah, do it together. You know, if you're going to get a little wild. Damonte did have flash. Still has flash. Does deflect that gank thanks to the very nice timing of his bottom lane. Luger actually with 2 kills and 1 assist right now. So feeling pretty good about the early acceleration gold that Tristana is getting. But that will not deter Jojo Pune for too much longer. Both mages actually still, I guess it's an anti-mage versus a mage. Don't worry about it. You know, still looking for that first mythic, but have taken some detours here. Got some rings. Got actually 2 different rings. We got the cooldown boots, because everybody needs those now. They're just the coolest thing ever. So, still scaling up here, but Jojo Pune, again, just so much pressure. Constantly diving onto Damonte here.
This should be a dragon here for Evil Genius Academy. Tenacity's coming down bot lane to secure it, but remember, Tony Top has teleport. Tristana does not have her Kraken. She doesn't have her item just yet. Meanwhile, Shoryu has his Mythic. Contract is ready and has been online for some time. So, honestly, Evil Geniuses, I think, want to fight for this one. It just depends on if Tony Top wants to be here. He's teleporting in.
He's going to be asked to be here regardless. As you mentioned, has TP'd in. Has Jojipun also TPing back through. Oh, there's Tony Top. I was wondering where Tony went to. But he's now ready with the ulti. Level 11 as well on the on. Going to be a 5v5 if nothing else.
Yeah,
we'll see
this
if
is usually rough
when
when
dragon.
your engagers are not in a flank position, not in a, like, Puma's looking. So he's in a position where he can flash, you know, W, Rel, ulti, all these things. And he's going to be eyeing.
Here he comes. Pops the ulti in. Oh, actually now counter pops it, sorry, because already was used. Damage is massive there on the front side. It's AoE, they're onto EG, but Contracts, he's taking down Demonte. Luger, though, still free-firing. Needs to be picked off there, and it's Alistar that's going to get melted in the front side. Jojipun, he's going to be next to go. Surely, but no, the health he got back is absolutely ridiculous, but Luger still alive alongside Tenacity, and it's going to be a 2v1 to finish it off as it's a triple kill out of the Aatrox, and Tony Top's going to make it the 8th as Luger collects the last one.
Style on him, man. Tenacity is huge this game. Luger and Tenacity throughout that entire fight were safe and pristine, and that's the early game coming into play, that advantage that Tenacity had. Take a look at this. The ulti, the second ulti from Orin missed. So Demonte actually got a lot of damage down and was able to stay alive. Meanwhile, the Orin, who is the Fed member on the Evil Geniuses Academy team, gets popped early in the fight. So from this point forward, just keep your eyes on Luger and keep your eyes on Tenacity here. It's like they're the ones that are so free to fight and fire off. I was a little concerned there from Luger. He did jump in preemptively and was going to you know, throw his life away, but had to flash out instantly, you know, keep range. But at the end of the day, he recognized that, and it's going to be Luger, it's going to be Tenacity, and it's going to be 100 Thieves that stand tall.
Yeah, 4-0-4 and 4-0-3 for Luger and Tenacity respectively. So 2 items already done for almost both of them. Now Luger has the Kraken Slayer and is working towards item number 2. Already the Sterix finished now for Tenacity, and 100 Thieves up 2,500 gold. Didn't get the Dragon, but we can kind of think about fighting for these next few as Kenby's going to grab the second Rift Herald for his team.
Yep.
Unlike last game, does manage to get both this time around and going to start opening up the map and applying pressure to EG. This was kind of the position EG were in last game. Maybe the lead wasn't quite as big as it was in Game 1 for Evil Geniuses Academy, but 100 Thieves certainly in a good position to have a very strong mid-game.
Yeah, and so I just don't think any of the mistakes that we saw, like the big mistakes that we saw last game, will happen again. Usually, like something as punishing as that, you just recognize if we lose one member, just back away and play it safe. And I think in this game, 100 Thieves have another lead. They don't want to throw that you know, away again. And one thing I love about Best of Fives is just like the evolution of it, where you see a player starts popping off and their primary, in this case Tenacity, their primary role is playing tanks, playing for the squad, you know, like we saw from the analyst desk, that conversation that was happening. But if he is having a moment like this, you're like, wait a minute, next game, why don't you give him all the draft dollars?
Yeah.
Give him the carries, like get him down at 5th pick. Like if Tenacity recognizes and he has confidence that he's doing well versus Tony, you might see changes like that happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is, as you said, one of the nice things about a longer series, and will be really fun to track how that goes, because you have to think, especially if EG, you know, do something you haven't done yet this tournament, which is drop games to 100 Thieves, and in their eyes, it still hasn't happened yet. Still going to have to make them work for it here, although 100 Thieves are positioned well. You know, we know Tony Top will not shy away from his carries if given the opportunity to pick them, so certainly could get real spicy in the top side if both of them want to flex his carry muscles a little bit here. But as it stands, Evil Geniuses Academy going to have to lean on this 3rd dragon here and this Ocean Soul, which is a very powerful soul if you can get it. But going to need to grab that 3rd dragon, of course, to make that a viable threat.
That is probably the most important thing to think about, is the fact that there's a lot of sustain on the map already from how good you know, Tenacity has been playing. And now you have to deal with an Ocean Soul. We need healing reduction. Tony Top already has that. I mean, he's going to be fine. If anyone touches him, great. We need to see it from Shoryu, Jojipun. Essentially, like if later on in these fights, we need to make it sure that 100 Thieves, who are going to be, you know, should be beneficiaries of the next Ocean Dragons, get ahead. But here goes. Where's the fight happening?
Bottom side. It is Jojo Pune that's getting chased away. Has the Aatrox ulti stolen, but it doesn't matter. Tenacity just going to dunk on him. And he and Kenvi going to clean up one.
All right, the captain's not looking good here.
Boat's leaking.
Yeah, it's we don't have the tools to keep the ship afloat. They put him against the Aatrox. That honestly, these are the type of lane assignments where you're like, we can't have Ornn go up against him. He's getting pounded. But you definitely can't have Sylas versus him either. This Aatrox has no more opponents now in the side lane that can take him. So from this point forward, side lane advantage is there for 100 Thieves. And if anything's happening for Evil Geniuses Academy on one side of the map, they're on a timer.
All right, well, minute 25 now until that dragon happens here. Certainly Tenacity feels like he has all the room in the world, whether it's in the side lane or in these fights, to push 100 Thieves over through this mid game. Step one's definitely going to be deflecting this next dragon, because can't afford to give the EG, just makes the game too volatile. But Evil Genius Academy, pretty scrappy, I think is a generous word. They love fighting, which is really fun to watch. And Contracts, despite collecting a few more deaths than he had the last time around we saw early on in this game, still very good at kind of zerging a backline threat, especially if Luger is threatened at all by the Olaf, or maybe one of the person jumping in. Let's say Jojo steals the Nocturne ulti again and is able to use it first this time around, which was one of the things that made it difficult around that last dragon fight. You know, Luger's massive here alongside Tenacity, so it is tricky that you have to deal with, you know, a frontline threat and a backline threat. Yeah. Because typically you don't have space to deal with both. But if you can neutralize Luger and kite out Tenacity, going to be a lot easier for you, especially if you get a pick here. But Poom is going to jump away there unmounted and be just fine.
Yeah, it's been happening too much to Poom this game getting caught out. So he's recognizing that he's... Oh, wait a second.
Can you catch this Aatrox? I don't know what the answer to that question is. I don't think so. Tenacity popping off. Luger descending with the rest of the team. And Demonte's going to pick up a kill as well. Make it 3 already. Luger's jumping in to celebrate as Tony Tubb's going to get chased all the way back to the tier 2 and into the fountain. Not yet. Tenacity, though, still going. Does give up the chase, but 3 kills for 100 Thieves very easily.
I think people forgot about what Gore Drinker does right there. That was a full HP heal, man. That guy went straight back up. Remember, he has Sterix gauge too, so that piled on with Sterix, he felt like a fresh man there. Like nothing ever happened. So this is going to be a Baron there for 100 Thieves after a failed pick from EG.
Oh, Tony, what are you doing here? Tried to maybe steal it with the ulti, but he's just going to be left for dead. A 4th kill, and Shoy's here as well. Gets the reset for Luger. Over the wall, he goes to safety. Does use the ultimate to get out of range.
No way.
But Jojo Pune, how did you get here? Teleporting back in, very ambitious. EG just throwing a little bit too much of themselves here at the enemy, and now's the Magnet Storm out of Sylas. Stolen is nice, but it's not enough as Luger. He's picked up 2 already. He's going to make it a triple kill. Contract's trying to get 1 back, and he does indeed get it, but the laser beam is going to knock him down. Does indeed melt the Viking. And EG just get aced.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a snowball once more. It is this game.
It hasn't changed.
Yeah, we're back. 100 Thieves called these fights. It was Evil Geniuses that felt, for whatever reason, after Baron was taken, that they can take that fight. Not true. That is false. You can't do it. Aatrox has too much sustain in them, is too strong. Same goes for Luger. So this is the initial play. Just take a look at his health. My God, how do you deal with that? So they've tried for it. They failed, obviously. And so that puts 100 Thieves in a position where they're now going for Baron. And Evil Geniuses are like, okay, do we contest? Like, do we fight for it? And that was their call.
Didn't work out, as we learned. 100 Thieves. Oh, it's like 10,000 gold ahead almost. Still chasing him. Can be getting it ulted by Jojo Pune. But exhaust him. That's a really good target there. Oh, goodness. What happened to Tenacity? Couldn't get over the wall, but the rest of the team is here. Can be finally going to die. Show you over the top to kite out of the way of the Aatrox. But there's Tenacity dominating. What a surprise. He takes out Contracts. And now Jojo Pune, 1v3, going to dive back in, but get killed by Luger. He's got 11 kills now. Goes legendary on the game as Shoyu's just going to get dunked. Tenacity going godlike. Gets yet another, and it just doesn't matter. So far behind now for EG, and 100 Thieves looking real good to tie up the series.
This is going to feel like a really bad game to lose if you're EG. Like, with how much of a lead you had through mid lane, to turn that into 6 deaths piling on to Jojopyeon, it was just overall planning, feeling really confident of how they want to take these fights. There was a lot of mistakes that ended up happening here. Now, this is my funniest part. Yeah, you're right. Aatrox could not get over. So, in fact, it was Shoryu and Silas that changed places to get over the wall, and Tenacity's like, all right, I'm just going to deal with the Olaf here, who's now alone. So, what are you going to do about that? And going back to the point,
What a cue.
that was nice. This game felt like it was EG's for sure, and then they stopped making plans and started getting a little lazier around, okay, you know, enemy top laner has TP advantage, our top laner's in a really bad spot, we're just going to invade anyways, and then that bit them. And I know that Dragon contest also was a huge mistake that ended up happening that put Ornn really far behind. There are a lot of things this game that, you know, they would want to look back on. They just don't have the time to do it. Very limited time between Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, as you can see, middle has been opened up, so there is that threat as well. 100 Thieves can look to apply pressure to. Tenacity's just face checking every brush because he's Tenacity and he's got 7 kills. Ulti out of Kenvi here, and they're going to chase in on 2. That is Olaf. Alistar's dead though. Olaf's going to die as well, and Poom gets killed. That's nice. His second one of the game.
We are in
Feeling
full
like he's
smart mode. Yeah. See hero, kill hero. Yeah, we didn't even need to see that. This game is over.
It's like 5 Olafs.
The captain, he's alone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he did make that TP play post-Baron, so I do appreciate that the team was continuing to listen. That is unreasonable. Oh god, he's dead. Luca goes legendary. Just a couple bullets in the back. Thumbs up. Jojopyeon knows what's up, and I think EG do as well. We're going to have to reset the mental because 100 Thieves barreling down the top half of the map in record time, looking to knock down that Nexus.
Yeah, this feels like a speechless conversation that's happening with just the thumbs up span. Between the tilt thumbs up and the yep, we'll take this game. I want to see how quickly 100 Thieves want to take this. I feel like they just don't need to back ever. They back here, I mean, like, maybe for a TP from Tenacity, but he's already insanely ahead with Guardian Angel. All right, they're just going to play it safe here.
I mean, I was going to say, like, there is some value to prolonging this game, maybe, right? It depends. If EG are already talking about what they want to do next game, then you're maybe just giving them extra time. But if they're, like, still going to keep their heads in this game and want to be like, well, maybe there's a chance we can come back, right? Maybe, then actually prolonging the game might do some good mental damage on the other side. But let's watch this one again, because Tenacity deserves a bit of a highlight reel with how fed he's got this game.
Yeah, I mean, this one is just him auto-attacking him to death. They're so far away from
this is
their
the
own
one we
turrets.
missed.
Silas and Ornn are not a part of the play either, and just look at the passive that Tristana has, where she is a mile away from you, but it does not matter. Just getting chipped at.
Yeah, it turns out when you have, you know, 20 kills between your Ornn and your Tristana,
He's in
not to
trouble.
mention 20 assists, actually. They've mirrored their score lines. It's just that Luger's stolen more kills. All you have to do is auto-attack your way to victory. And for Tristana especially, position she's very familiar with as a champion, with that passive draw a bead, as you mentioned. EG still trying to keep them at bay, but they are 15,000 gold behind. That Dragon Soul's out the window, by the way. Not getting anywhere close to Dragon number 4. It's up in 30 seconds. They wouldn't even be the soul if they got it. And 100 Thieves are going to look to end the game right around then anyway.
Yeah, EG just needs that one banger fight, okay? Anything that gives them a chance. But yeah, the next game. But like, they have 3 waves of super minions. They're going to have to just do something. Not a lot of people are going to like it, but what choice do they have? So, are you seriously going to play for Baron here, 100? You have 3 downed inhibitors. Stop it.
Telling you, Raz, mental damage.
It is a you're
Keep
right.
EG thinking that they're still in the game.
Keep them in.
If Kojak seals this Baron, though, it's a complete mental win. Tenacity's going to try and cut that off. Ragnarok's going to get popped. Rest of the team's going to fight, but they don't have 2 here. Kenvi going to pop the ulti, chase down the Olaf. Kojak's in there, hoping the Baron was a little bit lower. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't. Luger going to get yet another kill, and once again, it's a rout. As Shoryu's going to run away before being dispatched by the rest of 100 Thieves. As DeMonte collects one here, and Tony Top is busy fighting the minion waves before the rest of 100 Thieves are going to stream in to end the game. They did get Baron Raz, so they will at least end with that one taken as well. But 100 Thieves, for the first time in a little while here in the Proving Grounds, are going to even up a series here and take a game off of Evil Geniuses Academy.
They're scaling. That's what it is. You can only lose so many times versus EGA before you take that first punch back. And what a game for Tenacity and Luger. Deathless for Luger, 14 kills. He was insane. He was a silent assassin. I know we were talking about tenacity a lot because now you have that carry in the top lane. He's been there all season long. You finally have the chance to like show him off to your friends. Meanwhile, Luger has been the best AD carry in Academy, and he showed it with this game on Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, when he gets going, he's like unbelievably good. And Luger, it's nice for him to have a showcase game here, as we are going to get ourselves a pretty spicy series. 100 Thieves have tied it all up, and the desk is going to break it down when we return. So we'll see you there.
Welcome back to LCS Proving Grounds presented by Verizon. We just wrapped up game number 2 between Evil Geniuses Academy and 100 Thieves Academy. And guess what? 100 Thieves A managed to tie up the series 1-1. Fellas, last time we talked a lot about the impact that contracts had on game number 1 for Evil Geniuses Academy. But Joshi, a lot of the enabling on the side of 100 Thieves really seemed to be coming from tenacity.
Yeah, this is a really big surprise just seeing how this all worked out. Obviously, he popped off in team fights, but we got to take some time to look at his early years and how he actually got strong enough to have the impact that he did in a lot of these later fights. And to do that, we're going to have some opportunity to examine his laning phase, something that we didn't really get to see a whole lot of on the actual stream. And it's going to be really interesting to watch how this Aatrox pick that we called out as being something really big that he used to play all the time is actually going to have some opportunities to pop off. All right, as we get through it, super fast, everybody, right? He does the early thing. He pushes it in. He does the LS cheater recall, comes back to lane. with a longsword. And notably, guys, when you do this cheater recall, you do it because it allows you to get the wave pushing back to you, right? Tenacity is doing a good job bullying Tony Top, and by the time we get here, there's a freeze. Tony Top has to give over a ton of HP and mana in order to break this freeze, maybe bring his jungler up, or he can try and make something on the rest of the map, and that's exactly what he does. He tries to come bot lane, but he's already weak. He's not level 6. He doesn't have an opportunity to do much of anything. And importantly, let's contrast this to what happens when you suddenly have a strong top laner coming down to actually interact with the rest of the map. Tenacity finds a low native carry, he finds a low Olaf, and it's very, very difficult for the members of Evil Genius to do anything. You get multiple kills, you get an assist off of this, and while we saw some of the lead up to it, he's able to cement his lead by making smart plays around the map. So watching Tenacity play through this early game and actually have a plan on what to do with it is something that is really exciting for a new player.
It's crazy because that TP from Tenacity came right after Contracts gets a 1v3 kill onto Kenvi in his own jungle. Just absolutely shut him down. We were sitting here like, okay, this game's over. Contracts is doing the Contracts thing against Kenvi, but that one TP play, you look at the Orin level 5 TPing in, didn't get anything done. You look at a level 7 Aatrox TPing in with 30 CS up over his top lane opponent. That's a lot scarier of a top laner.
The reaction time from Tenacity to execute that TP to completely close in EGA in that moment was super effective, and I'm sure it contributed a lot to his effectiveness later on in the game, Kangas, because we saw World Ender completely unfolds.
Yeah, Tenacity with the leads he got in the early game. Again, just up in CS, that one TP was a huge play, but then we see what he's able to do with that lead that he had. I'm so happy we highlighted him as a player, because these are the kinds of team fights that you're going to remember for years to come, right? You're on the Academy stage in the lower bracket. If you lose this series, you're out. But if you have a performance like this just does so much for you. Wouldn't have been able to do this if he didn't have that insane lead that he had. But like, look at what Tenacity does in this fight. I'm so happy, Joshi, that you highlighted him as one of the players that we should be watching. Very, very promising young guy here in the Academy scene. This is his, really first full year that we're going to see him in Academy from start to finish, presumably as long as he's still in the summer. And I just can't wait to see what this guy does next, man.
As far as watching this so far throughout his career, this is Tenacity's magnum opus, right? This is the best game of Tenacity we have ever seen, and I just gotta point out his damage per minute. This guy is ending worlds. This guy is a bit evil as the 100 Thieves, right? Up against the evil geniuses, we just gotta say that this guy is living evil. But we also have to shout out the other player that we were highlighting from 100 Thieves, Luger, looking really, really good because he has this huge front line to play in front of him. And Luger, we've always looked at as this later game scaling AD carry. He's not necessarily the most impressive laner, but when you get to this point of the game on the Tristana and you have this much support, he's able to make it work way better than a lot of his other compatriots would have.
He was up in CS, Joshi. He was up in CS over his lane opponent at 15 minutes. This is unheard of. He learned how to CS. So great performance from Luger. Love to see that too. But also just going back to the Tenacity point, this is we were talking during the show. He's learned how to play weak side, right? He's playing the tanks. He's playing playmaker for the team. But seeing him on the Aatrox, first of all, still not strong side. Like, he wasn't getting ganks. It wasn't that he had jungle pressure. He was creating these advantages himself, which is just impressive to see. So, I mean, I predicted a clean 3-0 from Evil Geniuses Academy, so I'm already incorrect in my prediction, and I'm starting to sweat because if we see this kind of tenacity show up throughout the series, I can now see this going either way.
I just want to highlight one more thing, right? You talk about the fact that he's not getting resources, but he is also giving resources to the rest of the team. We didn't necessarily see this, but during the mid lane fight, Tenacity had to push. He had the opportunity to move first, and because of that, the exhaust Nocturne suddenly feels so confident to go forward and take these fights because he knows that his top laner is going to be able to move first. And watching him play throughout this tournament, like, again, magnum opus, this is his masterpiece.
And it shows the evolution of these players. I mean, Kangas, you had mentioned the fact that Tenacity has evolved being able to play weak side as well, but Kenvi having that trust. This was a duo that was so aggressive during their time together on Next and have found ways to diversify themselves within this current roster. But 100 Thieves Academy will find themselves on red side because the Evil Geniuses Academy have elected to go back to blue. Seems to be the choice of the day for everyone. Kangas, what do you want to see?
It's kind of hard to say at this point because that last game, we were very critical of the Nocturne early picked up from 100 Thieves Academy. We were thinking, okay, when you pick this so early, it gives the enemy team time to lock in a bunch of beef balls. But we saw that, and the Nocturne pick still worked out at the end of the day, even though it's put so far behind because of tenacity. So I'm looking at this next game thinking Evil Geniuses Academy, you got to realize, don't let tenacity get on a streak. You know, you got to cut this off right now if you can. Maybe get him on something you're less comfortable with, or at least get Tony Top on something he can match with. Because the Ornn, you're not going to be able to match the Aatrox with. You need something that Tony Top can actually play aggressive on. So I think that now that they're on the blue side, they might still get counterpicked, but give Tony Top something to be a little more, carry-oriented with.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn is somebody that is maybe a bit more used to not being really utilized early, but when you get to the late game and it's still not the case, it's not the greatest place to be. Joshi, what about you? Thoughts going into game number 3?
I have to echo a lot of what Kangas just said and what Peter Dunn, the coach, said previously. This is going to be a series that is largely determined on the top half of the map, and this is the second time where we see that happening once again. The actions that the top laners, the junglers, and the mid laners are going to be consistently making are going to make or break a lot of this game. And finding that top lane counterpick, giving yourself these options to actually play to that side with an advantage. We saw Tenacity bring out the first Malphite he's ever played in this series. It didn't quite work out, but it's the kind of thing that I want to be seeing more of throughout the rest of the day.
I mean, well, in the end, for the rest of the day, with our scoreline all tied up, we will have to see if Evil Geniuses can quell the tenacity of 100 Thieves. We're going to kick it back to a break, and when we return, the action continues.
And we're popping back in for the LCS Proving Grounds presented by Verizon. Now 1-1 between Evil Geniuses Academy and 100 Thieves Academy. Whereas Evil Geniuses Academy had enough
Yep.
Once 100 Thieves got in the lead, tried to make play after play after play, and 100 Thieves swiftly deflected any sort of counterplay and pretty easily won from there. So we're looking to be a pretty spicy series between these two sides.
Yeah, and honestly, you're on the side of Evil Geniuses Academy. If you're Matt, tell your team to slow it down. We don't need to rush this game. Like, it really all fell to pieces, like the analyst desk really highlighted when there was a freeze top lane, and all the times, like you're in scrims, you're told if there's a top lane freeze, TP back there fixed it. You don't want to be in a situation where you're frozen on and you're just continuously losing waves when you're making a play on the opposite side of the map. And in this case, his team was not making a play. They had actually, like, Olaf has died. You're not going to take Dragon. You're realistically maybe taking another kill. But that's so bad for the Owen, so I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Tony was put in a spot that was very tough. Couldn't convert on the play they tried to make at the bottom side with that first TP. Tenacity got massively far ahead, and then every team fight, Luger got every kill, and then won easily from there on Tristana. So we'll see what happens here, what changes are perhaps on the horizon. EG back on the blue side here. It does seem to be the favored side for this series at least, and I think it makes perfect sense given what we've seen so far. Tom Kenter Renekton continuing to get banned away here, and I think that the Renekton Lucian trend against Jojo Pyun is going to continue, and certainly Tom Kenter is going to be a permanent ban here. I don't think you want to give Luger that kind of safety on something like a Jinx, as you mentioned, and certainly don't want to give away something like Senna as well.
It's just very straightforward champions, and there we go. It's going to be the Rel ban, especially against a team that just stacks up champions that really benefit with the Rel, like the Nocturne, Tristana as well. If she is in lane and she's jumping onto a target, instant Rel stun. It's just a very non-committal stun that you can follow up on. So great job taking that away. Now that just means Alistar raises straight in priority. Such a strong pick now, just because if you're just looking for a frontline tank, he's the option. Now Thresh is another pick you can go to as a response, but I love the Alistar.
All right, well, we'll see if Udyr gets banned away again. 100 Thieves not going to it instantly.
They should,
and again, have to consider something like the Nidalee, but maybe if they give Nidalee, they just take Udyr, and Kenby's happy with that trade. They are going to ban the Nidalee instead, so that screams Udyr. But I don't know if Contracts really wants to play Udyr. Never mind, he wants to play Udyr.
It's one of those things where it's been off the plate for so long. When it finally is time to play it, it's not a difficult champion. It's very straightforward. It's a great early game pick. Kenby, in the past, in games that I've, my teams have played against him, where it's like he's gonna be fine playing. Like his team will play around him. It doesn't matter if they have to concede like first scuttle, first two scuttles or something, and he has to full clear. He's just gonna be looking towards later game stages, like a Kindred, something like that. I'm interested to see what the option is going to be here.
All right, well, Tristana again for Luger. Clearly liked that champion. Versus something like the Kaiser or the Xayah that Show you had last game in the game before. Is Lilia there for Kenby? So leaving the door open for Tristana mid, first of all, which is really nice, actually. We talked about the flex last game, but it was way less likely because they already had Nocturne, and it just feels like you have so many ADs if you put Trist mid as well. So Lilia is going to leave some of that open. Perfectly good champion here. I think a champion that somewhat overshadowed by the likes of Nidalee and just isn't as popular as she used to be, given how many powerful junglers there are, but I still think very good, especially in the hands of competent Lilia players. Shoyu is going to go back to Kai'Sa though, and we'll see if there is going to be the Alistar, because as you said, that's kind of the premier support left up, and it hasn't been taken by either team just yet, but perhaps maybe teams are happy to let it go, and maybe
he has to be picked right here.
Thresh.
I think it has to be picked right here, because if it isn't, then 100 Thieves will pick it up, and they'll just start banning supports. So that's what I'm looking for. But Mystikas is a great Thresh player. So he is really known for being an exceptional Thresh. So maybe he's telling his team, I don't give a damn about the pick. Like, I'm super confident in my options. Drop me down to 4-5. That seems like that's going to be the take. But now, for Poom, I think he just has to. I don't want to, there's always the risk of over-focusing on one thing. Like on one pick like the Alistar. But in this case, I think it's completely fine. They're going to go straight to 4-5. That means that 100 Thieves Academy will be the one with the first pick.
So the interesting thing here, I think, is that both supports are kind of saying, like, hey, we'll take a later pick in the draft. And I think they're doing that because they expect both mid laners to be eating more bans. But 100 Thieves Academy might already have their mid laner, actually. It could just be that Tristana. So I wonder if there's anything to play for here. And of course, as I say that, I guess the mid lane on Jojo Pyun's side gets banned, but has been played support in the past gets banned. And Alistar just gets insta-banned, actually, by EG. They didn't even want to pick it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good ban because 100 Thieves are going to just pick it on 4. Like, they just have the first dibs at it. So I wonder if the Thresh gets banned as well, and what the support pool will look like from then on. Orianna banned there, so now Jojo Pyun will not be able to go for it as well. So this is interesting. Remember, Damonte does not have a good series so far. Like 2 games in a row where he's just been like getting destroyed in the early portions of the game. One because of the level 1 that was really unlucky. I mean, that just happens. The second one, I mean, that was a bit of a disaster mid. So you're right. Like, it could just be a Tristana mid with an AP jungler. Vayne, it's a hover. I love Vayne. I love Vayne here. It's been the pick versus Udyr comps in general. When you're going against a comp that wants to front to back and doesn't have an easy dash, Udyr already scales poorly. Now it's just going to feel so bad because he's going up against 2 hard scaling AD carries in Tristana and Vayne now.
Curious to see what EG respond with here, because they need some firepower here against these ADs and also need a way to lock them down. Rakan not bad. We'll see if that's the option here for Mr. Chris, and certainly it will be. And, you know, Syndra's up. You know, that was the pick I was maybe expecting Damonte to want. We'll see if Jojo Pyun wants it here, or if he wants something maybe like the Rise, maybe something more aggressive. Certainly plenty of options here.
I think something that needs to dive. I think they need a diving element, because if they go front to back versus Tristana Vayne, they'll lose. Ooh, Cassiopeia is a decent option, actually, especially because of the miasma that she has. I know I'm just going over hovers, and it's usually just a bad thing, but like for me, if I think it's a legitimate hover where you can see a case for it, it's fine. It's just it would be a blind pick versus Tristana, so that's the turn off. But Syndra, great pick in the composition, but really front to back does heavily favor 100 Thieves Academy.
Yeah, gonna have to get some pretty juicy Syndra ultis here onto these carries, and oh goodness, Enchanter coming here for Poom. Brom good too, right? Like, any way to protect these carries, that's all you're really looking for. Poom goes for maybe the best option left in Brom.
Yeah, if they go for a Lulu, then you know, you have an Enchanter and a Lilia. Like, how are you gonna start fights without the Scion? It gets really difficult there, but now they have double AD carry with a Braum. They can play bot side and then some. So very clear what 100 Thieves Academy want to do with their comp. I think that's really nice. For EG, I think they need to punish top lane. Top lane, Gnar versus Scion is great. Also, Udyr just wins the matchup if he can get on top of the Lilia. So he should be able to bully for it. And then there's always the X factor of a Syndra. I know I hear a lot of like question marks on Syndra. I think she is still a great pick in the hands of skilled players. People question Syndra until it's on the hands of a rookie or of a faker. Like if there's someone that's truly talented on the pick. So if Jojo Pyun has great stuns and his team is are on lock for it, then it could be game changing.
I also imagine that like the more he and Contracts can combine in the early stages of this game, the better things are going to be. Whether that's like transferring their pressure topside, as you're mentioning, where that is maybe the best place they can attack, or if Contracts just decides to go mid every game once again. I think as long as Syndra can stay ahead or slightly of the curve and actually threaten these carries very severely, especially without having to commit nearly as many spells, great time. As soon as Vayne and Triss can like shake off just an ulti on its own or just one orb and an ulti on its own, it's like silly. Like they just don't care about you at all, and then you can't hit any stuns, and the game ends very quickly once your front line is getting kited and your backline can't deal with their backline because they have a Vayne and a Triss and you have nothing.
Yeah, so that's the concerning part. It feels like you're on that side of the table. Start fights early. Dragon stack. I would really love to see the Udyr start to stack Dragon and aim for an early soul. It's not as if that they just lose, right, as the game goes on. It's just difficult. If you think of it from, I know I've been speaking it from the perspective of the Udyr, but if you think of it from the Gnar perspective, unless if he's on the flank, how hard is it to walk into Lilia, Tristana, and Vayne? Not only great, you know, front to back options, sure, with the range of Tristana and the, you know, percent damage or like the procs that Vayne can actually apply, but also just how safe they are in team fights with the invisibility that Vayne has and the jump, I guess, that Tristana has. So like, there's a lot there. You know, talked a lot about what 100 Thieves can do later on in the game. I want to see what Evil Genius can do early.
We'll have to see, and surprisingly, everyone's fanned out at level 1 here across the river. No level 1 here for EG.
No shenanigans.
2 successful ones, certainly a very successful one in game 1, but instead deciding to keep it chill here for the early stages of this one. Contracts is, you know, forward, but he's not going to be walking in blind, you have to imagine, so just going to go back to his jungle now that things are spawning.
You know, this says a lot because Evil Geniuses in the first few games were the ones that were really willing to invade to get something when they had something that was slightly advantageous. 100 Thieves have so much. They have Braum and 2 AD carries and a Lilia. That early invade is demonic, but they didn't want to do it. They wanted to fan with the advantage that they have. They just want to keep standard early games. So that just showcases that they don't want to flip when they feel pretty confident with the strategy that they have.
Also, like, very curious just how this 2v2 goes as well, because I can kind of see arguments for both ADs being pretty good against each other, but I think supports, as always, are going to make the bigger difference there, and 2 stuns already there from Boom off the passive as Luger. It's just letting rip here in the 2v2.
Oh, I didn't get to make a mention of it now that we're in the game. Like, that's Hail of Blades Vayne. So, yeah, the trades from Braum Vayne. Oh, was looking for it. Should mean that she gets control of the lane now and can just play behind Braum. So
yeah, this isn't, you know, sit and scale Vayne. You know, this is trying to get it done early here, knowing that you have to scale at some point. Exactly.
So that's nice to see. I like this quite a lot. So, you know, as we get on along in the game, that does mean that Kenvi, he was pathing top to down for a reason. He knows that the bot lane is going to have prio early, can fight for it. So it's going to be bot scuttle for him. We'll just see. I want to see what Udyr does, if he's going to concede that, because he can play through the Syndra. So both teams are going to be confident with adjacent lanes here.
Also of note, it's Cleanse Flash for Luger, so needing to keep safe here. Up against Guardian Exhaust Flash for Poom. So like very defensive otherwise, but kind of using maybe this early advantage here in this positioning with that quick level 2 to at least get some little advantages here in the 2v2. But Contracts is here. Don't think he's going to get anything done, but he is at least going to show some presence here. And Kenvi already spotted it.
I was about to say, I don't like this from Contracts. Going through Krugs and then now he's going for a bot lane gank. It should not work. It should not work versus Braum Vayne. He's completely now pushed away from bot scuttle, and Lilia wants to be able to get top scuttle as well. You're already seeing the Udyr ping top scuttle instantly. He wants to just give away this one and fight for another one. So it's always risky trying to fight for scuttle through bot lane just because scuttle comes up at 315. It's a really difficult timer to hit. So if you're not going to get the bot lane gank, it doesn't turn into a kill. Your jungler just gets behind. But in this case, he's able to get top scuttle, so it's even.
All right, well, Jojipun also feeling the Halo Blades AD pressure in the 1v1, as Demonte did do some decent damage, but Contracts, at least with the beeline to top side, does get that Scuttle Crab done. Now looking for that top lane, as you mentioned, but he is on top of a ward right now. So we're going to go over to these Krugs instead, looking for the wrap, but Kenvi already on time here as Contract's going to start this camp up, and it's ill-advised, going to have to juke everything, does indeed not get Q, but Kenvi here with maybe more than enough damage. Contract's going to be forced to flash. It's a big one over the wall there, actually, as Contracts finds maximum distance away and will get out with his life.
What a thick wall to flash over.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Tricked them too, so that was great job there. Contract saw the Udyr, the Scion that is, when he was in the bush, so he was like, all right, I'm not, as long as I don't get hit up by that, I'm going to be fine. And that's a huge wave that Tony Top was stacking too, so Tenacity at some point had to go back and pick up the wave, so you hate to lose flash for it, but at least Udyr does not go down.
Yeah, Contract's holding on to his life, not getting first blooded. I believe EG have gotten first blood in both the games so far. The Contract's willing to maintain that first blood rate for the side and does have to keep farming. Unfortunately, just didn't have anything extra to farm. Was looking maybe top, was looking at the enemy Krog, but all that attention towards that bottom side early means he just has to take what's left at this point.
Pastry, I got a question for you. Guess what the first blood percentage is, you know, ballpark, for EG Academy throughout Proving Grounds?
Throughout Proving Grounds?
Yeah.
80%.
Close. 90%.
Jeez!
They're getting it all the time. It's insane. So, yeah, it feels like that CLG vibe where you get into a game and Contracts already has a target on you. So, I'll see if they're able to get something like that in this game. It was getting close for them to be the victim of a first blood, but this time around, they still have that going for them.
Yeah, I can see it. Lots of first bloods, good level 1s. It's CLG that got that level 1, right? The one, this last split? Yeah,
CLG's level 1s were always
the fastest first blood ever. Did you know that? That was wild.
Ever?
Not that
Damn.
after. Yeah, the first blood ever.
Oh, that was when they just ran it right down and got
Yeah. The little run it down mid.
got Jizuke coming back. That was great. I love that one. That one's a highlight reel. That one will stay in the the Hall of Fame of the LCS for plays.
The world record. Alrighty, bottom side is 100 Thieves. First dragon of this first dragon of the series is what I'm trying to say. Not the first dragon of the series. Can be more than enough control between Poom and Luger's 2v2. In fact, Luger is like smashing in CS right now. 15 up in this 2v2. Kenby with the control going to take down the dragon. Contract's level 6, which is nice, but Kenby's got the dragon. Going to feel just as good there, as 100 Thieves have a much better start to this game.
It's great. You know, when we've seen first pick Udyrs in the past, I know people have gotten sick and tired of that pick. As a nice trade being thrown bot lane. But whenever you see like a pick stay in the meta for so long, that's when theory crafting comes into play. And even though this is the Vayne bot lane, we've seen Viper and Darshan pick up Vayne top lane. We've been seeing more Vayne top when they see a melee top lane plus an Udyr jungle. Like, how are they going to die in a gank, right? So, like, I loved that element of it, and it brings Vayne back into the meta. So, late game, we've already kind of harped on how 100 Thieves are going to be successful. But, man, early game, it's just hard. I said EGA, if they wanted to win this game, it has to be through dragon stacking. But it goes back to the first point, which is how do they do that when the adjacent lanes of dragon are just so strong?
Yeah, again, I think it has to be playing through mid, and Georgia Pune is doing well. 10 CS ahead of Demonte. Tony Top also has a ton of pressure. He's actually massively winning in CS right now up against Tenacity. This is more of what we expected in this matchup, with Tony's predilection for Gnar and Tenacity playing a lot more of these tanks and just being the weak side player for the team. So you need to find a way to convert your solo lane pressure into something bigger, whether that's taking the rift and getting plates, whether that's, you know, pulling them down out of their lanes and going bot or going to dragon. We'll have to see, because we can see just in the 2v2 alone, like Shoyu and Mr. Quest are not getting anywhere if this lane's isolated.
Exactly. And I think this is, you know, Tony Top, you know, classic Tony Top, where we'll talk about it soon enough. It seems like a play's about to start here.
Contract zooming on in. Has been started off by Rakan. Luger going to get ignited, but not enough yet to kill him. Still has flash, did use the cleanse. Now does now flash, excuse me. 100 Thieves still holding on to first blood here. Still available here in game 3.
I guess he didn't know the flash timer on Udyr there. You had to respect it. And it was one of those moments where, you know, the meta these days, you don't know what the rune page we're seeing. And in this case, he just didn't want to take the risk, so he flashes out just to be safe. But otherwise, he would have been safe regardless. But great gank from Contract. He's just struggling to find any play, and that was at least one of them.
Yeah, it does go bot, which is maybe a bit surprising, but at least reinforcing the weak lane. I think it's often a common decision junglers have to make. Do I, you know, go after my strong lane where I think it's easier to maybe make something happen, or do I, you know, reinforce my weaker lane here? And often it depends on a myriad of factors here, in Contracts making the right decisions that time, with Kenby not being there on the bottom side of the map, is able to get the flash and then run up top side and get this Rift Herald as well. So starting to materialize a little bit more of the advantage that EG are looking for here. Curious to see where Contracts want to drop this Herald, sorry, because I think he has two very good targets here in either solo lane.
And the two plays are linked, because you can't get Rift Herald if you don't have control of bot lane. So his timing around ganking bot lane was him knowing that if he didn't go there, Luger and Poom would just have control throughout. And it would be Poom that would be rotating up top lane, then you just don't have a Rift Herald timer. So Contracts recognizes that under a really, I would say, tough environment this game, I think Contracts has been making good decisions.
And that is one of the things that's important, right? And I think something every jungler kind of gets through experience. I think it's something that Kenby has kind of grown into as he's played more and more on this stage. And I think Contracts is kind of like learning and relearning in some aspects, despite being a player that's been around for quite a bit longer. You know, you can be flashy and mechanical and like be aggressive, and that's a great trait to have in a player in any role. And I think we've seen a lot of NA junglers with that like killer instinct, but you still got to make good decisions as a jungler, right? And I think that's something you learn over a much longer period of time. Whereas, you know, if you're the sickly Sin guy that kicks people into your team, like, if you're good at that already, you're not going to get better at that over time. Like, you can already do that mechanical thing.
And people always forget that a player like him, even though he is experienced and has been at LCS, he's still 21. Like, he's still incredibly young and has a long career ahead of them. So I just love the fact that he's grown so much. But Jojo Pyong, get out of there.
Yeah, had to flash. Very respectful there. But Demonte putting the pressure on despite being down in CS still pretty significantly. Jojipun doesn't have enough in the tank to, find a stun and get an ulti down, so Demonte will live for his aggression.
Yeah.
And,
but like that goes back to the earlier kind of point that I was making, where I think a lot of people give, hell for players who sure have had experiences, but do not know what development means. Like development, you can develop at any age you are, like honestly, and at any stage of your career. We've seen players like Reckless only get better, and even when he's at the top of his game, comes at Worlds and looks insane. So right environment, and it looks like Contracts is in the right environment, is really excelling here, and has been incredible in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, I think if Cloud9 has taught us anything, it's a lot about the environment, right? That kind of molds and builds the players up, who they're surrounded with, their teammates, their coaches. And I do think that actually both these organizations, 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses, with both academy teams and junior teams right below them, plus, of course, their LCS teams, I think they've done a really good job of fostering good development environments. And I think that's why players like Kenby have ascended so quickly up into academy, from the 100 Thieves next junior team. Why Contracts is looking so much better despite having the, not a great start to his season, and is kind of continuing to grow as a player. As speaking of Contracts, does take the Dragon down and pop the Herald bottom side. He's giving them all the leads.
Yeah, he's just throwing everything down here. He knows that Lilia is going to be top side. So Tony Top does have to be aware of that and play safely so he doesn't get dove. But this now is going to be turret plates being taken off the bot lane turret. Syndra is looking to come down, has problems now, wants to go back into lane. I know we don't have sight of it, but she was under threat from the Lilia and the Tristana, so she's found a way back into lane.
Yeah, let me tell you, Flashless Syndra, just above Flashless Cassio as far as how useless you are in any sort of gank situation. So Jojipun just has to play the spacing, needs to keep the wave pushed up. That's the most efficient way he's going to get the information he needs, as Demonte is unrelenting in his push for the minion waves towards the enemy tower. In fact, Jojipun's even going to tank this cannon here and maybe try and push this one back a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Ooh, picks it up too, very fancy. All right, never mind. Keeping the wave, again, Tristana's going to keep doing this, so you can't afford to really hold the wave because wave's already dead. Jojipun going to maybe pick up another one here. Doesn't have it just yet, I imagine. Ah, there it goes. Now clears out the wave and joins Mr. Quest.
Looking at the map right now, knowing that there's no objective up, the objective is essentially vision. Trying to get more control for your lane. It seems like 100 Thieves wanted to put their vision topside, so Sion feels a little bit more at ease at farming. I know he's been getting pelted pretty heavily, but he still has 4 turret plates. Of course, now turret plates are down, but his turret is healthy. So he's been doing his job up there in the top lane. Ooh, this is nice. So Demonte is just trying to hover down here. He doesn't know that this is warded. It's been warded for some time. But for a while this game, they've been going back and forth into the red side jungle and clearing it. So he's feeling more confident than he should.
Ooh, onto Jojipun actually, but ulti's out. Does get the stun, but that's just going to have to be a defensive maneuver as Demonte, never mind, actually getting assaulted here as Contracts was on the wraparound. So speedy with the chem tank popped, and Contracts might
doesn't stop.
Get dived around the turret. He's going for it. Bear slap smite. See you later. Demonte is going to get first blooded by Contracts.
He was smelling a bear, and he was right. Contracts just sped right up to him. As you said, flash, slap, dead. Demonte tried for a play and got played.
That is, like you said, Udi's been around for a while in the meta now. I mean, people are like, I wish the meta would change. Udi is just the right level of hilarity for me as a champion, right? Such old school champion, very straightforward. I think in some ways, that's good for readability because, if you're newer to League of Legends, it's very easy to figure out what Udi does, whereas some of the other champions are a bit more complex. And just that, the comical nature of popping Chemtech and running at someone and stunning them. It's too funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I think the only thing that would rival it is literally old Nunu that had just the whole that dumb walk that you would see. And so if, back in the days in Season 2, when he just had the oracles and you had to chase him, get a kill on him or something, and he just wouldn't die because he's insanely fast, I was like, please get this champion out of here. But so fun to look at as a champion. But yeah, Udyr is hilarious.
I'd be okay with Nunu coming back. Actually, Nunu's so different now. I forgot.
He's really
Nunu's
different.
Still pretty sweet.
They
Nunu's
changed
one
him
of those
from dumb to cute.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he was. I miss old Nunu, but I mean, current Nunu is maybe good. I feel like he like terrorizes solo queue, and then no one ever plays him on stage. It's kind of like Elise.
Yeah.
There's a period where she was like absolutely dominating everyone in solo queue, but no one ever wanted to pick her on stage, at least in North America. And we'll just never know. So perhaps Nunu's
Yeah.
floating around there.
Pretty
beating you up in
rough
solo
time
queue.
farming and scaling. Like he's always
Yeah.
been that kind of player. And in a solo
Funny,
queue,
though.
he's a terror because he's a nonstop ganker. And what are you gonna do about that? Like people just don't respect that. So, but yeah, like we're gonna pause. Happens, guys.
Yep.
We'll get more information as it comes. But taking a look at the draft, I know we were talking about the Udyr, and there's good reason. It finally got picked. It was off the ban list at some point because they didn't want to deal with the Nidalee. And here we are. He is slapping. It kind of goes back to I know I mentioned the Udyr, but the Syndra is something that we see versus AD picks like Lucian, like Tristana, that even if they get their first like trade pattern off, stun, throw, or at least get ulti, stun, and then at that point, if they follow it up with an extra Q, you actually just lose the trade versus the Syndra. And if she has any friends out there like the Udyr at that moment, you lose. So it's a hard way to play through. You have to play really creatively versus it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting like point in this game where the like 80s are trying to scale to 5v5s and 100s want to get there as comfortably as they can, and EG are going to have this mid-game opportunity where the maps are hopefully for them a bit more open. They've got the Chemtank Udyr, they've got some pressure somewhere else, whether that's Tony top on a side lane, whether that's them balled up somewhere in mid or the other side lane, and then they've got this Syndra like kind of ready to throw stuns out for a pick, where you need to start leaning on that to get you enough gold to actually win the 5v5s, because you can't get away anymore, at least in League, unless you massively commit to it being your only plan, basically, to not having any sort of team fight, which is, that's part of the reason the objectives got made more powerful, is to draw more people to them so the game can have more action. And you aren't going to get to, like, not have to fight them with 2 ADs with 2 items, right? That's just not going to happen. But hopefully you have enough map advantage, enough gold to be able to fight them slightly more fairly, because as you've said, Raz, if they fight like straight up even gold 5v5 front to back, you can't win.
That's why I'm looking at, I know last game I was looking at Jojo Pion. This game I'm looking at Tony Top. Tony Top is going to be dictating when they fight, how they fight. He's in a great matchup, and he's been forward consistently in the lane, just trying to chip at turret. And once the map opens up and he's able to dictate side lane, force Sion to be in lane, and then he gets the first move, and if he's managing his Narbar well enough, then they should usually be starting in a 4v5. Like, theoretically speaking, the timer should be there for him. So, like, that's something that I think he needs to be, I'm sure he's aware of, and what Evil Geniuses has to play around.
Yeah, I think also, like, Rakan is a champion we haven't looked at too much, because, again, the 2v2 hasn't really left the bottom lane yet, but certainly there's options there for Rakan to make a play, so kind of curious to see what that happens. Also, the counterplay is there for 100 Thieves as well. One of the things I actually really like about this team is that when they're down in gold, they make, like, some concerted efforts to get gold, but they don't overcommit to try and get it, right? They're not like throwing themselves at a Baron, seeing if something happens. They're actually like pretty intelligently using what tools they have to get picks here and there to just at least keep the game even. And Counterpunch champions like Lilia is so good in those situations. And if you're ahead, it's even better if Kenvi finds the angles.
Yeah, and I've worked with Golden Glue, Coach Golden Glue.
Coach Golden Glue now.
In the past. And he's definitely someone that can tell the young players, of course, DeMonte's in there as well, so he can reinforce it of like, as I said earlier, you don't have to give everything. If you are far behind, find your moments to get back into the game through a great engage. You can line it up, what that would look like, and also like what vision you need to do that. One thing that, Golden Glue has been great at, being able to say, hey, you know what, this is the vision that I want. And like communicate that to his team, so that if you're in an advantage, you play around those wards, around objectives. If you're behind, he knows, like, or at least can communicate to his team what words he wants, so you don't just concede your entire jungle if you feel like if you can contest it. So 100 Thieves for sure are a team that when they are behind are very damn good at picking their fights, as you said, and I think that's a good reason for it.
And I guess the other side was like, we saw happen, EG were behind at least in one game, and they just sent it, right? They were just trying every single 5v5, every objective that was up, they tried to make a play. I think what I'm more curious about now in this situation is they have like a lead, but it's not a big lead, and they will need to do work to grow that lead further to get to the point they want to be without this comp. So I'm curious, like we've seen they can win from ahead, right? They're very good at that.
Yep.
And from behind, they'll maybe play a similar way, where they could maybe be a bit more reserved and a bit more calculated. Can they open up an advantage without overstepping their bounds, right? That's kind of the test this game. Just as a let you know what the issue is, though, EG are apparently dealing with some glare issues on their monitor. They're working on it. Turns out it's pretty hard to play the game when you can't see, so very reasonable. We want to make sure they can figure it out, but we should be back in the game in a couple minutes, so you'll be sticking with us for a few. But as soon as the game is back, we'll be right back in there. Don't have to worry about that.
There you go. That reminds me of finals. LCS finals. Send that outside. Dealing with the glare.
It's
good. The problem with the dealing that inside, I mean, like, you got to have curtains, guys. I don't know where the glare is coming from, but yeah, that's going to suck. Of course, you want to delay the game until you get something in place for that. So understandable. Don't want to be dealing with the outside effects of that.
I think kind of my other question looking at these comps again, though, is like, what's the plan against Vayne? Right? Because you kind of said that, like, one of the reasons you pick Vayne here is because she can punish Udyr so well, because Udyr's whole job is to run on top of a carry and, like, stun them or kill them, or at least deal enough so the rest of the team can catch up and do that. But Vayne is just so slippery and so good at keeping away from the likes of Udyr. So, like, given that EG don't have that many ways to lock an individual champion down, how are you supposed to deal with Luger in a 5v5?
So, talking about the timer that the Gnar has, so it could be like a numbers advantage, what I said earlier. But you're right about like Rakan, Syndra, and specifically Kai'Sa. They can assassinate the Vayne if they find an opportunity. So, like if Gnar is in the back line based off the work that he did prior, and they did a lot, got a lot of good vision, so he can get a flank. Excellent. Kai'Sa has a way into the fight now, can assassinate the Vayne, and there's nothing in 100 Thieves comp that's hard CC that it can instantly push that back. If you're looking at it, you can say Tristana. Tristana Ultimate is actually one, but Braum has that difficulty. Sion has that difficulty. So, like, as a Kai'Sa, if you find a way into the back line with the Rakan Ultimate or Syndra or whatever pick that you have there, basically you're trying to break it up so you're not always 5 people in front of 100 Thieves comp. That's the way you would do it. So really, yeah, Mystiquez from Evil Genius is pretty much their ticket.
I do like your point about Kai'Sa as well, because I think it's one of the reasons she's so good is that, like, her ulti is like completely paradigm breaking as an AD, right? Like the whole thing about an AD is that when you position well and output damage, your damage output is so high that you take over a game. And like, yes, there've been ADs of mobility before, like Twitch has formerly invisibility, now camouflage. Like there have been ways for ADs to like give themselves a little bit of mobility. Ezreal springs to mind actually as like the most obvious of the mobile AD carries, but no AD is allowed to like swap sides of a team fight.
Yeah.
Except Kai'Sa.
While having that invisibility you were talking about, literally both.
That's right.
So like, she's pretty damn safe in team fights because she can use it defensively, the ulti, or her, E when it's evolved. Like, she's a really safe pick. This is the engage that you saw from the Tristana. Ulti with her Q, had enough orbs, a guaranteed stun. Thankfully, Damonte was able to jump out before the extra Q came down, but he knew he was in a bad position. I think he had vision. Yeah, he had a ward to catch out contracts, but at that point, you're alone. It's just gonna happen. You can do this for a long time. So, great eyes from contracts and great defensive, like just a pushback from Jojo Pyun to make that all happen.
Yeah, it took the longest part of the round, but knew he had more than enough speed to get him over to Damonte, who's still behind very significantly in CS, as Jojo Pyun is going back to perhaps finish off that mythic item that he hasn't gotten just yet. Damonte defending his jungle though, his contracts is feeling a little bit more emboldened for some of these invades. Now that he's got the chem tank, he's pretty slippery. Gonna blast cone out of there as Shoryu and Mr. Quest are gonna go ahead and take down the tower, and now Contract's gonna get Blue Smiter put to sleep. Tony Top's here with no rage. 3v3 though, Jojopun's in there as well. Damonte going to be the target, almost enough damage. Tony Top finds him with the final auto and is going to die to Kenvi. No, the boomerang is going to give him the double kill. He escapes with his life, as now Contracts is going to be forced to fight the rest of 100 Thieves, and they'll take 2 kills. And Tony somehow got, oh, he died. Somehow died. That's so depresso.
What a slobber knocker that one. That was probably the funniest fight I've seen in a long time. When Kenvi was alive with single-digit HP, and Rift Trail just give him the left hook. It actually just smacked him upside the head. So let's take a second look at that. You know, initially it was a good engage on towards Contracts, but they didn't have anyone there to fully engage on that, to fully double down. And then take a look at Kenvi on this back one. Low HP, Rift Trail says, what's up?
I have no idea how Tony died. I guess something ticked over and he just fell to the ground, and 2 kills cleaned up there for Poom and Tenacity at the end of it all. So a 3v2 trade at the end of the day in favor of 100 Thieves Academy. So feeling good here. Dragon split as well. Tower up there for EG as the bottom side did manage to pick up that structure. And continuing their pressure here in mid lane as the Infernal Dragon is up, so it could be a 5v5 in short order. Tony Top ready with the TP, but Tenacity walking in already as 100 Thieves are going to start the objective.
It's looking good for 100 Thieves. These fights have been back and forth, and also earlier on, Damonte making that mistake of going all in. Like, they can play a very boring game and win. If you have Lilia and Braum, a lot of times the ways you start fights, not very exciting, very limited, right? But it's how you are on major objectives and make it difficult for the enemy team to walk into you. So that's what they just need to focus on. So you'll see a pretty slow game. It should be a very low kill count. It's just going to be a gentleman's handshake, guys. It's just how it's going to be. And Soul is going to be the ultimate goal for 100 Thieves.
Oh, Damonte, I think he took a quick water break. Just hitting the towel there.
There we go.
Right clicks it, hands off keyboard, no problem. Plenty of time to, uncap the water bottle. As Jojopyun ulted up by Poom, put to sleep, but not even needed. Mr. Quest trying to save him. And there's the Q in from Sion. Kenvi actually going to get the kill once again. It was the dot that killed Tony Top before. It's going to be the Lilia passive that does it again. Assure you explodes thanks to Damonte. And now Rakan left for dead. Dances back to Tony Top. Tony Top almost in Mega, and he's going to keep his Rakan safe as he W's over the wall. But 100 Thieves continuing to rack up kills here. Gold is even, but not now as Damonte takes down the mid outer.
What a punishment. Rift Trail thrown down, but Tenacity, bit of a playmaker, nice flash Q. They just answered so well versus EG and are able to get the turret themselves. So honestly, EG is just lucky this happened in 19 minutes and not 20. Else that would just be a Baron.
Contracts knows what's up. There's a Lilia down here, continuing to eat harassment there from the E's that roll on in. Does have to, again, kind of arrest control back of this game. Mid lane outer certainly going to be the first port of call here for EGA. As we'll watch this one again, it's just, trying to punish here in mid and getting punished.
Yeah, Jojopyun just was in a really bad position. That's just a fact. And then Tenacity, seeing the low HPR on that one, is able to get that kill. With the tick damage, of course, of Lilia. It's just going to be what happens. But really good answer for 100 Thieves, and it's something we've talked about every game up until now. Is just that if they feel like they're in a bad position, in this case they were, they had a gold lead, sure, but they found a bad position and made the best out of it. Great engage to punish EG on that.
All right, well, EG finally with the, I think, third revisit here in mid are going to take down that tower, but Damonte already looking for that trade here in top side, so he's going to be 3 towers for 3 here. Gold lead very close, actually 500 gold ahead of 100 Thieves Academy, which is good news for their carries that are still looking to pick up a bit more farm. Contracts trying to cancel this recall. Doesn't have flash. They did have it, in fact, but didn't have the vision to get the slap in. So Damonte is going to be safe for now.
Man, this is getting a little hard. This is one of those games where even though the gold is really close, compositionally difficult, but they found their Lilia pick.
Oh, good pick here on a Kenvi. It's going to be Rakan that starts it off, and Contracts is trying to finish the job. It's not enough damage. Phoenix stance, please. Doesn't get it done. Damonte kicks him back there with the ulti, is almost the explosion. Deals the final blow to Rakan, but alive for now as Kenvi walks away alongside the enemy support. And 100 Thieves still barreling down mid here. Luga unafraid, despite all the attention that's been happening here in these fights.
Yeah, this is just a really insane position from 100 Thieves. Remember, a minute 30 until next Dragon. They have full control of enemy red side jungle. They haven't dipped into it, but they've had control for so long that there's no wards there from EG. So it feels like that's going to be a third Dragon for them now, unless anything happens here. Good back timing, a minute 10, you know, back on the map, and EG needs to find something. I don't think they do Baron fast enough, and it is warded, so they'll have extra heads up if, you know, EG does walk over the ward to do it. So in a pretty tough position, I think.
Think so. I think you have to try and 5v5. Maybe if Tony can get this bottom wave pushed out, then he can look to wrap around the back.
Yeah.
And flank. But we have talked about, you know, Tony's sideline pressure and what it could potentially amount to. And unfortunately for EGA, it hasn't been much yet. Just not enough time, not enough space to push out these lanes and really threaten something else. Instead, it's Luga finishing his second item now with the Phantom Dancer done. Gonna have everything at the ready here for 100 Thieves. They look to take down this third Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, they're just sitting in their vision. And you're right. I would have loved to have seen Tony on side lane more consistently. Don't look for the fights as aggressively. I honestly, it's one of those things where it feels bad to just having a split push and the enemy team just completely take your vision and live inside your jungle. And when you feel like you're strong enough through your jungler, you want to call for those fights. But they're going to have 5 people barrel through mid, get control now of mid lane so they can hop straight into Fog of War and start clearing out the vision that 100 Thieves had for so long.
Also, Jojapyun went back and TP'd right back in after buying item number 2. So kind of using that TP to get here first, get here aggressively. Knows that this fight's going to be really important. Damonte potentially could get caught here, but they don't know where he is yet. And Damonte's actually just barely escaped as he walked up through the river.
It's Infernal Rift, so honestly, he's not in a concerned position. You can just walk straight through where the walls would be around blue buff. So he doesn't want to flank. He wants to come in 5-man, front to back. That should be a 100 Thieves game plan. Tenacity just wants to walk straight in. Who cares? If you have your squad right there, next wave, you should be willing to walk straight into the line bush. Oh, actually, they're going to say to hell with that. They're going straight for Baron. Remember, this means a lot for 100 Thieves, means very little for EG to be on Dragon.
All right, so instead they'll move Shoyu down to take it. It's pretty standard practice here to just split off one person to finish off the Baron. Can't be the Smite, of course, because jungler needs to be the contest for Baron. Tenacity wrapping around. Shoyu getting a little low, but not threatened here. No one's going to check, and actually enough control there for EG to take that Dragon away.
I mean, EG just played that out really well. Even when I thought that 100 Thieves would be turning to Baron themselves and then look for a fight, they weren't willing to pull that trigger, which I'm surprised about. I think they're strong enough to do it, but they didn't want to throw the game potentially at that fight. So EG, great job. They put 5 people through mid. They knew that if 100 Thieves did that themselves, then there would be a problem. But Tristana was on side lane, bot lane while that happened, so it was easier for EGA to do that.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you get, you know, into the area first, right? For the front of the fight is now the long way around, which is exactly what you want if you're on the EG side.
People knock the NAA RAM, but especially when an objective is up, mid control is really, really needed. If Tristana's on side lane when you have people who are barreling and getting control through mid lane wave, then she's just cut off from her team, and she is not a good flanker at all. She needs to reposition like we saw. So what happened was you just lose all the vision that you've worked for 2 minutes to attain. So this is one of those moments where if you look back on it as a team, you know, Damonte should just be mid, but here we go. It seems like it's EG looking for a fight.
Oh, Tony missing that ulti. Damonte just shooting him. I think he got knocked back, actually, was the reason why it didn't hit. But now the sleep is going to happen. Going to have to flash away, but that's not going to be enough. Tony just dead here. Oh, the warp's so nice onto Damonte. Try to break it down. He's going to get the trade kill. Very well played for Tony Top, but it is 1-for-1 as Contracts zooming down to the bottom side of the map. Dodges that first Q, and now the Rakan's going to be here first, and Contracts knows he's got his prey locked down. It's a shutdown for the Udyr.
Yeah, now we're starting to lose the focus here from 100 Thieves. Trying to dive the Gnar that's Mega Gnar. I've seen that far too many times, and once again did not work out for the aggressors. Long death timers too. This should be a Baron for EG.
Yeah, Kenby dying is the additional one they didn't want to pick up here, but Contracts is going to basically go top to bot, back to top, and start Baron up here for his team. It's no AD just yet. Never mind, Shoyu's right there behind them. And Tenacity going to have to get himself in there. Tony Top TPing in. It's going to be a 5v4 around the Baron. See how much help 100 Thieves get from the objective, but EG are just committed to burning this down. They know there's no smite. They just take it here. Tony going to play zone defense, and now zone offense. In there we go. Tenacity going to get interrupted as he tries to ulti out of the way, and now knocked into the wall and killed. It's going to be yet another kill for EG as Contract's already on for the next one. Finds the stun. In goes Tony. Wallops in there. Ulti out onto the Braum, and Jojo Pune going to collect the last hit.
It just keeps happening. One after another. 100 Thieves just fall. After the first mistake, Baron is gone. It was a 5v3. Tristana sure TP'd back mid when she was alive, but at that point, Baron is gone. Let them have it. Play defensively. You should be confident with how you're playing from behind throughout the series. But they give away a few more kills, and now EG are the ones laughing with Baron, and now can be on the map. 10-second death timer on Tenacity means that first punch should be there for EG.
Well, Damonte going to be first of this wave at least. He's trying to get it pushed back as far as he can. Going to have to contain with Baron up minions thanks to Rakan being in the area. So going to take even longer. And so watch this one again. EG just smashing down this Baron. And Tony Top's like, Baron's already done. I'm going back in here for seconds.
Yes, so honestly, what are you going to do? You're a Vayne, you're a Braum, you're a Sion. What's the goal here? Versus 5 people. They should really challenge themselves to think about what they're actually going to accomplish. They weren't going to steal, of course. They were trying to play for fight, but Tristana was never going to be there on time. Perhaps you could say slow down the enemy team so she can get there on time, but that's never going to be an effective strategy versus a team that should just get Baron and run. So we see these moments too many times from 100 Thieves Academy, and it's biting them.
Yeah, certainly in that spot. A tough one there as EG get extra on top of the Baron. They were already guaranteed thanks to their 2 kills on the bottom side of the map about a minute before that. Now 2,000 gold ahead and counting as they've got a minute left to play with here of this Baron buff here. 100 Thieves again trying for that counterplay. But basically they've decided to push the lane Damonte wanted to push because he's the most irritating as far as wave clear goes. And through to the inhib we may be as Tenacity going to have to go through the gate to try and protect it. EG not overcommitting though.
Oh, where are we going?
Feeding in there. Oh, goodness. Rakan's right in there. And now going to get stunned up, and the shot is going to go off, and he gets killed by Luger. Seems like an oopsie there. It's now 5v4 in favor of 100 Thieves. And EG, what do you do now? How do you get out of this? You're just getting surrounded. The only way out is forward, but that's towards the enemy base. But forward they must go. All right.
Walking forward without a
chasing EG
minion wave.
towards their own base.
That sounds like a song. Walking forward. Oh, they actually do have a minion wave. Wait a minute. They can't just power through.
Inhib as well. They're going to try and get it, but they have to fight the way out of here. Double sleep there for Kenvi. Joji Pun diving in as Tony Top, excuse me, that's going in as Joji Pun has failed, and now Tony about to go mega. But he is going to fall as Shoyu dies to Tenacity. And Contracts, he's diving back in there. He's trying to make something happen. He knows he's not going to get out alive, but he's not going to get out with any extra kills either. As Tony back onto Damonte, doesn't miss, doesn't hit the E, and now I think he's just dead. Over the top we go. Blast Cone away to safety, and Damonte should be able to chase this nice and easy. Tony Top hops away, but nothing to hop onto as Damonte with the long range and the rocket jump coming up in 2 seconds. Gives it up. Not enough vision. No need to chase. They'll just take the kills they got.
What a messy way for EG to play that one out, right? They had the world in front of them, but it's 100 Thieves that now get the dragon. And even in that fight, got to give a lot of credit to how they pulled that one off. We didn't get to see the initial portion of it. I guess this is the opportunity now. So what happened in this engage? Not a lot of follow-up, and Rakan is instantly dead. Oh no, you hate to see it.
And then, like, now they're trapped, right? Like,
yeah.
This looks silly, but that's because EG have nowhere to go.
Yeah, they were just too trigger happy on the engage, and a lot of the times when you're on a pick that, you know, it's squishy, has a lot of movement speed, you can blank. You know, you think you have the engage and your team can follow up, but they're just not there with it, and you die instantly there. So it was an opportunity where EG thinks they can end the game with that fight. It's over. They have minion wave, they have Baron, they have inhibitor that's right in front of them, but it's just one mistake, and 100 Thieves comes out ahead of that.
And they didn't even get the inhib raz. Sure, you ulted in the fight instead of killing the inhib.
Happens.
They could have easily taken it at any point, but they're trying to fight their way out instead. Unfortunately for them, just kept hitting a dead end. They don't even get that. In fact, 100 Thieves to add insult to injury. They got the Dragon off the back of that as well. So they're on Soul Point, 3 minutes 45 until the Infernal Soul could be theirs if they claim the Dragon. And EG now out of Baron, gonna have to find another way to get leverage in this game. You're only up, a little over 1,000 gold here. And the Lilia and the 2 ADs are just getting stronger and stronger.
What a wild game and an insane series, right? It's like, I cannot guess how this game is going to go. Thought it was at some point very clear that 100 Thieves with their comp was going to win. Then EG comes out with that huge play bot lane, Baron, 3 picks mid. Like, you're like, wait a second. Now it feels like it's guaranteed they'll take that. Another, basically a chuck of the ball back to 100 Thieves. And Luger, once again, is fed on this vein. I mean, like, he's having 2 amazing games in a row where he's going to be the person that's going to be puncturing the front line.
Yeah, there does seem to be a pretty strong correlation between Luger not dying and 100 Thieves Academy winning the game.
Yeah, facts.
Makes sense. Not a KDA player by any means, just a good player, especially in spots where he needs to be positioned properly. The fight's going to brew, though, as EG looks to go in, but Tenacity just bearing the brunt of that engage and shaking it off. Poom and Tenacity, not the targets you're looking for on the EG side if you're engaging, but they do some damage, they make some space. They are looking for Baron once again, as you can tell by their positioning, but Contract's maybe going to have to go back before that happens. And Dragon up in 2 minutes as well. EG don't have a lot of time. Tenacity, though, may be caught out, but not enough there. In fact, Mr. Quest is going into the backside trying to fight Amonte. Did get a QSS popped, I believe. Yes, indeed, he did. As now Kenby over the top. Oh, he's looking for a big old sleeve. The stasis is there. He finds 2. But the damage is good enough. Shoyu going to take him out. Demonte almost dead as Shoyu zooms in for the next kill. But now he's got to fight Luger 1v2, and that's not fair at all. Tony Top about to go mega. Does hop around, but now Jojo Pyun got to run. He does get out safely. But again, another team fight win. 100 Thieves up 3 for 2.
It's slowly going back into 100 Thieves court. That was a nice play from Kenby. He knew he was sacrificing himself, but he knew he was doing it for the bigger picture. Luger untouched. Demonte was looking good that fight, and now this is the Baron play that'll put them back.
Goodness.
Double teleport.
All in, Raz. Gonna push it into the middle of the Baron pit and see what happens here. You can't steal, you have to fight. Poom's already spotted you. Luger's just off the Baron. No, he's back on the Baron. They've got no smite on either side, if I just remember now. 2v3. Luger, though, going to be the real threat. Do they have anyone else that can join? Rakan's barreling up mid, but it's so far away. They bought enough time to get them off the Baron. That might be what they were actually intending for, but now you got to get out alive. Jojo
Round up that
carrying a spear. Tenacity taking some damage. Stun is good. Tone tops in there. Gets the scoop, but only on the one. Demonte around the side. He's going to get the kill onto Jojo Pyun, and now Mr. Quest over the top dances away. Poom is dead to Contracts, though, but now Contracts is asleep, and he's dead as Baron. Surely we'll go to 100 Thieves Academy this time as Luke is on a rampage. They take the crab, but what else can you do? It's 4v2 with no junglers. 100 Thieves are going to take this Baron.
We're back to step 1. EG tried. Double teleport, and they got caught in vision. So I was like, wait a second, you got 2 people in no man's land? We'll chase that one too. Contracts was also there trying to save Private Ryan, Private Jojo Pyun. But they all die for it, and that's another Baron now. 100 Thieves are now just comfortably in the driver's seat.
Gets worse, Raz. Infernal Soul's up in 2 seconds.
It's
Could not be timed any better for 100 Thieves. Is Demonte going to take the red buff too? Oh boy.
What a game. Honestly, as much as I said comfortably, I feel like somehow, some way, EG will do something. But no, this feels like as long as they play it out, textbook way, 100 Thieves, too strong. And you're right. Luger, no deaths.
No textbooks. No textbooks, Raz. Just Contract zooming in. Luger, oh, he gets stunned. That's the kill they need. Shoyu's in there. Ulti out of Brom's going to keep him safe, but Luger still under threat. Mr. Quest trying so hard to move himself onto the backline threat, but Luger just will not be killed. He's unstoppable. Contract in again. There's a double kill. Are you kidding me? Shoyu still trying to hunt him down. Oh, but he gets exploded by the Vayne. Jojo Pyun with the ulti, but the GA is going to keep him safe. And now the real death. Can they get the kill? Jojo Pyun can get the shutdown, but Demonte going to zoom in onto Tony Top, and Tenacity is trying to find what he can. No ulti, though.
though, and I think they're going to get out alive there. You need to sphere Tenacity. Please, Jojo Pune, stop throwing spheres towards Demonte. Tony Top's going to get out of there, and now the boomerang slow is there, but Demonte is the real threat. Jojo Pune, sorry, trying to keep him back, but Tenacity cooling down the ulti. Is it fast enough? Probably not. The slow W is good. There's the next Q now lining up for Demonte as he rocket jumps over. Tenacity still moving in, but Tony Top's out, but now Jojo Pune, is he dead? He is dead as Demonte's going to look for two. Gets one, get a rocket jump in. There's the second 100 Thieves. That's almost everybody. Somehow running all the way down bottom lane.
Who do you credit all of that for? King Luger. Aye, King Luger. What the hell, man? This guy kited back the entire map. Please show me the replay for that. Please.
Oh, yes. I will accept any and all Luger replays from this game. Here we go.
Like,
all right, so here's where we're going to start.
It starts once again with 100 Thieves, you know, pressing too forward with their players, but he kites back with the help of Braum. Remember, he even pivots forward to get the stun, and when he knows he can get the kill on towards, the Rakan instantly nails it. Same with the Udyr. And now, if you're trying to chase him down, the one thing we forgot, he has GA. He can buy for time for Tristana and for the Scion to come out and help. And so he buys enough time for the squad to come in. Really beautiful play.
Oh, goodness. And then this great escape. Well,
yeah, let's speed this one on up.
I mean, Jojo Pune is like, I just need to save the stun for Tristana, but if I don't slow the Scion, he's going to catch us. And Demonte finally finds the angle, and it's all good to go. And then speeds in on the Scion train just at the end for a bit of fun. And that play took us from the Raptor pick. Contracts is currently clearing vision in to behind the enemy, behind the red side blue buff.
Yep.
All the way back to the tier 2 in the bottom lane on EG's side of the map. So
my apologies.
Quite the journey we've been on.
I said King Luger. I meant Kral Luger. This man, the Turkish prince, this guy, oh, okay, all right. They almost caught off Scion there, but at the end, he is playing so sensationally this series. He has his Infinity Edge now. There's a fight happening. Where's EG going? I think they're trying to take down the Tristana that's in top lane. Let's send the chopper over there, please.
I mean, that has kind of been the overall plan for EGA so far this series, is kill Demonte as many times as possible. Unfortunately, I think Demonte has cottoned on to this fact, so he's playing quite slyly there in top lane, just trying to apply some pressure. Contracts wants to flash on Luger more than anything in the world, but it won't do anything. He's got Cleanse and a bunch of buddies around him, including a Braum. Troll, trying to fire back here. Tenacity, not like a bad target. Not the best target, but softer than you're going to get, given that he's the one closest to your Kai'Sa at all times. Tony Top, though, barreling in. Once again, the Scion ulti gets him out of jail for free. And EG still without a kill in the last few minutes.
All right. Looks like this is going to be an Elder Dragon game. You know, the dreaded Elder game when you have a banger already, but you wanted to make it a 5-star banger. It should be in 100 Thieves goalpost. You know, they have the Fed carries. They have a humongous tank. They have Infernal Soul. But I just don't know anymore. I have no idea, Pastry.
You know what? I like to, let the game play itself from this point. You know, it's always interesting to see what happens. 100 Thieves obviously in the lead. They're up like 6,000 gold. Luger's got like almost full items. They've got Infernal. Canvy just bought a Cosmic Drive because, like, that's how much money he has. Scion is like somehow not that tanky, but also pretty tanky. Like, he doesn't have that much gold, even though he's almost even on CS versus Tony, who is smashing him in the landing phase. Oh, this is it. This is the play, huh?
It's the fresh Gouda.
Contracts is just any brush is a good brush if it's behind the enemy.
True.
That's what he's decided on here.
That is a factual
Dance
statement.
changing. Look at him zoom in. Oh, he's so speedy. It's so funny. But why? Like, Demonte rocket jump buff is out. Luger has like all the bodyguards and the cleanse. He's about to get flashback up. Somebody's got a face check. It's going to be Poom, but he's pretty tanky. Now Tenacity, again, going to push forward here. Tony Top, looking for the angle. Oh, my goodness! Dash through the team thanks to the rocket jump. Almost got a mass charm there. But now Canvy looking for the spin and win. Demonte already on a rampage, taking out Tony, and it's curtains here for EGA. Nothing left alive. The carries are there. The encounter engage is good. And Shoryu into stasis will die. Contract's the only one left alive. And Demonte's on the hunt to try and find the bear. And Contracts is speeding out safely. Is he going to get spotted here by Canvy? He is. Oh,
found him.
throwing random E's into the brush. It feels bad, man. Contracts, props, phase rush, runs away.
It's
now
a race.
batting back around here. He's just doing what he can. It's the base versus Contracts life. He's trying to fight Canvey for as best he can. But the base is going to die perhaps before he does. As 100 Thieves going to move in to take out the enemy Nexus. As Contracts, will he live?
Oh!
I think he will.
Yeah,
he
got
will. All right, there we go. Nexus for 100 Thieves Academy. Contracts keeps himself from getting death number 7. For 100 Thieves Academy, after game 1, kind of getting beaten up in the early game and losing pretty handily, getting beaten up in the early game in game 2 as well, but recovering. This game, just a stellar performance, honestly. Game was a lot closer. They knew what they wanted to do, and just every fight that was thrown at them from like 20 minutes onwards felt like 100 Thieves were in the driver's seat the whole time.
Yeah, and it's the 100 Thieves potential that people talk about when they go down the roster, right? And it feels like it's coming together. Even though beginning of Proving Grounds, they are the 3rd seed versus the 11th seed of EG. EG should have been able to do that during the Academy split, right? And they got it together. And it feels like now we're seeing 100 Thieves get it together. This is a really close series. And even though 100 Thieves are at match point, people have to keep tuning in. This is an insane back and forth. And it feels like even with the mistakes that are being made by Evil Geniuses Academy, that they're still able to buckle down, take those fights. I'm looking towards Jojo Pyun and Contracts to get us back into this series.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you one thing, Raz. Teams aren't going to play any slower. Let's put it that way, because the pace has been pretty high and the games have been fun. With 100 Thieves Academy now ahead in our series, we are going to be heading into a break, but when we return, we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
Welcome back to LCS Proving Grounds, presented by Verizon. Hey, guess what? We wrapped up game number 3. 100 Thieves Academy take the lead against Evil Geniuses Academy. And we're going to be heading into a game decider soon enough, unless EGA manage to pull out a victory for themselves. Let's go ahead and talk about this game. It started off at a different pace than the previous two, for sure, Kangas, but 100 Thieves coming out with a different look.
Well, first off, I want to say I'm just happy that Joshi's also incorrect with his prediction now. So we're in this one together for the rest of the series. But you're right. Kenvi actually had a much better early game compared to those first two that we saw. This is what happens when you have an early kind of even playing field throughout the jungle, and actually leading the charge here with an aggressive early play. This was what, like 16 minutes in, we didn't see very much action. There's only one kill that happened where Contracts picked up that first blood, but awesome to see that the young blood in 100 Thieves Academy still want to make plays happen. Demonte goes out very early, but then it's the rest of them, Poom, Tenacity, Kenvi, that actually pull this one out. And I mean, that was the biggest concern that I had based on games 1 and 2, was the fact that Contracts just continually was out jungling. And I was worried going through the rest of the series that that would continue. Happy to see that Kenvi found a way to stabilize and not let it get out of control.
While it wasn't exactly a lead for the jungler right there at the start, he definitely made work with it for the rest of the game. If we're looking a bit to the EG side, though, being that both of you did predict them to win the overall series, Joshi, what are some things that you noted about the way they played out and executed the mid game?
Well, I think this whole thing was watching how 100 Thieves wanted to fight or not fight. Evil Geniuses have kind of made a name for themselves and being really good at establishing control around these dragons and these barons. And this kind of highlights this, right? Look how much control they have over this area. It is impossible for 100 Thieves to walk in. And eventually, 100 Thieves, after Demonte rejoins them, they see, I don't think we can actually do this. I think we just have to leave. And I was really excited to see that. They know they have Vayne, they have Tristana, they don't need to fight right now. A fight in 5-10 minutes is going to be massively to their advantage. And they leave here, giving over the dragon, knowing it's not going to be putting Evil Geniuses all that closer to the Infernal Soul. And because of that, they live to fight another day.
Yeah, and with that moment, as you're saying, Joshi, there was the action soon to follow, despite that inaction there in the mid lane for the moment. Kangas, we finally started to see some more of those global objective focused upon.
Well, it's funny because Joshi's saying 100 Thieves know when to back off. They also sometimes go a little too far forward, and we did see that play out here too. So while, yes, throughout the game, they were playing safe most of the time, they do then make kind of uncharacteristic overplay right here, getting very aggressive on Tony top on the bot side. And they don't actually get the kill. They lose 2 members here, and then at the end of this, we'll see that they're able to, or Evil Geniuses turn it around and actually get that Baron for this play. So it's pretty rough to see, like, this was like a minute after Joshi was praising them for backing up and not playing too aggressive, that then they go a little too aggressive.
Yeah, it's the duality of 100 Thieves. We're going to go right into another spot where this is where they can't really fight, right? They haven't really scaled up. They don't have their jungler. The Baron's already too low. And where before we praise them for just walking away, there's no rule in League of Legends that says you have to watch your opponent take an objective. They just get too close, and with enough engage tools between Mystiquus and Contracts just running at the enemy team, they're able to find this really, really big lead. But we kind of lead up to this, right? We see they do want to fight here, they don't want to fight here. Eventually, this team does scale up really well with Tristana, Vayne, and Sion, and when they want to take a fight, they know how to take it.
But despite these moments for EG Academy, despite rolling right into 100 Thieves immediately after the Baron, there was some difficulty. Kangas, why do you think that was?
Yeah, there's that awkward play around the bottom inhibitor where, unfortunately, Mystiquus gets caught out. He dies very early. It's a 4v5, and Evil Genius have nowhere to go except for further up the lane and go for that inhibitor. And I feel like I chalk this up to just inexperience in shot calling and the players, because in my mind, you clearly just say, okay, we're probably not going to win this team fight. Just take the inhibitor, right? Just get the objective at least. They lose, they don't get the inhibitor, and they also all get wiped after regardless. So kind of rough to see that kind of decision making come in from the squad, and I worry that that's a sign of tilt in the series right now.
And there's young guns on the opposite side too, right, Joshi, where 100 Thieves were really starting to accelerate once they kind of got their feet under them.
Yeah, it's the difference between knowing you're going to be playing a long game and kind of having a long game forced upon you. Eventually, 100 Thieves recognize with Kennedy, kind of this guy that we've been highlighting quite a bit, suddenly realizing, hey, every fight is winning. It's my favorite call in League of Legends. Just do whatever it takes to get a team fight started. And while this isn't their cleanest team fight for the rest of the game, it is the one that does highlight, hey, we can do pretty much whatever. And as long as we get aggression going, as long as Luger and Damonte are able to free hit, it doesn't matter what the other team does. We are going to win every single fight because we have scaled.
100 Thieves Academy didn't have many engage options with that composition. They had Scion and they had the Lilia. So seeing Kenvi see that angle, flash in, say, I'm just sacrificing myself for the engage of the team. As long as we start the fight, I can trust my team to carry it. And I mean, when we were thinking about players to highlight some of those young guns, we talked about Tenacity as being somebody that we think is going to be a superstar of Academy going forward. Kenvi, in my mind, was right below Joshi. We actually kind of disagreed on that slightly, but we edged towards Tenacity for the pre-show. But I think Kenvi is also a player that we absolutely need to keep our eyes on. And I think it's so incredible he's able to have two really rough games, game 1 and 2, getting put behind heavily, but then come back with mentality in game number 3 and have that kind of performance. So props to you, Kenvi. Keep it up, man.
You love to see a mentality strong enough for him to be willing to flash forward and make those plays for the team. Going into our next game, though, EG Academy have elected to remain here on blue side. Joshi, it feels like that last game, though, a lot of it came down to very individual moments. You know, both of them kind of had it in their grasp each time. So mentally speaking, on the side of EG, what do you want to see here? Them kind of roll through and try and trust their instincts, or change it up?
I would like to see a little bit more early game focus once again, right? They picked the Syndra in the mid lane, and Jojo Pyun played fine on it, right? He did his job for the most part. Unfortunately, these small mistakes, as these games do go long, are rather draining, and the easiest way to get out of that funk is to just kill them, right? You just come out the gate swinging, you find a bunch of momentum immediately, and I think can do that, say, hey, that one was not what we were expecting, this isn't what 100 Thieves normally plays, let's try and get them back into their wheelhouse, which we have demonstrated that we can beat.
Kanga's thoughts for EGA to push this to game 5?
I know I predicted an EG win, but I'm out. I'm calling it right now. I think 100 Thieves got them downloaded. I think that this is going to be the complete opposite of what I was expecting, because we have seen 100 Thieves win with Tenacity carrying through the top lane. Now we've seen them win with Tenacity on a tank Scion. And keep in mind, they banned Gnar like their last 14 plus games. I want to say like 20 plus throughout the entire Academy season. They do not like playing against Gnar. I don't know if it's a Tenacity thing or a team thing, but they just learned that they don't have to ban Gnar anymore. So I think that this really opens things up for 100 Thieves Academy. And I gotta edge out to them. I know you asked, how does EG push it to game 5, but hope's diminishing on my end.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because this game 4 isn't typically where we look at series to be decided, but I think game 4 really is going to decide the series. We'll see if EG can bounce back, if they can be a bit more aggressive early on, make sure that Contracts is able to find some opportunities to be aggressive, or if 100 Thieves have kind of broken Evil Geniuses and finally taken them down. They beat EGP 3-0 yesterday. If they can take down the big brother in Evil Geniuses Academy today 3-1, that's going to be a big confidence boost as we start looking towards the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Kanga's got to tell you, though, once it's in the graphic, you can't change your prediction. Everyone can check the VOD. But everybody will keep it locked here on the live channel for now. We're going to go into a potential match point for 100 Thieves Academy after this break that, as Raz said at the end of that cast, you do not want to miss this series. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds. We are one game away potentially from crowning a winner here in this series. 100 Thieves find themselves up 2-1, whereas after, despite EGA actually opening the series well and continuing to show some very good-looking aggression, it just hasn't been enough against Prince Luger.
Yep. I mean, I'll upgrade him to King Luger.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah, he's been getting it done this series. Like when they're winning, as you said earlier, he's deathless. He's having phenomenal games throughout this series. EG Academy needs an answer, and so I don't think the Udyr will be a pick here, especially after dealing with Braum in general. I think that's just it really. If the enemy team plays well, it's hard to ever play that matchup up. So that's probably going to be a ban from. Actually, we'll see. I don't think EGA would be banning that.
Yeah, just leave it.
It's gonna
Maybe
be
try
tough to
something
call.
off.
Yeah.
I think Contracts feels comfortable playing against Udyr. That would be my guess. And like Kennedy has definitely shown a tendency towards like the slower like level 6 junglers, right? So like Nocturne, Lilia, those kind of Hecarim, sorry, was the other one. Those kind of junglers where like they just kind of farm and then scale into the mid game, as Hecarim's going to actually get banned there, interestingly. We'll see. Rel, I like as a ban continuing. Nidalee, of course, is going to get banned away from Contracts. That's the only loss so far for 100 Thieves in this series. In fact, it was their last 2 losses as well. And much to maybe our surprise, it is going to be Udyr once again here for Contracts.
I think the change then is that they're going to give a priority to their bot lane. That they will go into the 4-5, allowing them to pick at least something so they don't get seemingly double countered. So that's where I think the update will come in. We'll see. 100 Thieves should just stick to the same game plan, exactly. Go straight towards the Tristana and Lilia. It is still a flex for the Tristana, so it can go bot lane still. It just depends on what happens when we get to the 4-5.
Yeah, definitely like telegraphs mid a little bit more because like Lilia leaves the door open, but of course you can always flex it. So Luger will be more than happy to play that champion. Has played it already, actually, which is, I think, best KDA of the series so far. And Xayah back for Shoyu. This is actually a pick I really liked for him in game number 1. Glad he's revisiting it here. Pretty reliable against the stuff that 100 Thieves Academy want to throw at you, right? Like lots of Scions, lots of engage ultis.
Yeah.
It's been Nocturne in previous games. It will likely be Scion in this game here as the Nara is locked in for Tony once again. And I imagine Tenacity will just take the Scion here.
I guess it makes him easier for them to fight front to back a little bit more. So that's one thing. Gives him an extra defensive tool for sure. Another thing as well is that the combination of Xayah Rakan is now in play, where, Mystique S ended us playing the Rakan last time around, and it was just hard for him to go into these team fights. I think it's going to be a little bit easier with Xayah if he decides to go back to that pick. So let's see what 100 Thieves Academy ends up doing if they leave that pick open.
I think also just like taking a regular range AD just is a bit healthier here. I think like Kaiser has struggled, given the comps that EGA are drafting, to like hit relevant targets. Like Kaiser's value is like someone CCs the backline and you dive in on them and assassinate them as an AD, right? When you have to hit Scion the whole team fight, it just like feels awful. So like Xayah's just a little bit better at playing like front to back team fights, I guess. And I think if you're not drafting like Hecarim or like big engage ultis like Nautilus, right? Or if you don't get Alistar potentially, like if you don't have ways to actually activate Kaiser's ultimate, she's way worse when you have to fight 5v5 front to back. So yeah, I like the shifts in general. I actually even like the Kaiser ban here because I think she is very powerful. Syndra Orianna, the phase 2 bans here for 100 Thieves. So we'll see what EG answer with here and how 100 Thieves want to approach the rest of this game. Like the Vayne looked so good in the last game. I wonder if they're going to take it here again. If they do want to take it, do you take it here 4th or do you maybe wait? In fact, never mind. EG Academy have decided that it was good and they don't want to give it to you again.
Yeah, so that's not going to be on the table. But here we go. It is going to be an instant lock on the Jinx. Jinx was so good. And internationally, it's been a first pick, actually. So teams are just feeling so confident on the pick. But remember that it's usually tagged with a Tahm Kench or a Thresh. So I think this is them saying that we're going to have a Thresh here in the bot lane. I want to see what EG Academy does here. If they pick the Thresh up themselves, remember, Mystique West is a great Thresh player. So it looks like they're just going to... I think they'd want to lock it in. Maybe they just give it so he can pick his own champion. If they're feeling that confident about it. Oh, actually. Maybe they're just going to give that over to the Jinx.
I mean, it's funny, right? This is the kind of game where, like, giving like a champion like Thresh, like a comfort pick, a champion that lots of players have, like, you know, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of games on. But instead go for the Alistar. It will be Braum once again for Poom, which is, like, great into this 2v2, right? You're so happy to be able to counterpick Alistar here as Braum. So it does look like you're giving away the Thresh in that scenario, but I actually think just giving Poom counterpick ends up being a bit more valuable here.
Yeah, and yeah, for the matchup, Braum is definitely good. And also just going back to what was strong about game 1, it's still a double 80 carry with a Braum. So like the team fights are very straightforward, and who they should be targeting, it's basically going to be on whoever Poom targets there. And it's just great front to back. The only concern is just that if they ever mess up, if that ever comes into play, Jinx is so much more vulnerable than Vayne. It's just, that's why you often see the Jinx and the Aphelios like tagged with a Tahm Kench or a Thresh. It's just simply like, if there's ever a mistake that ends up happening, you will get whisked away. You're fine. But it's not going to be the case here. I think Luger is just really confident. He doesn't care. Honestly, when you're going through game after game and you're just styling like that, you shouldn't give a damn. You should be confident in how you're playing. So I like that level of confidence from him.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see like the same level of kiting from like enemy Raptor to like your blue buff maybe in this game. Because if Jinx is like kiting, it's usually forward because they're passive proc because you killed somebody. So I definitely think it's going to be a different game. Luger certainly is going to have to position like the best he has all series, and his positioning has been amazing.
Yeah.
So certainly have confidence in him. But we'll see. EG going to have to try and kill Luger as many times as possible. And I'm curious to see if Jojo, Pune, and Contracts can combine a little bit more. Actually, also with Tony, right, who has been a very consistent laning threat in the 1v1 with his Gnar, right, has shown he can get prio and advantages in his lane, but can they lean on that a little bit more to convert into something bigger in the mid game? Because I think the biggest problem stylistically in this matchup is 100 Thieves are happy to play slow, and EGA just want to play quickly. Whether they should or not, they want to. So they just kind of need to get the ball rolling in the early game, or I feel like they don't have enough confidence and like personal momentum to push through into the game and open it up. So even though Udyr had a much slower game last time, I think they're going to play a little bit more aggressively with these picks to try and get some sort of lead early. Because
they definitely,
if nothing else, like that confidence matters so much.
Yeah, they definitely have the tools for it. Absolutely. If you have an Alistar, if you have a Sylas, and an Udyr, like fights are not going to be an issue. And mid lane's absolutely volatile. Sylas versus Tristana, with Ignite, of course, on the Tristana. There's definitely going to be a fight for prio. And if Udyr finds a good time to gank with a flash timer, you for sure will see Jojo Pyun look for that engage. So keep an eye out in mid lane. And that's going to be how Contracts will basically play out this map. Look mid first, and then move out.
Yeah, Ignite's a spicy one, often very common in like solo queue, or anytime you want to, just kind of let off some steam and try and kill the enemy mid laner. I believe Demonte took teleport last game. I'm assuming this Ignite is because Sylas W is really frustrating.
Yep.
Having a way to deal with that directly makes a lot of sense, but
absolutely,
definitely a different choice here for Demonte, showing, really showing that he's looking to dominate the 1v1.
Yeah, and I expect the difference between this game and last game, like, versus a Syndra, it is difficult. She has ways to fight back in an all-in from an AD, right? Going up against the Sylas, you are much more comfortable playing the lane lame and just being concerned about the jungler. It's a melee matchup, so here we go.
Yeah, and there's the jungler, and there's the jump away. Demonte with the insta thumbs up. Jojo Pun responds in kind. But at least, Contract's just being there and doing it quickly, because you're probably not going to get the kill, but you do need to give some space. Oh, he's back again.
All right, guys.
I take it all back. Flash is forced. Oh, they're in there. The stun lands over. The thumbs up have already been given, and it's first blood to Jojo Pyun.
All right, guys. Please stop. The wave was frozen, and or at least was pushing towards Jojo Pyun, it looked like. I'll have to look back at that, but the fact that he jumped out, he thought he was in the clear, and he thought Udyr was going to go for top Scuttle Crab. Not happening. A literal run around the wall just to go from behind him. So, kind of crazy. Double flash for the kill on Tristana.
Yeah, and now no flash on Demonte, so going to have to rely on that rocket jump only for any future pressure. Of course, that pressure can be returned in kind if I can be, or perhaps Poom if he gets out of this lane.
We'll have to see. But right now, it's Shoyu and Mr. Chaos actually feeling a little bit better here in the 2v2, right? Pushing up a little bit more. Jinx, needs a bit of time to kind of scale up to really, massacre the waves with her rocket launcher. As we watch this one again. Like you said, Damonte's like feeling fine here, and he's just...
It sucks.
He is fine this time.
The wave was pushing away from him initially. Though right now, he could be a little bit more comfortable, but he thought the Udyr was going straight towards the, Skull Crab that would be up at some point. But he found that window, double flash. This time around, they call for it, and they get the kill on Damonte.
I like it. Again, a lot of early pressure on Damonte was kind of the story of the advantages they built in game 1 and 2. So I like that they're going back to it here. And I imagine the contracts will be here again in short order. Will Canvy be back? I don't know. But now JoJoPyun feeling confident enough in the 1v1 to go in, but just barely losing out on that trade with this couple of extra orders. But here's Contracts and Canvy immediately going to join in. The Contracts trying to rip down the Lilia, just zooming in with a phase rush.
This is the difficulty. Like, sometimes it's the most obvious 2v2 that you can't really deal with, right? They knew the entire game plan for EGA was going to be this. Go straight mid. But Lilia is feeling uncomfortable because if there's an Abscond the duck onwards Lilia, she's dead. They both know that they can be easy targets, so they have to concede this.
And even Mr. Chaos roaming up as well. So, thumbs up given.
Yep.
JoJoPyun, very fun character. Oh, is he rapping to try and do it again?
Oh my god, guys.
I thought he was invading.
Let's calm down, guys.
All right, one stun. Oh, that's a bad time for Contracts. Just straight up killed. Finally punished for his transgressions.
Anyone that sees that will definitely sympathize with Damonte. Like, get the hell away from me. Gets the pick finally on Contracts, who's been hovering mid for a long time. So there we go. They pick up the kill, and they pick up the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, one of the things that's unfortunate for the EG side is like when you commit that hard to a situation, they're at least forcing 100 Thieves to also be there, right? So it's kind of a stalemate. As soon as that tension breaks, whoever won the exchange immediately takes everything else that's been there for the 2 minutes that both junglers have been forcibly dancing around mid lane. So it's not just that kill, which is nice. It is that early dragon. It is now kind of that release of the tension that was there in mid lane.
Yeah.
And now that like the control and everything just feels a whole lot better. Canvy's already level 6. And everything in kind of the side lanes was already pretty balanced. So there wasn't anything else to really do, which I think is why the the junglers were there for so long.
Yeah, and JoJoPyun just had like that freeze for so long. So like Lilia had to break it. And Udyr knew that. But yep, justice was done on the Rift today. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
we
Ignite
take those.
Tristana.
Yep.
Lilia and friends. Contracts is duly punished. But I imagine he's going to be back, so we'll find out in a few moments if he is indeed going to revisit. Already level 6 for both junglers. Those Contracts at least didn't fall too far behind. Just giving a bit of extra gold over to Lilia. Plus the XP for dying. Other than that, it's just A-OK. Should be able to farm up pretty rapidly as a result. Also Merc trades this game because plenty of CC with the Braum and co. So unfortunately, no cooldown boots for the Udyr, which we'd love to see, but needs to get the necessary mercs here.
And the same win condition that happened last game is the same problem this game, where I do think EGA want to play for Dragon Soul, but I think it's difficult. Like bot lane, reason why they got the support counter pick for the Braum was literally to have full control of the bot lane matchup. And all right, set him up.
Canvy's in there. Oh, that was so fun! He flashed out to the side, but it's not going to matter. Maybe it will. Here's JoJoPyun, baby! Going to get the sleep of his own. And now Canvy going to get chased down, but Damonte's here as well. And Tenacity's asleep. He's going to get walled, but Damonte is with the roam first. He's going to take him out in the 3v2.
It looked sick initially.
Yeah,
from
great.
Tony top, yeah, but and also like from JoJoPyun coming in, but yep, numbers advantage. Damonte's there immediately to help out, so it was a 3v2 that they had to deal with.
Yeah, Contract's not in the area, unfortunately. So it is indeed a 100 Thieves kill there in the top side of the map as Tony Top at least survives the encounter. JoJoPyun not so lucky, as we'll watch this one again.
Initially from Tony Top, being able to flash away from the Sign ulti when he saw that, amazing. Like, that should be a highlight reel if they win the fight. But nope, Tristana's there. Udyr is a while away, so he thought he can get there in time, flash over the wall to help out if they had the time. Not true, so yeah. It blows. If you're Tony Top, you put in all that effort, it looks good, and you still take an L.
And this is the thing, right? When you play so aggressively as a mid-jungle duo, which is so fun to watch, when it doesn't work, you fall further and further behind with each failed attempt, right? And Kemby is just like casually farming between. Now he's straight invading with his support. Like, Context has to go back and clean out these waves. And Jojipun, like, he doesn't want to be in a 1v1 with Tristana. Nothing happens. Like, she pushes you in, you re-clear the wave, and then, like, I don't know, it happens again. Or maybe you go to a side lane. You know, Jojipun wants to be out of here, pressuring in other lanes, setting up plays with his jungler. Instead, he's forced to hang out as his turret, slap Damonte with his chains, and Poom's here to counter gank, and nothing's fun at all. Oh, never mind. Here comes the reinforcements. Poom is going to be the target. Door is going up, but Contrax is here this time, and Kempi's going to be a little too late. It's Jojipun grabbing the kill.
All right, that was a great roam from the Alistar there, just giving confidence. And Jojipun saw that, stole the Braum multi. Really well done. Damonte, of course, couldn't get the full lockdown on Satchel to have a reset on his jump, so he had to flash out. Overall, a great way to fight back. And
He
Damonte!
He's dead. Yeah, nowhere to go. Great ult by Damonte to push him back initially, but I don't even know if he wanted to be tethered in there. Only had his Alistar by his side. Maybe hoped Kemby had walked much further away than he had. But
Oh
instead,
my
gonna be the
God.
setup under Damonte. They're not done. Surely now they're always asleep. He's gonna get the kill, but now it could be trouble. No ulti. Kemby didn't press the button and Contrax gets out.
For how volatile this game is, I want to remind people, this is do or die, and
Yeah.
Shoryu is dead! What happened?
2v1 kill. Luger
Yeah.
has no health, but he still has more than Shoryu, which is unfortunate.
Both sums down from Luger, so I'd imagine that that's Poom tagging him and Luger going all out to get the kill. Like, I'm sure we'll see that, but as I said, it's do or die. 100 Thieves wins this game. They lock themselves into a game versus No Org tomorrow. It's the gauntlet. So EG have to do their best here to stay alive, take 2 more wins to have that. So it seems wild that it's so up in the air.
Oh, it's a brawl. Oh, Poom.
Auto attack
Fun
tag?
turn.
Yeah. Is he flashing? Yeah, he's flashing. Yeah, I mean, he thought he had it.
He tried to go to the bush. Couldn't quite get in there. If you're not sure where, by the way, this is something that's very well known among the League community, but sometimes worth bringing up. If there's an auto attack that's going to hit you and you flash out of vision, it's not going to hit you. Which is why you often see the supports do cool things like ward brushes mid-play to make sure they can keep autoing or auto can follow. And I think that's what Shoryu was trying to do there, but just a bit short on the flash there. And even if he'd made it, I don't know if he would have been able to find the outplay. It was very cool to watch, but it is Luger and Poom that collect the kill at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the worst thing about all of this so far, this game for EG Academy, is how undisciplined we are. We're seeing oh, well, okay.
Yeet! Just running it in right there. Oh, here's Kemby there. He's just flash queuing in. It just doesn't matter. He's ignited, maybe dead. Tries to find the zap, doesn't get the W. Kemby's just dead. Very sloppy play on both sides. And EG, they're going to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, they were the biggest winner on that one. Just as I was talking about undisciplined play from EG, where they're making solo hero plays, 100 Thieves says we can do that too. Big pickup for EG, and now they have a gold lead. Slight, but they still have a gold lead versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think the biggest recommendation would be, like, if a team is playing, like, really fast and loose against you, do not sink to their level in an attempt to beat them. Probably not going to work, especially when teams are close in skill. So, 100 Thieves throwing it back there. Jojipun, though, forced to flash. Damonte continuing his aggression here.
Yeah.
He has the Gale Force online, so a ton of individual power right now
Had
for
to flash
Damonte.
it. You had Ignite and Ultimate. So yeah, full engage from 100 Thieves. It's the teleport coming through from EG Academy, and Sion can't follow. So, I mean, like, this just goes back to the basics of if you're making a play, ask yourself if you have TP advantage or not. If you can't, then don't do it.
And they did not, as you noted. So up about 1,000 gold, excuse me, for EGA.
Tony Top, as we check in, is slightly ahead, but actually, I don't know what's happened in top lane, but Tenacity has done a much better job of keeping up in that 1v1 lane, so I'm not sure if there's been a bit of additional tension or he's just adjusting to the matchup as they play it out, but definitely not going to be as much of a factor as it could have been in the last game, where Tony had more of an advantage. It has really just been all about this mid and jungle, right, on the EGA side. Contracts and Jojo Kun are going to have to continue to find plays. Perhaps Alistar joining them is going to be the thing that tips the fight in their favor in a lot of cases. Don't worry, they're just hanging out. This is like Rampage World Tour.
True. Where's the building? I guess he's throwing a building, literally. I guess
yes.
With that skin, that makes sense that Nars.
That's what I think of with the Nars skin.
All right, where are we going?
Zooming in.
Oh, I guess Sion's running.
Oh, mid lane we're going. Sion distracted us there, but that is Jojo Pun once again combining with Contracts for the kill. Jukes out the Brawl multi, baby. And they're getting away with it. Again, it's kind of scrappy, Raz, but EG are doing what they can to get these kills.
Yeah, it's hard to catch out literally the play that'll happen. Remember, this is match point here for 100 Thieves. The objective here is clearly going to be Rift Herald, where 100 Thieves should be confident that with how well and how far ahead that Luger and Pum are, just play through your dual lane and you should have Rift Herald. But down goes Demonte, and down goes that hope. Should be a Rift Herald there for Contracts.
And he's actually wanting more.
No, they're
top lane
it.
for the gank.
Yeah, the dive is coming. Run, Canby, catch him.
He's 4 legs, not fast enough. Oh, Jojo Pun's already here, of course, but now they're going to have to run. It's 4v4. Jinx ulti hits Contracts. That's a good target for them to hit. Oh, baby! 3-man pulverize. Kemby going golden. Going to go to sleep. Is everybody? Is Kemby? He found the biggest play of his life. But still, it might not be enough as Contracts is setting up Demonte. Jojo Pun trying to fight it out, but now Luger and Demonte left alive again. And now 2v2 is Tony Top sitting with a stride break. He's going to force the flash out of Luger. No dive here. Do not do it. Don't back away. All right, everybody chill out. And a brawl erupts in top side, and I think just barely 100 Thieves won the trade.
Yep, I mean, they're going to have to get out of there. But that was quite the journey from Tony. Tony Top from the bot lane, knew there was a dive happening top lane, so he traveled mid and was there for the very end of it. So, what in the world, man? I think it was great from 100 Thieves that they were there for this dive, so it wasn't over-commitment, but Mystikus saw this 3-man headbutt pulverize. Ults too, so he can soak some DPS, but an even better ult from the Lilia, so Luger has the space to fight front to back.
And then Jojo finishes off the Braum, but Contracts that can't get in, right? He's like, yep, 2 ADs, can't do anything. And back at it again. Keep going through here with the extension.
I was
replay.
I was scared there.
Everyone relax.
I was like, is this the same thing that we're seeing? All right, now we're back.
All right, to EG's credit, they did get a tower in top lane, right? That was actually what triggered all of that. They were trying to dive, they zoned them off, they had enough to finish off the tower, they got it, they wanted more, so they extended the play through. And then what we just saw happen, which was a lot of kills traded back and forth. Where we are now, though, is this dragon is spawning. 100 Thieves already have 2. Going to make it 3 in short order. This is going to be a very quick Cloud Soul at this rate.
Yeah,
like
this is
EG don't want to contest here.
Yeah, much better from 100 Thieves here. So they're going to have to fight for Soul, even though Cloud Soul is not the most enticing with having double AD carry with Cloud, just the movement speed that you have with it is nice to have, but it's not game ending. It's not game ending like Mountain Soul. It's not game ending like Infernal or Ocean. So this might go the distance. It might turn into an Elder type. So did we miss this? I think we did. This was during the last replay. I wonder if it turns into anything. Yeah, Mystikus is just going to die here. That's why they have the dragon.
Basically, yeah. All right, makes sense. Well, it's 2 deaths now for the Alistar. Still close in kills, still up in gold on the EG side, but very much down in Dragon. So that long-term investment for 100 Thieves, looking for that payoff here. Mythic now finished with Tenacity. In fact, Mythic's done for almost everybody. It's the supports that are, as expected, lagging behind. The contract's not done with the Rift Herald in hand.
Yeah. Just for the viewers out there, your brain, empty it out. Action, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, all the greatest action stars, put that in there instead. Because this game, all rhyme, reason out the window. I mean, I love this play overall, what we're seeing from Evil Geniuses. But it's just a brawl to end potentially end this series. If 100 Thieves get the better of it, it does move them towards the series tomorrow, the losers bracket finals versus No Org. But Evil Geniuses are often in that mud too.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, right, like, have actually been on pretty long losers runs. 100 Thieves, of course, started theirs a bit earlier to EG because they lost to them in the upper bracket as they're looking to take this tower. Should be able to get it. Alistar is just in a world of pain. Has to ulti and not get Jinx ultied. Tony Top around the side's been caught by Kenvi. No, that's Lily dead. Excuse me, it's the other way around. Got a little bit confused, but Jojo Pune still on the Lily ulti now. It's Tony Top finding the play under the enemy jungler. And as I correct myself, we'll watch the fight continue. Tony Top, hyper speed up. No one to catch. Gets queued by Braum, so EG gonna maybe take the mid tier 2 here, popping the Herald for that play.
Yeah, and they can try and go for the inner turret as well. I don't know how long they want to go for this one. It should not turn into an inhibitor, so okay, so they're just gonna let the Rift Herald rock out there, get vision, end up basing. Great teleport there from Jojo Pyun, because I can see what 100 Thieves were trying to do there. Kenby just wanted to tank and try and get a little bit of damage onto Mystique, as he was so close to dying there to the Jinx ultimate. But man, you always forget how much value that Alistar ultimate has. Just keeps him alive.
Yeah, even when you don't have that much health, still enough damage reduction to not get executed by Jinx Rocket, which, by the way, does a lot of damage. And as we've discussed in the previous Sylas game, Sylas scales real nice when you steal enemy ultis, as long as you build up enough AP. So with how frustrated people get by Jinx ultimate, I know junglers especially have a particular distaste for their teammates standing too close to the Baron against the enemy Jinx.
It's
Styles stolen Jinx ulti is a piece of work if he finds the right angle.
I've actually never seen it, so that would be really nice to see.
It's a lot of damage.
If anything, just give me that, at least one instance of it, so I can see how much damage we're talking here. But man, yeah, I think from a scaling perspective, sure. He just needs to be on side lane, I think, permanently with Gnar and Sylas, because if they're ever in a gentleman's agreement, 5v5, staring down 100 Thieves, they lose. But Mystique is looking for a pick on Luger.
The traps are there. Oh, forces the flash now. Combos in. Contracts follows through. Beautifully played by EG.
That's it. That's the pick. 30-second death timer on Luger. Baron buff for you. Dragon's coming up in a minute. That is what you wanted to get yourself firmly an advantage.
Yeah, EG needed a big swing here in this game, and this is the kind of thing they're after. Gonna have to make it quick though, because as you mentioned, that Dragon Soul's coming back up at 45 seconds now, but the Baron is dead. 100 Thieves do not contest because they know the real price is gonna be this soul, but Damonte is gonna do a little bit of demolition here in mid lane while he's at it. And EG are gonna reset and then run straight to this Dragon because they know they have to fight 5v5 for this.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gold advantage too. 3K gold lead for Evil Geniuses. While you still have to be afraid of the comp that 100 Thieves have, like, the big winners here is, as you said, Jojo Pyun and Shoryu. So they should feel confident in being able to take this Dragon and prolonging the game.
Oh, Luger's top lane. There's no way they're fighting for this Dragon.
Yep. In fact, they're sending Tristana up there too, guys. We are in the opposite direction.
All right, well, conservative, but I think a line that 100 Thieves should be just fine taking here. Just getting the farm again. Like, at least them getting the first Dragon of the game, their first Cloud Dragon. Not that significant. Loses them time on the Baron buff, so I think a pretty safe but pretty worthwhile trade here. This is not the one you want, though. Jojo Pyun is lining up potential assassination onto Damonte. Good ulti, mid-air with the rocket jump as Damonte gets maximum disengage, and Jojo Pyun will go back to the wave instead.
Yep, playing it smart. And remember, anything that happens there, teleport from Tony Top can follow. We've seen how messy these games, I mean scrappy, I would say the best word for it, these games can get. So good look there from Jojo Pyun to find an advantage on side lane.
Yeah, I think you said it already, Raz, but you know, Sylas is going to be anchored to these side lanes along, as well as this Gnar in a lot of cases here. I like this 4-1 though for EG. Going to have to be a bit careful in the ensuing 5v4, though Jojo Pyun can TP in. They need to buy enough space and time to be able to do that if that's what they want to opt into. I think instead they're going to take the minute 15 they have left on Baron and just let
Jojo take this free tower in topside.
Yep.
But I do think that you just cannot let ADs get free side lane farm, right? That's like a dream for someone like Tristana. So having the Sylas with the ability to punish is really nice in this kind of spot.
Yeah, she's getting she's closing in on LDR. I do think she needs more time to get there. Once she does hit that, it is going to be much harder for Contracts and Tony Top to deal with her. But man, I mean, just take a look at this. We're dealing with a Baron buff here. It's just so much gold going into the pockets. Let's see what the Baron power play is. 2,000 gold, 2,300. That Evil Genius Academy was picking up this while already having a 3K gold lead. So it's just piling up.
Yeah, up 5,500 or so right now. Going to take this inhib as well. Jojipyun's in there. He's got the stolen Lilia ulti, but not going to use it again. Just buying space, giving his team time to take down the inhib. This is the thing they couldn't do last time in the previous game. They will get done with this Baron. So a very successful Baron buff there for EGA. See what 100 Thieves do there, as again, they're going to be looking for that soul in 3 minutes time, but now that the gold divide is so much bigger than it was before.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to be a Baron game. Like, 100 Thieves, we're closing in on towards Soul, but even then, Cloud Soul is not going to be game ending, so it was going to be an Elder Dragon, but they can't even access that now. So really, it's going to be about Evil Geniuses. If they want to be able to just cap this win, they can play it by the books and keep them in side lane like they were doing prior. But Baron buff is a very easy way to cap this game off. So just keeping on this side of the map. And if they were to lose track of a ward, remember, Baron is a long time from now, so it's just going to expire naturally. So just sitting here, camping out, is the best strategy.
Yeah, this is really nice. He's taking all this vision. Alistar can face check, it's fine. He's got flash, he has ulti. Not a huge risk, especially with the teammates so close by. Jojo been continuing to give the thumbs up. Tony Top is going to guide the minions into that top half of the map because they also have supers, remember, pressuring that bottom side naturally as well. So love this setup here for EG. They're probably just going to wait around until the Baron spawns and then run back. I don't know how much gold they have off the last play, so I don't know if they spent, but I believe they have.
They did base.
If they have, they can just sit here.
Yeah, they ended up basing after the 2,000 gold that they ended up.
It's very responsible.
So that was nice. And they're replacing their control wards that they do have. So if you look at the minimap, there's a control ward in bot lane that if they were to go down there, can keep them safe from a flank. They replaced one of their control wards that was around Baron because they've had that control of that area for so long. So they're now just, reaffirming their control over the red side jungle. And what they should just be doing is going back and forth between mid and top lane. And then when Dragon comes up, it's never going to be contested by 100 Thieves. They shouldn't even look at it. So this game is firmly going to be decided around, hey, can 100 Thieves get a pick around mid lane? Can they steal Baron? They need that.
All right, well, Luga, 3 items actually finished. Same for Demonte. He does have the LDR now done.
We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana loves levels as well, but actually Demonte is almost level 16, so not too bad on the Trist. Passive continues to find side lanes here. I mean, the unfortunate, little delay in this game. Tenacity may be caught out. Gonna take a while to kill this Scion, but they're gonna try for it here. It's just Contracts though alongside the Alistar. That's not enough. It's Jojipyun though diving into the backside with a stolen brawl multi onto Luga. But now Tenacity's out of there. Jojo though, he's just dead. He tried to make the hero play. Instead he gets decapitated by Demonte. And now Shoyu's gonna be forced to ulti, and all that control they work for, Raz. It's just kind of falling apart. Shoyu gets slapped. He's going to get picked up there by Demonte. Almost dies. Does die at the end of it all as Luga takes down the Alistar as well. And Tony Top going to be forced to run. He may just survive alongside Contracts. But what was such a good position is going to be the Cloud Soul for 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, and Baron is up too. How you going to mess that up? Jojipyun was caught in no man's land while their team was committed on the Scion. And just like that, Soul and a direct train line to Baron. 100 Thieves are back in the game.
I think they're ahead, actually.
Yeah.
They can get this Baron. It just feels tough. Yeah, they're going to TP in. I don't know where their TP is even going. Can't be that deep because there's no wards. Because, again, they spent all that time denying the vision away. At least 100 Thieves can't actually get the Baron, so EGA will hold on to their advantage, and they might even just go for the counter on the Baron right now. Tenacity does have TP.
EG can go for Baron here. EG can go for Baron here because the minions down bot lane are finally starting to stack up. So there we have it. It's now back to 100 Thieves that have to force a fight.
Oh, they're in there. Tony Top over the top with the pulverized starter by the alley. And now Jojo Pion this time diving into the backside, but it's just too much. They can't get back.
Oh!
Luga with the execute. And 100 Thieves once again. Now Tenacity TP's in to ult in for the engage. Contracts is going to be killed. That's a free Baron for 100 Thieves after that kill.
Man, just like that, they had to look for a fight. EG was the one that pulled the trigger. They really should have played that one patiently. And now 100 Thieves get it all. They get the Baron, they can base, and protect their base from the super minions that were crashing in at the same time. If EG was a little bit more patient, they could get everything there.
I kind of feel like that's the story of this game for EG. So many good spots. So many great setups, just a little impatient, too keen to start the fight and make the big play to crack open the game, where the game's already there for you. As we go all the way back to this attempt on the plastic pipe and bottom side. But this isn't the problem. It's Jojo put on the left side of your screen that's causing the mischief.
Yeah, he thought he could work for something, but 100 Thieves, remember, they just look at this and say, we don't have to worry about the tenacity. He's going to remain alive, and even if he does die, it's a worthwhile trade for the Fed Silas. So Shoryu uses his ultimate, a little bit late, I guess early. At the end, he still gets slept, so it has no impact. And so that's it. I mean, everyone falls once Jojo Pion dies.
Oh, good route, but where's the follow-up? Contracts is the one. Devontae the target, but not enough. Has the ulti stolen though? Oh, barely. Not getting the E over the top, but Jojo Puni still wants more. Luga maybe the target now. Contracts finds a stun. They've got the Trist ult stolen as well, but Luga, he's just so tanky, man. Kites it back through. He's going to kill Contracts. Can be low. Dies to the alley. Dante almost dead as well, but Luga's alive, and that's all that matters for 100 Thieves is Poom. Now the target. The ulti not quite able to kill the alley. But Shoryu eating too much damage. Tony Top with a big stun. Shoryu there with the Featherstone, but Tenacity finishes him off, and Luga still running and gunning, takes down the last one.
So well played. 8, 2, and 6. He was buying time and playing to his range for Tenacity to come in from the flank. And I think this should be it. 25-second death timer on Jojo Pion. 19 seconds on Contracts, and you already have your Jinx that is going to get excited from taking these turrets. So, this might be the series.
That's looking like the series indeed, Raz. It's 100 Thieves Academy getting revenge on Evil Geniuses Academy 3-1 as they push themselves one series closer to the grand finals.
Man, that game has to hurt for EG Academy that made that trek for the entirety of Proving Grounds to get here. But for 100 Thieves Academy, the story is there. Luger, an insane player. Tenacity, flexible. His Aatrox game was beautiful, and the Scion game, amazing. Chef's kiss, right? I just think this team has a lot, and No Org, that's going to be their next opponent tomorrow, has a lot coming to him.
Yeah, gonna be, I mean, the nice thing for 100 Thieves, I guess storyline-wise, is like everyone they play is supposed to be better than them because they fell down at some point and had to play back through losers. That's why these double Elium runs are so fun. But 100 Thieves, like, only improving with games, it feels like, right? They lost to this team last time, and they got swept by Contracts Nidalee and the rest of the team. This time, they ban the Lucian and Renekton. They give him Nidalee once, lose and realize their error, and then don't really let control of the game for that much longer. Like, yes, EGA had lots of good spots, and I think fumble positions that they were in or maybe played a little bit too quickly. EGA have the talent, they have the skill, and I think for all the praise we give Jojo Pion, I think we can see why he's a young player, right? Very talented, very good. But some of those 1v3 dives are just a bridge too far.
Yeah, you have to go through those plays at some point, either through scrims or in pressure moments to learn. And that's why, you know, no reason to nail him down because he's going to come back. He's going to come stronger. The guy is insanely young and new to the competitive scene. So you take it on the chin and you know that he'll learn. But that means that they are now gone from the Proving Grounds. That's the last time we'll have seen from Evil Geniuses Academy. And there's a lot to look forward to for 100 Thieves. They have been, you know, quote unquote, learning through the entire Proving Grounds because this makes their 18th game. A lot of their games go the distance, the full 3 games and a best of 3. And for this one, I mean, it went 4 games, but it goes to show that it feels like they're getting better throughout, you know, the entirety of the tournament. And even in this game, I feel like they have a lot to learn if they want to be able to take down confidently No Org and the ones that are sitting in the finals, the big boss in Cloud9 Academy.
Yeah, again, like matchups only get harder, but they do get more exciting as a result. I almost want to say, like, just write off game one for 100 Thieves. Certainly if you're Luger, I think you just forget about it. Like, he was pretty invisible in game one, and I don't think necessarily like it's his fault.
Yeah.
I just think like the game was so much about the mid and jungle, and that's kind of all it was. And he got pushed in a little in the bottom side, then the jungle advantage spilled down after the mid laner got ahead alongside the jungler, and then like he couldn't really do anything. But let me tell you, the game's always untouched. Mans knows how to carry.
Yeah, my mind definitely could not take all of what was happening that game, especially the early game comedy of errors. Like that type of thing where I was like, all right, well, at some point we're going to steer the ship in the right direction. And then like things like these happen. So I do think that 100 Thieves, when things went wrong, quickly reorganized. Like with the composition that they have, it is difficult. If you have Lilia and Braum, it's hard to start a fight. You need your entire team to be there, or at least a good portion of your team to know that you have the numbers. And, you know, proper coordination, know how to team fight around a Braum, Lilia. And I think Kenvi, great Lilia. So that just means that now going into the next series, if there is an Udyr first pick, No Org has to know how to deal with what's coming, because that is going to be a consistent strategy of playing double AD carry on Braum that they're going to be throwing at you.
Yeah, for sure. But 100 Thieves, it's a great series all around. 100 Thieves Academy, as a result, they take the series. And when we return, Luger is going to be joining us for the Verizon post-game interview. So don't go too far.
The Kral himself.
Welcome back for the Verizon post-game interview. Just like yesterday, we've got a little bit of a twist on it. One of the very winners from the match you just witnessed is joining us here on the desk, and it is none other than 100 Thieves Academy, Luger. Luger, how are you feeling after this series, man?
I feel not so good because I almost soloed the game, the last game actually, and I mean, feel good like we win the game, we win series. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, things were a bit tight between both of the teams. If we take a look kind of how things ended up, Evil Geniuses did have an early lead. What do you think was key to 100 Thieves turning things around in game number 4?
Number 4, actually, our comp is like the good for the for late game. Our comp is good. If I play good, like in last fight, if I don't flash, if I don't use my flash, we lose game. But I use my flash, so it's kind of skill to play with like our comp, I guess. But I mean, I prefer our comp actually to play. We just need to carry the early game in this game. So yeah, it's killing, guys.
Yeah, it definitely was a sight to see, Kangas.
You mentioned you don't feel too great. You felt like you almost threw the game for your team, and I want to cite a specific time during that game where you got picked as the Jinx, and this is at the beginning of kind of this gold swing, right around that towards the mountaintop, and then they got the Baron. But you brought it back. You won back-to-back-to-back team fights.
Yeah.
So, I mean, walk me through your mentality as a team, what the communication was like, and how you were able to stay focused on the objective at hand, which was win the game.
Actually, I don't understand.
Sorry, here, let me rephrase that. How do you as a player try and stay, focused on the game rather than tilting?
Yeah, I mean, in competitive game, you shouldn't tilt, of course, because like we are in tournament, serious matches, like I mean, I don't tilt, in the matches, like in solo queue, I just tilt a lot sometimes, it happens. Yeah, but in competitive, I think, I don't know, no one tilt, I think, in my team or maybe other team. It shouldn't be tilt also. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've been competing for some time, even before joining us here in Academy over in your home region. What has it been like for you developing with this 100 Thieves squad alongside, Golden Glue as a coach too?
Yeah. It's good to hear 100 Thieves in the team. I mean, it's good. What should I say? I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, good is good. We like to hear that it's been good with the team, right?
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy here.
Happy. We like happy thoughts. And I mean, we were all very happy to see your play. You already mentioned that you had to flash to be able to win it. We're actually going to take a look at those moments here. Just tell us a bit more about what's happening with the team communication during these fights.
In the last fight, kinda. I mean, I know, if I fail my flash for enemy engage, when they enemy engage, we lose game. And I focusing more like my using flash is good before fights, like thinking, So yeah, just the flash. I think in the last game series. Yeah.
And I want to highlight. I mean, this is a lot of plays that we're seeing from this last game, but it of course was a team effort throughout the whole series. How loud is 100 Thieves? Do y'all make a lot of noise when you're playing together? Do you scream and kind of shout during team fights, or are you more calm? I just want to get some insight as to the team communications.
For calling, actually we don't have like the shot calling thing in the game or team. Like we just talking, like if we say something, like if 3 people agree the call, we just do it, So we don't have like shot calling. We just everyone talk and we choose what's the base. So yeah.
So I guess I have a bit of an interesting question, right? Like you say that you're fairly flat in shot calling, no like clear leader, but how do you feel about playing with this team? Tenacity, relatively new.
Yeah.
Kenvi,
Yeah.
relatively new. Demonte, veteran. Poom, new. But we don't know Luger very well, right? This is your first time in NA. Do you think of yourself as a veteran, or are you just looking to people like Demonte to kind of still be the leader of the team?
Leader. I mean, I for what you say actually. I'm sorry. Yeah, for leader.
Are you
say?
100 Thieves Crawl, or is Demonte the Crawl, the king?
Yeah, I understand it. I mean, I don't care so much actually, If he's Kral, he's Kral. If I'm Kral,
It's okay, a whole team, everybody's a Crawl, right?
yeah, I mean, I don't even think, like which guy in the Kral or team. It's kind of out there.
You got to be careful what you call Demonte on broadcast, though. His Twitter following is pretty big. I'm sure that they're going to start putting crowns on him. Starting pretty
Almost
soon.
is Kral,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, speaking of Twitter and the activity there, Kangas, I heard you had a little bit of activity of your own on Twitter.
Yeah. I do have to issue a formal apology to Golden Glue, Golden Mom, who tweeted at me after my 3-0 prediction. I'm sorry, Luger. I'm sorry that I didn't believe in all of you're over here. I'm sorry. That I didn't have
enemy team?
What was that?
Enemy team, you say? Yeah, you say enemy
I predicted
team.
Evil Geniuses 3-0. That's on me.
Yeah, I'll be honest,
you're the one
Luger.
that doesn't know a single Yu-Gi-Oh card. So who's the real villain here? I mean, come on. How are you gonna not know Yu-Gi-Oh? Did you watch episode 1? I told you to check out the first season.
Episode? I don't watch, I think. No, I don't.
All right.
After Proving
sorry.
Grounds is done. After Proving Grounds is done, he's got
True.
more games to win still.
Yeah.
In the next content we see, you'll all be playing the game together. We do have something to share with you, Luger. I mean, based on this 4-game series and your play, you have actually been named Player of the Series for this matchup against Evil Geniuses Academy. What does it mean to you to have titles like this, being Player of the Series, showing how strong you have been for 100 Thieves?
For the join? I'm sorry. For the join? What you say?
Does this mean something to you? I mean, you were declared the best player of this series. Without you, then 100 Thieves weren't going to win it. Yeah, that's you. Bask in the glory, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I feel like I'm not playing well. Like, I actually playing so bad in the maybe one game. And last game, I think I trolled a bit. Like, I deserve to lose, this game. But, yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Luger. We got a big question.
Yeah.
Proving Grounds, almost done. You've already done very well. You have been a very good player. What is Luger doing after Proving Grounds?
After league, I think for the I think I chill in my home.
Chill?
And go outside, go beach. We
Go
close
to the
the
beach?
beach. Yeah.
What about LCS? When are we seeing Luger in LCS?
I don't know. Maybe I can play. I feel like I can play. Maybe like I believe myself. I can play and I can base steady in the LCS like in later time. I believe myself and maybe I can do in the later games, later times. So yeah,
Believe
I'm
me too,
confident.
Luger.
Yeah. I can believe. And bye guys.
We believe in you a lot, Luger. The 100 Thieves fans also believe in you. I mean, 100 Thieves Academy today, anybody that missed it, they did take the series in this match against Evil Geniuses Academy. And that means that they are going to be moving on. And taking a look at the bracket right now, the winner of tomorrow's series will move on to face Cloud9 Academy in Sunday's final. And I mean, these have been some very exciting matches, Joshi. What do you make of what is going down tomorrow between 100 Thieves and No Org?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest for Luger. I thought Evil Geniuses would win today. Kangas thought Evil Geniuses would win today. We were both wrong, and that means that 100 Thieves are actually going to be going up against No Org tomorrow. And I think this is one of the teams that I predicted to be in the finals. So 100 Thieves, if they show up like they did today, I think they can make it to the finals. They have played very well, but the question is always, are we going to get the best version of 100 Thieves? Are they the team that can actually start competing in LCS? Or are we going to see the version that it was dropped down to lower bracket against Evil Geniuses the first time? I think it's going to be a very exciting series.
I'm very excited to watch the Tenacity versus Viper matchup because we saw the Tony top tease strong side top laner. Well, now he's going to be put through the ringer here. So let's see if Tenacity can hold on.
Yeah, Luger, what do you think about going against No Org tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah. We can win, first of all. And if like people say, 100 is bad, like he can't win, like something else. But I think we play League of Legends, so everything can happen if we make like good comp, good in-game like calls, like choosing well in the game. We can win like every games, every versus team, not the versus like team org, right? I'm sorry, I don't know the name.
Both work.
Yeah.
Both work there.
Yeah.
But I mean, also you got the buff of Golden Glue Mom live tweeting your games, so I don't know how.
Oh
you
yeah,
possibly
Golden Glue
lose.
Mom. Yeah, Golden Glue Mom.
Does she like bring you team snacks and stuff, and like bring you like little like baskets with food in it?
Yeah, we eat. Yeah. Yeah.
She's carrying the team, man. I can't believe it.
It's so good to have her support there. Luger, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on your victory today.
Yeah, thank you.
So great to get to hear from you. Yeah, that's going to do it for us, though, here on the broadcast. You gave us plenty of action in the games itself, Luger, and now it's time for us to all go relax before we get to watch you take to the virtual stage again tomorrow. So all of the fans out there, on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for more League of Legends action. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.